so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Gina
face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Welcome in to the Riyadh Masters 2023. I'm Robin Roll, going to be joined by Hurry Freak here in one of 6 streams going on today. Hurry, we've got Execration coming up against TSM first. Now, I know you like to do a little bit of research. Is there anything you want to tell us about these teams before we crack on with the match?
Ooh, it's gonna be a pretty interesting one. Execration, full-on Filipino team. TSM doesn't have a single player that is from the same region. The only thing that they're missing is a Chinese coach or something along those lines, because they have all of the regions covered. So you could look at it as a national team versus an all-around team of players clumped up together. But Execration has been doing pretty well lately, whilst TSM didn't make the major. So I'm kind of curious to see how well they'll do versus Execration right now.
Yeah, TSM still qualified to TI, but obviously they need to get the ideas, get the ducks in a row coming in, and Riyadh Masters kind of the last stage to do that before we do go to the very big one at the end of the year. So we'll see, yeah, if they're going to book up their ideas coming into this one, or Execration, if they're just going to be able to, I can't even say carry on where they left off, because I do believe they went out in the group stage of the major. So
Yep.
Both teams looking to get a bit of momentum behind them here in Riyadh.
Execration in the major, it had a lot of 1-1s, so I'm just hoping for the consistency. If they have the consistency, they can actually do quite well.
Yeah, and we'll be able to take a look at what the games are going to be today, as we should be able to jump into the schedule to see just how it's going to lay out. It is going to be me in a hurry to take through Execration versus TSM, and then Team Aster versus TSM. We're also going to see Entity versus TSM today, and Execration versus Virtus.pro. Say that 5 times fast. And coming through is, looking at these matches, we're going to see TSM 3 times on the stream today, on this particular stream. But all teams have to play 4 matches coming through. And how do teams try and deal with this? Because that's, it's not even like it's best of 3s. It's just 8 matches all the way through the day here. So how are teams going to really try and deal with this?
It's not easy. It's not easy. Let's say when you would scrim, you'd go for like maybe 4 matches a day, and then you would watch replays, because playing a competitive match, a scrim, whatever, it's much more taxing on the players than actually going for pubs, so it's not gonna be easy for sure, but it's the same for everybody. So we'll see who actually has the most stamina out of them all.
Yeah, and it is a marathon today, not a sprint. As I say, each team have to play 4 times to get themselves through the groups. And as we see, we'll be able to take a look at the teams coming through the play-ins to see just who will be playing up. And yeah, Team Liquid, Entity, Aster, Virtus.pro, Execration, TSM in one group, and then on the other side, it's going to be OG, Quest, Extreme, 9Pandas, Beast Coast, and Team Secret. So a lot of quality here in both groups. And any favorites, Harry? Is there anyone that you're looking at here thinking that, yeah, they're easily going to be able to take their group, or is it just going to be a full-on mosh pit coming through these two?
It's gonna be a pretty tough one. I'd say Liquid is the favorite of Group A. I think there's no denying it, but also there's no denying the fact that they can lose a game to any of these teams. And when we look at Group B, I think Beast Coast and 9Pandas are probably up there, though Quest has been looking really well, but now changing a player and all the things that happened just before the Riyadh Masters, we actually don't know how well they're gonna be doing.
Yeah, it is a change of offlaner for them, and we'll see, like you say, just how they're going to be able to play this one, because it means shaking up the team again, and they've got to stand in. It's going to be Malik coming through from Na'Vi that's going to be standing in for them. But it could be, like you say, that completely shakes up the dynamic of the team, and hopefully Quest, they're going to be able to get themselves right back on that horse and just get on with it with their new offlaner.
Yeah, hopefully that is the case. Speaking of stand-ins, we have one on Execration as well. Abang will be standing in for Carlo, who has been the backbone of the team for a very long time. So I think that's one of the more important things to actually consider when going into the matches if you're Execration.
Yeah, and we'll be able to move on and see how it's going to play out for the rest of the event as well, as we are going to be able to see. It's going to be the 2. Okay, so I think I got my head around this. It's the 2 groups play off against themselves. The first 2 from each group go through, and then 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th play 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. So it's like reversed. It's flipped coming through. And then you get 8 teams that move through into the group stage.
Yep, that's completely right. Right, from play-in, you have 8 teams that are going to be going through, 2 directly, the other ones from the that small playoff, and then we have the group stage where, I mean, you can see it. Four teams from the groups go from one group go to the upper bracket, 2 go to the lower bracket, and the bottom 2 will get eliminated. So we're going to have total 12 teams in the playoffs at the tournament.
Yeah, and is there anyone that you think, like say, because we've looked at both groups, but coming through into the actual group stage, is there any, apart from the obvious one with Gaming Gladiators, is there anyone that we could be looking out for there? Because Bet Boom may be a bit of a dark horse coming through in the group stage to go the furthest.
I don't know if they're a dark horse. I don't know if you've been watching the messages that were left to the teams. From what I've seen, they've pretty much handled Pure when it comes to Riyadh Masters. They've put him in a little bubble. I don't know if you know from which movie that is, Bubble Boy, I think it's called. So he's gonna be safe, and I think Bet Boom, they're no dark horse. They're actually a team that is one of the favorites, if not the favorite, for the tournament.
Yeah, we'll be able to get ourselves into the draft to see how it's going to go between Execration versus TSM in this first game. And again, with the changes coming through on the patch, we saw effectively all the popular heroes at the major nerfed out. Have you been seeing any heroes pop up, that have taken any places, or is it just still the same old that we should expect in this draft?
There are going to be some changes because with the Medusa and the Morphling being taken, I don't want to say taken out, but they have been significantly nerfed, which I would advise to the teams to stay away from them, at least for the time being, until you test them out in pubs and actually see how strong they can be now and what the limits of the heroes are. But I have seen Primal Beast kind of climbing up the ranks, and that is one of the heroes that both Bob and Bryle have been playing. So I think that's something that we should keep our eyes on. And also this Beastmaster band, TSM and Execration, they have been playing it quite a lot. So I guess nobody's going to be getting it here in game number 1.
10 seconds.
No,
remaining.
and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to go. I mean, I like the Primal Beast as a
5
hero,
seconds
just specifically
remaining.
talking about this one, because I just like how, disruptive he is, but I think heroes like the Clockwork we've been seeing that just counter the hero outright. So is it one of those that you have to kind of ban around before you want to pick it up, or can you just go straight for it? As we see Execration, they just go straight for the Broodmother.
Yep, I mean, it did get nerfed, but the hero is still pretty strong. So I think there's no denying that you should go for it. And yeah, there's the Primal Beast. TSM will be getting it. To be honest, I'd say that TSM got the better end here. Chen has been looking pretty good when people know what they're doing with it. And Whitemon and Ari, these are both the types of players that play, you could say, weird support heroes. So I think they're definitely going to be knowing how to utilize this.
Yeah, and again, the Chen, I was seeing it in pubs, this Chen hero, it's not just for specialists now, it is getting right back on the popularity train, it's getting right back in there. Yeah, Primal Beast and Chen coming out for TSM. We're going to see Execration, they go for the Batrider though. So coming through, we're going to see what, are we looking at a Batrider support still, or does this hero fall like in the mid lane up against maybe potentially the Primal Beast?
When the hero got nerfed, it was the previous patch, right? Small patch. People were stating that now it's not that good as a support. Of course, it's not as good, but I still think that the strength of the hero comes from the flexibility, so I would still value it a little bit more as a support rather than a core. And I think if you're committing to a Batrider this early, you could just get another rotating support, and then Primal Beast Chen +1 could actually deal with him if this is something that is set in stone. Though, on the other hand, Bob is a god on the Batrider, so it could be that they're just, okay, they're going for comfort picks with the Primal Beast, we're just gonna do the same thing with the Bob Rider.
Yeah, and we'll see how that is going to play out. Looking at the bans, the Bloodseeker's gone. We've got the Slark being removed, Beastmaster, Timbersaw being taken away, Clockwork, Naga Siren, and the Undying all being removed so far. TSM still looking for their next ban. Going to come through a little bit of reserve time here to get themselves ready for this one. Is there anything, again, that's pretty scary that we should be looking out for, that both teams maybe just want to be dodging in this first, maybe a little bit untested, but seeing it in scrims?
I mean, other than what was being picked up at the Bali Major, right? There were some changes and meta was somewhat evolving, but the meta right now, it's evolving slower than what usually happens because the patch was quite big with the change with the universal heroes. So I don't think we're gonna be seeing something too out there unless of course TSM Ari, sometimes he tends to pick a Pudge, he tends to pick a bounty hunter. Those are cool. That's something different that we could see on the support role. And I guess Palos, he sometimes goes for this Meepo or for a Marcy, which is somewhat out of the meta, but still somewhere in there. So I don't think it's gonna be anything crazy that, oh, I wasn't expecting that. But there are some nuances that these teams go for from time to time.
Yeah, and we'll see just how it's going to play out. I don't actually know what I'm looking forward to seeing because I've been seeing heroes that the Meepos being popping off left, right, and center coming through, and I'm surprised it got this far through the draft. Again, one of those heroes. It's not just for like the niche picks now. It is really getting up there, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it right before TI being slapped right back down there and breaking Sheepstick's heart.
Nah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Maybe he gets nerfed slightly, but I think the hero is gonna stay relevant. I mean, who wouldn't want a lot of Meepo picks in TI?
Can I put my hand up and say me?
You can, right? You can if you want to lose a friend here, but I think that you're not
to be fair, it's not the worst hero to be. It's not like it's a Tinker or an Arc Warden. It's just one of those that maybe it's PTSD from my pubs. You see that pick, you go, okay, we know we're losing this match. It's going to be the the Smurf pick coming through. So, but we do see the Ember Spirit and the Mirana. Ember Spirit did get a slight change to the Sleight of Fist, which made the Sleight of Fist procs a little bit longer in between. So he's in that form for, I think it was 0.05 on the extension there.
Yeah, that's exactly how much. So I guess if there's a lot of units, it will be amounting to a lot of time. Though there is Chen, but the Broodmother is on their side. If not, Bob would be just the jumping around for a very long time.
Well, CTSM, they just go straight in for the Terrorblade. Like, this here, again, it wasn't really too touched in the patch. It didn't really get too bothered, and it was pretty strong before the Morphling was taking over the game, before we saw the Medusa being like that first pick potential hero. The Terrorblade was really strong, so it looks like it's going to be a return to form here for the hero.
Yep, I really like the Huskar ban because TSM does play it, and you really don't want to be playing versus a Huskar as an Ember Spirit. I'm liking the Drow ban as well. That hero has been making a comeback, considering that the Morphling is... You're gonna feel weak either way, even if it's a really good Morphling game. Just because of what you're used to, you're gonna feel weak. So I'm kind of curious to see if TSM do ban it out, given that it's one of the Terrorblade counters.
Yeah, and we'll see just what, like I say, where you want to go with it. And yeah, obviously the Huskar, like you say, the Ember Spirit really doesn't like that hero. So what's left? Execration, they've got themselves one ban now. Is there anything else you think they want to be taken away?
So I don't know if I would be banning out a mid laner now. I feel like this could be a mid hero on the Primal Beast. So maybe you ban out the offlaner, because I'm not sure where they want to take. Kasane does play the Primal Beast as well, so it's a tough spot for them in terms of guessing exactly what your opponents want to pick.
Yeah, and on their side as well, the Broodmother, the Batrider being actually ban out the Tidehunter. Really good against the Broodmother. Are you expecting this actually to be the position 1 Brood and not the off lane for Execration?
They both play it. I would say that I want to say that Tino played it more, but Palos tends to go sometimes for these a little bit faster paced heroes, so it's very hard to guess. The good thing for TSM is that they do have the last pick, so you are gonna be knowing where Execration are gonna be sending this Brood.
Yeah, and they've got themselves one last ban here as well, TSM. They've got themselves 44 seconds left on the reserve time. We'll see if they think it, like you say, if it's going to be that safe lane Broodmother, maybe looking to ban out an off-laner against the Terrorblade. Anything really standing out to you? Anything scary? Maybe like an axe or something like that maybe TSM want to be removing?
Nah, that's a big one. If Execration are going for a carry, I've seen Palos play a Muerta. It wouldn't be too bad here. Primal Beast can be a problem, but he doesn't have to. The only thing is laning might be an issue for you if you go for this hero.
Why weren't we seeing that hero before? Was it literally just because of how strong the Morphlin was that Muerta wasn't being allowed into the meta, or is it just a hero? Has it been figured out now and players are more comfortable playing on it?
Two things. When a hero is added, its stats are overbuffed just so that people would get which items to buy on it and stuff like that, just for testing it out. And then the hero gets nerfed. But at the same time, when it gets nerfed, people learn how to play versus it, and then it needs some time for the players to adjust once again on it and feel a bit more comfortable going for it.
Okay, well, we'll see how Execration want to drop this lineup here with the last pick. They've got themselves 30 seconds left on the reserve time. And looking at the lineup so far, it is pretty scary. They've got a lot of team fight coming out with the Spirit and the Mirana. Broodmother with the push potential, some control coming out from the Batride and the Mirana there. Spirit obviously been able to do a lot. So the dive potential for Execration. And they're going to go for it. It's going to be the Doom to come out. Now, the Doom did get changed. Got a little bit of a nerf there as well. How much does that affect the Doom coming into this game?
Not too much. I don't think that it's gonna change the way that you play the hero too much. It's just a slight, nerf to, cooldown increase from 60 to 65 on Devour. It's really not that big of a deal. It just tones him down a little bit. He's gonna be doing the same thing, just slightly slower. I don't know if you'll even be able to notice it.
Yeah, and what then, TSM? They've got themselves 18 seconds left. We see this is more than likely, unless you want to do some funky business with the Doom, going to be that Broodmother carry. What do you want to sit in the lane if you're TSM against this Broodmother?
Primal Beast isn't too bad because he doesn't care about the or you could go LC. LC could be good here if you want to. You are lacking the burst a little bit, but they'll go for the Underlord. So they want to go for auras. That makes sense because what TSM, if you look at their lineup, they are. Primal Beast is going to be killing people, but it's not all that important. It's more important that we all survive and that we just stand there and push a tower. We can defend towers easily, we can push towers easily, and then the Terrorblade is going to be the top dog once the time does come. Scary thing for it is that you're versus a Doom, but Terrorblade is one of the heroes that is not too afraid of him. So I really like what TSM have. It's a great idea. The problem with these kind of lineups is if you start losing, then it kind of becomes an issue.
Yeah, I suppose they have some control as well coming out on that Underlord against the Broodmother in the lane, but being able to drop the Pit of Malice so she can't just run away on the webs. The Firestorm deals with the Spylings pretty nicely as well. So yeah, like you say, hopefully here TSM, they're going to be able to get themselves some room, some space for the Terrorblade to be able to farm up, get themselves in a good position. Meanwhile, on the side of Execration though, I'm looking at this lineup coming out. I think as soon as those ultimates are up for the Batrider and the Doom, I think we're going to see some heavy rotations coming out from Execration. And how did TSM try and stop that momentum coming out from Execration?
The thing for Execration is that they want to create chaos, right? So for TSM, it's all about slowing the game down and playing around your fat heroes. You do not want to be getting too far away with the Chen and the Rubik and giving those kills to Execration, because that's how they open up the map. That's how they'll be able to find the Terrorblade. Because if all 4 of the heroes of TSM are alive, it's gonna be very, very hard to catch the TB.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to play in game number 1. Looking at both lineups as well, any favorites coming into game number 1? Any takers, or do you not like? Do you see this draft being really close between the two teams?
I'd say I favor TSM because if they do everything right in terms of slowing the pace of the game down and don't crumble under the pressure that Execration are just constantly going to try to apply. If that's what they do, they should have a win here with a couple of auras on the Underlord. The thing is, you do have two very, very hard heroes to kill and not a ton of damage on Execration. So Execration have to poke all the time, which does make their lineup not that easy to execute. But if they do break your ranks, then you're kind of screwed.
Okay, well, it looks like we're going to have our first pause of the day, and hopefully, again, the players are sitting on the hands, so they're not tempted to tab out to any browsers, you know, maybe get Spotify going or that, and we'll see how it's going to go in this series. I think I'm leaning towards TSM as well. I think if the Terrorblade doesn't get dealt with, it just becomes a massive problem, and yeah, TSM with the Underlord coming out, with the Primal Beast coming out, as well as the heals coming out from the Chen as well, it's going to be a major slog for Execration to get through those heroes, and by the time they really do figure out, you know, get themselves some good items, the Terrorblade's going to be online, and I don't know if Execration can outlast it in the fights.
You don't count, right? Because you're biased. There is a British player, right, on TSM, so I don't think that I want to be hearing your opinions on when TSM are playing, and TSM are playing for both of our games today, so take a clue, Rob.
Yeah, that's I'm just going to be fully leaning it, you know, Ari's there on TSM, so yeah, going to have a bit of the old English esports pride here, as we might see a fight breaking out as the buzz is going to go, runes will spawn, but it looks like no one's going to try and jump onto that one. And, well, the Broodmother's going to be away here as well, going to be able to get himself towards those bounty runes. And Execration going to be able to, should get 3 out of this, and TSM with only the 1.
Yep, that's a nice start for Execration. As I mentioned, their lineup needs chaos, which means that you need early levels, good laning stage. You just need to continue snowballing. So it's always nice getting the extra gold. It shouldn't change too much though.
No, and we'll see. I mean, it only takes, what, a couple of creeps to be able to catch up on both lanes, so not a major issue between the two teams. How are you expecting this bottom lane to go here between, you know, does the Doom put too much pressure on the arrows coming through from the Mirana as well? How worried does Tomato have to be about this lane?
Not too much. If you don't eat an arrow, you'll be fine. The Chen should keep the Mirana at bay. You should know when the arrows are coming, and that's a really cool way to utilize the penitence. The way that they're playing, they use the penitence and the reflection, and then a lot of damage is being done by that spell.
Okay, well, we'll see. I mean, top lane, going to be a lot of damage coming out on the other Lord now as well. Can he get himself away from this one? The Blood Grenade got already used, and Abeng going to try and chase him down, but Kasane, a big tanky boy here with the 2 gauntlets of strength, and Ari going to try and trade back onto the Batrider, but both Palos as well as Kasane in this lane, taking some harass from the supports, and this lane, are we going to be looking towards this lane as like the big kill lane, or do you think that the 2 cores are just too big in this lane to go down?
Well, Execration is going to be wanting to go for kills. They don't want this lane to be slow, so I think they're going to try to push it, right? If they overpush it, they're the ones that are going to be going down. If they do it just right, then TSM, either they're going to be super low, or you know, they're going to be going down. So I think there is going to be a lot of action on top.
Well, on the bottom lane, Tino, it might be first blood, will be first blood. Tomato didn't even look at his kill. He's such, you know, that's such a cool guy move. He knows that right click's going to connect. He knows it's enough damage. He just turns to go back to the lane. You know, it's just so cool for him to be able to do that. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we're going to see Brawl taking some harass coming out. Bob on full health, half mana, but Brawl, yeah, taking a lot of damage coming through. And is there a point where you think this lane's going to shift back in the Primal Beast's favor, or does the Ember Spirit get the advantage in this mid lane matchup?
You should be fine, because you went for the point in chains. The second that Brawl goes for the onslaught trample on top of you, you'll be fine.
Top lane, Palos needs to get himself away from this one, taking a lot of damage come through. Firestorm was there. Telekinesis didn't get used, and Palos is going to be able to move himself away. Kasane not going for a point in the Pit of Malice at level 2, goes for the Firestorm, goes for the Atrophy Aura, and all of a sudden this Broodmother, well, might be cooking a little bit as Abeng tries to come in with a Firefly, but the damage coming on to Palos again with the Firestorm, it's just a little bit too much. There is going to be a Fade Bolt Telekinesis there as well. Kasane, does he want to go for the chase? Telekinesis comes through. Palos going to try and keep himself alive to get himself away from this one. The Blood Grenade comes out, but it doesn't matter. Ari, he gets the kill. 2 up for TSM in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, very smart for TSM the way that they're approaching this lane. You could see that they could have gone for a kill multiple times there, but they're not sure if they're gonna get it. They understand that in this lane in particular, you just want it to be stable, and if it's stable, ultimately you are gonna be winning because you have so many things to spam out.
Okay, and we'll see just how it, you know, starts to pan out when we get the Broodmother back in the lane, how Palos is going to try and play around this one. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, again, Brawl taking a lot of harass, but back on, do you really worry about this Primal Beast? You know, do you want some rotations to come in from the supports, or is it just kind of leaving him in this lane? Because again, Slight Fist, Searing Chains comes out. In fact, Primal Beast, he's got the stick charges. So that's going to keep him alive here, but Bob, he is really taking it to the Primal in this lane.
I mean, you have to lose some lanes, right? So you're gonna be okay with the Primal Beast. He is getting a decent amount of farm. Maybe he gets a bottle refill once his supports die, though they're quite healthy for now.
Well, Primal is going to try and do what he can here. He's got a lot of damage coming through on the trample. Just gets the onslaught away as well. Might just have to go all the way back to base here. Doesn't have his brown boots top lane though. Palos again in the trees. Ari, do they find him? He's hiding himself in that spider's web, and it looks like, does the Rubik see him? Oh, it doesn't look like he can get the vision on him. Now he eats himself through the trees. Palos is going to be caught. Fade Bolt comes out. Insatiable Hunger will be here. Firestorm now as well. Palos, one more right click. Kasane, he's going to be able to get himself another kill on the board.
And this is before the Vanguard. Now when they get the Vanguard, it's going to be an even bigger disaster.
Yeah, how do you really... I mean, even Abeng taking a lot of harass there as well, coming out from Kasane. And how do you really take this Underlord down in the lane? Do you have to look for rotations? Or again, like you say, do you just have to give this lane up and effectively lose this lane to the Underlord?
The X factor in this game is the Mirana, so arrows are something that you're gonna have to rely on. Top lane, you know, with the Silken Bola, the slow can help you, but ideally you would want to play with Bob. So make Bob's lane go even better as Shanks, and then they as two can start rotating everywhere and making things happen.
Okay, well, we'll see the harass on the top lane. Kasane just taking a couple of shots there from Palos, and Palos trying to push him back, but Kasane's going to push up, and it looks like Ari, does he want to go Firestorm? Was that telekinesis? He got the control as well, and the damage coming through onto this Broodmother again. He's being forced back. Batrider with the flame break though. Do they have the damage to take him down? It looks like Palos, he has to go all the way back to the tier 1 tower now. Abeng, he's going to be taking the Fade Bolt to the face. Abeng tries to get himself away. Kasane is pretty low, but do they have enough to get this kill onto the Underlord? Underlord just playing safe in the lane. It looks like he's not too worried. And yeah, the Vanguard comes out now, so not worried about that harass coming out from the Broodmother. And Abeng being chased away from Ari. Ari, can he get the kill? Trying to chase down onto the Batrider. The Batrider though, can he get in telekinesis range? Rubik, he's trying his best, and Abeng, he might just have enough to get himself away from this one. But Rubik, he gets those boosts. He's going to be a little bit faster, and Abeng, he's still trying. Night vision now as well, but Ari's going to have the vision to chase him down up the cliff, and Abeng, he's running. Primal Beast even coming into this one. They drop the ward. They should be able to, will be able to get the kill onto Bryle.
Well, this is the best possible thing that could have happened for them, because Bryle, he was somewhat struggling. Bob, though, maybe he has gotten some bonuses here.
He might be able to get the kill onto Ari. Bob, level 6, so he does have those remnants. Going to be able to get the kill onto Ari. Rotation comes through from Shanks, and they have the lockdown. Primal Beast takes the arrow to the face, and it looks like they might be able to get this revenge kill. Bryle, does he go down? Trying to get himself away, but the chase comes out from these remnants now, and Bob in the lane. Searing Chains gets the kill.
Arcane Rune, remember, that's the thing, and the second they got that Batrider kill, they needed the bail, but Bob was there. Really, really nicely done by Bob. Ideally, you get that kill on the Primal Beast and you get out, but this Ember, this is the one hero that Execration are gonna have to rely on throughout this game.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, top lane, they might be able to get the kill onto Palos. Palos is pretty down low now as well. Ari's going to try and do what he can onto the Broodmother. Does he get one more right click to get the kill? It's not going to be enough. Those one charges again, keeping alive rotation. Ari will get it with Fade Bolt in the end. And Bryle rotates out, gets the kill onto Abeng. So good rotation from TSM. And yeah, Bryle just able to set up the kill and makes it so much easier now. I mean, it was easy anyway for Kasane in the lane, but really, if you're Execration, are you begging your Miranda to rotate to try and help out this lane, or are you just happy with the pressure that she's putting onto the bottom lane?
You are hoping for the Ember Spirit rotation. The thing is that Execration understand if they rotate the Ember Spirit on top and he gets nothing, it's a disaster. So what the Execration are trying to do is force TSM to the mid lane because it's easier to fight there. But now Bob is coming to the top lane.
Gonna be able to see Wyman. Wyman, does he get himself away from this one? Searing Chains to get the lockdown onto the Chen. Trying to get himself away. Only level 5, so doesn't have the heal yet. And Whitemon, yeah, Bob's gonna be able to get the kill. Can he get any more out of this now as well? Looks like Bob, he's gonna try and use his bottle to refresh. But Kasane, again, big tanky boy here. He's got himself that Vanguard, the double gauntlets of strength. So Palos, does he really want to get aggressive when the rotation comes back from Ari? Looks like Bob even dropping a remnant just in case Kasane got brave. Tries to go for a kill into Palos.
Nicely done there. The second he saw Bryle go to the mid lane, he knew that the Primal Beast didn't have a TP, so that's why Bob TP'd to the top lane, right? Bryle TP'd top, he opened up the top lane for the push, but he came back to the mid lane. He didn't commit there, and that's what gave this opening to Execration to get another nice kill for Bob.
Yeah, and Ari, he might even be able to snipe a courier here as well, just to rub it in. Doesn't actually go for it, though. And, okay, he was being polite. Bob, top lane. Does actually come back in on the Emisrit now as well, as it looks like the Broodmother just going to be jungling close to the lane. And they do have this rotation up from the Emisrit, but you can see 4 heroes from the side of TSM. It's going to put maybe the Terrorblade under a little bit of pressure in the bottom lane, but can they get anything from this one? It looks like they may be able to get the jump onto the Brood. Brood going to be taking a lot of damage from this one. They've got the lockdown. They should have the kill.
They're chasing the Terrorblade, but Tomato, I don't think he's going to die from this.
Okay, I mean, level 6 has the point into the Sunder. Could he be able to put the pressure onto Bob here? And Bob, does he want to carry on going? He's got those bottle charges. Yeah, Tomato, though. Underneath the tier 2 tower, chains, they do fly through. Arrow's going to connect. He's going to go down. And that's going to be a clean kill onto Tomato.
Oh, that creep was very close leading the arrow, and then maybe he would have survived. But very nice rotation for Execration. But this is a disaster. Your Ember is your main playmaker. Him dying is arguably worse than losing the Terrorblade on the side of TSM.
Yeah, I mean, how much gold did he give up there as well? Gave up, what, over 500 gold. They're going to be able to get themselves a kill onto the Batrider now as well. Utilizing those twin gates to bounce back and forth TSM between the lanes. And they're just finding kills wherever they go.
They want Doom as well. They're thinking about killing Tino because they know he's completely alone. Execration, they're trying to create the chaos on the map, but it's not working out well for them.
You're going to be able to get the dive in. Yeah, Bryle, he's got that trample damage coming out. Tino, he's going to be able to get himself away from this one. Has the Centaur Stomp, but Bryle, he's got that chase. Does he have the damage to get the kill as well? Fade Bolt flies through. What was stolen? It's going to be the Centaur Stomp being stolen by the Rubik. Trying to get himself away with the Syrian Scorched Earth, excuse me, and Bryle should have the damage. Yeah, Telekinesis even using the Fiend's Gate to get themselves down here on the Lord just to make sure they secure this kill.
A really cool play from Tino. Mid animation on the War Stomp. He eats the Centaur and then uses it himself, so he doesn't get stunned and he stuns the enemies.
And that's going to be used here. Do they get the kill onto... Oh, a lot of damage onto Bob, but Bob's got that rem to get himself down to the low ground here. Bryle, he does have the damage to come through and the control from the Pulverize. Do they have enough to get the kill though? Because Bob's got that shield room going. Might try and turn himself around onto this. Tomato's going to try and come in as well, do the damage onto the Emisrit. But the Emisrit, he has that dive away with the Remnant and will be able to play it safe. Is he going to go back in or maybe just straight back to the lane, it looks like? And did even force out the Metamorphosis from the Terrorblade as well.
TSM are playing this really well. They always bring in numbers, they force Execration to TP, and then Execration doesn't have the mobility necessary to make plays they would like to.
Yeah. Bryle in the mid lane under a little bit of pressure. Bob will be able to get himself away though. There was going to be the rotation from the Rubik, but you have them around the Batrider backing them up. And we look at it, TSM 10-5, only a 2k net worth lead. What the Execration, this might be the start here. They're going to be able to get the last one onto the Rubik. Do they get the kill? They absolutely do.
Yep, that's a nice one. This is what they need. Support kills is the most important thing for Execration, because again, it's opening up TSM for potential mistakes that you can take down cores. If both of the supports are alive, bringing down cores, it's gonna come at a cost. So this is a good start, and it's always coming back to the mid lane. Execration, they want to play around Bob, they want to play around that mid lane and force TSM to come to that part of the map.
Well, we'll see here as Palos. It's going to be on the lane. The Chen is here, but it doesn't look like he wants to get aggressive. And yeah, at least Palos going to be able to find a little bit of farm, but he's going to be so far behind. In terms of last hits, about 33 behind. In terms of net worth behind the Terrorblade, he's 1,100, 1,200 gold behind now. And what can you really do to help this Broodmother catch up? Is it just creating space on the map with the rest of the heroes?
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard to fight around the Brood because he doesn't contribute that much. But the thing is, Brood usually works if you're controlling a big part of the map. It's great, but he's not, and he's not gonna be for quite some time.
Well, the arrow, it cuts off onto the Chen. White Monk, can he get himself away from this one? Nah. Shanks, he will claim that kill. Might even lose his Chen army here as well, because Bob's got the 4 points in the Slider Fist, but Shanks taking a lot of damage. What was stolen? The Rubik gets the leap. Really not the spell that he wanted. Pretty sure he was fishing for that arrow.
I mean, you're gonna be happy with this spell still. You want to escape, I'd say, more so than engage with the leap here, and that's completely fine. And you can see how TSM right now, they're slowing down the game. Ideally, Execration would like to be everywhere, getting kills with the Sleight of Fist chains into an arrow, but it's just not possible.
No, we might see something in the mid lane though. Rubik, does Ari want to go for this one? Bob, Arrow actually comes out, connects onto the Chen. The Chen, he's just going to be a pin cushion at the minute here. Lasso on the back lines though as well. They have that drag back, but do they get the kill on the back rider? The back rider might go down as the Chen. He's still alive. The dive from the Primal Beast, but Abeng on the cliff. Do they have enough damage to get the kill now as well? The Fiend's Gate comes through. The Firestorm will be here. And Bob, well, they do have that Moonlight Shadow going, but Bob's not going to be able to connect with the Sleight of Fist onto Whitemon, and Whitemon, he's going to live.
And watching Bob over the years has been amazing. This guy would make plays like this and die like 70% of the time. But the thing is that he has improved so much because of his aggressive gameplay, because if you want to get better at Dota, just be as aggressive as you can and then you're going to find out the limits. And now he always does just as much as he can.
Yeah, and we're going to see the backlines now as well. The fire lanes do come through. There is going to be a Pit of Mars, and Ari's going to survive through that one now as well.
He's fine.
Rise, they have the damage. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Broodmother. The Broodmother goes down. Bob just get himself a double kill onto both supports. The Doom as well onto the Terrorblade. That Metamorphosis is about 3/4 of the way through. He doesn't care about the Doom. He's just going to carry on going. Bob, do they get the kill? Bob's going to try and get himself away, but Kasani does get the kill. And yeah, Tomato just shrugs off that Doom. He's still got that Sunder to go as well, so if he does catch a hero out, he's going to be able to get himself back to full health. I mean, he's got the regen there as well. And yeah, Terrorblade, he just really didn't care about the ultimate coming through from the Doom.
Interesting attempt from Execration. I actually like the way that they approached it, but again, you have to know when it's time to stop with the commitment.
Yeah, and we'll see just how... I mean...
Tino's in trouble.
Oh, did he get the kill now as well? The Pulverize? Yeah, they absolutely do. Tino goes down on Bryle, making some big rotations. So even though he was behind in the lane, pretty much caught up to this Ember Spirit now with the big gank rotations he's been making.
So that play in the mid lane, it might not have worked out the way that you wanted, but at least you kind of said to TSM, we're gonna bring numbers if need be, and then TSM is gonna have to be thinking about it all the time.
Sunder comes through from Tomato though. Bob, he might get aggressive, try and dive onto the Terrorblade, but the backline's going to be the disruption. Do they have enough? No, to dive away from Bob, so he gets himself out of danger here. And just the heads-up play from Tomato to get the health back towards the Underlord. And Kasani now, they're going to be able to push onto this tier 1 tower. I don't know if Execration can stop the pressure coming in.
I know, this time around, it's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, look at this. They've got a Pit of Mars. They have the damage. The Pulverize comes out. Oh no! The Flame Break, it pushes him back, and Bob's going to live.
Ari missed on the arrow there. I think if he just waited the second, they would have been able to kill Bob. But you don't expect to use every single spell perfectly, and also they might not be communicating because it's a Rubik stealing an arrow, right? You still need to call it out though.
Yeah, and well, he's still got it. So, like you say, he can only get better with time, or at least can't get any worse than that arrow. As maybe, I mean, Whitemon is going to see Palos in the jungle, but Palos moves himself away. They're going to go into the Baron, though. Abeng gets caught out. Should be another kill. Telekinesis was that Fade Bolt 5 seconds away. Just gives it over to Bryle.
Yeah, they missed on the arrow again. The thing is that the onslaught does push people to the side, so it's not that easy to connect with the arrow. But we'll see if they can. I thought you were a Patriot, friend, because you said it can't get any worse than that. I guess when you're a guy, I can only imagine what it looks like when you're watching like football or something. The way that you're talking about your team, national team or something.
Well, mate, I'm an Evertonian, so yeah, there is no positivity when I'm supporting. When I'm watching football.
Okay.
But you've still got to be realistic. I can't be super biased. I've got to keep it grounded and just be a little bit biased.
No, it's no problem. I'll be biased for Execration, and then it cancels its other out. I'm a Bob fan, so it's completely fine.
And that's the thing as well. You've got to hold them to a higher standard. If you're going to be if you're going to be a fan, if you're going to be in their corner, you've got to hold them to that higher standard. Otherwise, how can they ever improve?
True. So if you like a player, then you should go on Twitter and just write bad things about him, because then he's gonna understand that he can do better, right?
Well, I know how I have lots of fans because I get a lot of messages like that on Twitter. So I know there's a lot of people that
awesome.
Are looking out for me as a caster.
That's great. I never looked at it that way, but now I understand that I've got a lot of fans as well. But we are gonna be getting ourselves back in the game. So the pipe is finished, and those are the things that change the game really, because Execration are gonna be lacking damage at some point.
Yeah. And we'll see. I mean, they're making a move over to Tomato on the top lane in the smoke, leaving the Doom solo. But if the Doom shows here, yeah, Doom's going to show, so they know that there's not going to be a Doom in the lane. In fact, there's going to be the dive in now as well. Fiend Gates comes out. They're going to be able to make a move onto Tino and Tino. With all those heroes grouping up, the damage coming through, TSM just rocked his socks. And there was nothing they could do, but they are going to come through the Twin Gate. Ooh, do they have enough damage? Moonlight Shadow now as well. Again, who comes back through this Fiend's Gate and who gets left behind here? Looks like it might just be Bryle.
He has
do they have
BKB.
enough to get the kill? Well, it's going to be the Buy Rider lockdown with the lasso. And yeah, Bryle, though, he pops that BKB, tries to get himself away. Doesn't have a TP scroll. Could be, well, it was on cooldown because he used it. I just didn't see it underneath him because he's such a big hero.
They shouldn't have started with the lasso if they wanted a kill, but I think they were probably looking out to let's get his BKB down, and that should be enough.
Okay, is that good enough though for Execration? Because they are on the back foot here. Surely they need to be locking up some kills.
I mean, it's something, right? It's not ideal, especially because you lost the core just a second before that. While you were in a smoke, you were the ones hunting. But I think that's the best they could have hoped for, because if you commit 100% for the kill, it could backfire. Imagine if people start TPing to the outposts, they sandwich you and you lose a couple of heroes. That would be a disaster.
Yeah, would not be great here. Bryle's going to see Palos. Palos, does he just have to run himself away over the webs and far away? It looks like the Broodmother, he doesn't want to play. Going straight towards a BKB of his own on the Broodmother. How much do you like this after the Echo Saver for Palos?
I mean, it's more stats, it's more damage. There's no doubt about that. It's a great item. Plus, the Pit of Malice is too freaking powerful against these heroes that just want to be running around. So it's kind of a necessity.
Yeah, we're going to see the Aegis going the way of Tomato here as well as Palos. He will be able to get this tier 1 tower. At least, how is he looking net worth-wise? Only going to be about 600 gold or so behind the Terrorblade, so he has been catching up with the space that he's being given. But while this is going on, that you can see that TSM, I was worried about the Execration aggression coming out, but TSM, they've just played this game so fast, utilizing the Fiend's Gates, the Twin Gates, and just making sure they're appearing everywhere on the map.
Yep, if they are together, they cannot get jumped. That's pretty much perfect. That's why the Underlord not only was he a great pick versus the Brood, but he also gives you this global presence.
And what can Execration do maybe to split this one? Is it like the split pushing like this where we're going to see the dive in, the Fiend Gate comes out though. If you have enough time to get the kill, there will be the Brood being taken down at least, as Kasani will get this kill. And then once again, just right back to the Fiend's Gate, it looks like.
Yeah, the idea from Execration right now is split push for at least for the time being until they get their BKBs. So you are dodging fights and you're going as deep into the enemy side of the map with the intent of losing the least amount of heroes that you can. And that's why TSM responded to that one. Usually you would just take the tower, but they're like, okay, no, we need to defend our own as well. They're still not going to be able to do it because Execration is applying the damage. So right now, it's going to be TSM just chasing Execration around the map.
And look at this, you've got Tomato as well as Kasani just pushing up onto Rax on the high ground here. And the Bat Ride is going to be so careful. If there's going to be a jump in, it's seen by the Observer Ward though on Ari. And Ari won't be able to make a move. Maybe they get themselves onto Bryle with the Sleight of Fist. They throw out the Doom, they should be able to get a quick kill onto the Primal Beast, but it just creates space to put a whole lot of aggression onto this tier 3 tower in the top lane. And in fact, it might just fall. It will fall. And now that they're able to go, they're going to be able to drop that Pit of Malice. Bob, do they get enough damage on the kill? They're going to be able to get this lasso now. The drive back coming out to the Underlord, but the Underlord already has that pipe out. No Doom left. He gets hit by the arrow now as well. Can he get himself away? Kasani, he's going to be so slow. He's going to be in slow motion trying to get himself away from this one. But he's just absorbing all the aggression. Even the Sunder Tomato, though, he has that Aegis, throws out the Sunder. He might go down the once. He's keeping Kasani alive. Do they have enough to get this kill? In fact, it might just cost both of them their lives here because Tomato doesn't run himself away. Metamorphosis comes out. He's going to try and do it. He kind of gets Shanks. Shanks takes a whole lot of right-click damage. And Pylos, he pops that BKB. Won't want to have himself in the tree. Tomato, he gets low. Will he be taken down twice? He will. Now the buyback comes out. Underlord, he wants to get himself right back in. Telekinesis locked down onto Palos, but Palos, he has those webs. Can he get himself up onto the high ground? The arrow flies through, connects onto the chamber. Bryle, he's up there on the high ground. He gets the kill onto the Brood, and the Brood, he's dead for 43 seconds.
They really forced this out on the side of TSM. I don't think they needed to, and I don't see why Execration shouldn't fight.
Well, we're going to see why they might not fight here. Bob pops up BKB, still a lot of damage. Tino's going to get pretty darn low to the Primal Beast here. Tino trying to get himself away with that Hurricane coming through from the Wild Wing Ripper stolen spell. Shanks, he gets low. Abing trying to do what he can to help out his teammate, but it looks like they might just lose a lane of racks from this one. You've got the TB coming up in 5 seconds there as well, but no outpost secured on the Dire side, so he's going to do it the old-fashioned way. TPs himself to a tier 2 tower. I'm just going to walk up the lane, and you can see that TSM, they looks like they've decided on another lane to push and might look towards this tier 2 tower in the mid.
When the BKB and the pipe were active on TSM, you could fight. Now when they don't have either of those, they're just gonna die. So Execration, they did lose a Doom for that defense, but they do leave their axes intact still. I think TSM, what they're just trying to do right now is make sure that Execration are not splitting them apart, right? And they committed a little bit more than you would want to with the Terrorblade dying, but in the end, you stopped Execration from going for their shenanigans, and your Terrorblade is still gonna be this big beast as the game goes on.
Yeah, you see that the scan comes out. Palace immediately leaves through that twin gate. Doesn't want to get caught out again because, like you say, the Broodmother, he has caught up a little bit, you know, not too far behind the leader of the pack, which is this Terrorblade. About 1,000 gold behind, and we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Whether he's going to be able to... Do you expect him to put pressure onto this top lane, you know, maybe take this tier 1 tower? Because not a lot of health left here, or does he not want to show on this map?
You want to force TPs to the top, and then you can switch to bottom.
Okay, Moonlight Shadow comes out. Abang's going to go down here, and Ari does get the kill, but the Twin Gate's going to be used. They're going to try and come out. Tino, do they have enough to spot him out? They do. They have the reveal at Tino. He is going to be the second victim, excuse me, as the Batrider's already dead here. Yeah, Tomato. Ooh, they got a pit of Malice. They have that control, and it looks like they might give the kill over to the Terrorblade as well.
The penitence with these TP illusions is just so much damage. It doesn't even need the meta with the amount he's doing.
And Bryle even trying to clean up some spiderlings there. They will get themselves away, but Marana backlines, they have the vision, they have the control, they should have this kill. But maybe not. The leap onto the high ground, though. Maybe the neutral's getting involved here. Shanks with a double leap away. He's even going to be able to use this bullwhip, but the blink forward and Bryle. Bit of trample damage to come out, and he will get it in the end.
Man, I hate it when that happens. The reason why he died there is because his first leap that he tried to use got cancelled out by the pulverize, right? You jump and then he grabs you mid-air, pulls you back in. So then he only had 2 of those to work with, and ultimately it was his demise.
And yeah, so 3k behind, about 11 kills here. Execration. It's looking bleak, but the game's not over. What's the game plan for them? And they're coming through in 25 minutes.
So the thing is, team fights, the way that you need to approach them is that you need to force out TSM to use their BKBs, to use their pipe, and then reset and go again. Because when that is active, you do not have enough damage to fight. Thinking that you're just gonna jump somebody when there's 5 people, you use the Doom and win a fight like that, that's optimistic. So you're gonna be needing Bob, you're gonna be needing the 2 supports to poke, force out some of the things that TSM has, and then go for a smoke again. So it's not easy for Execration to approach fights, but they do have a way to do it.
Okay, well, we're going to see Ari get himself the Tormentor shard as well. Just on a little bit more net worth, and looking at the net worth here, Execration, both of their supports, bottom of the table, and they're going to be about, well, it's 2,000 behind for the Batrider, about 1,000 gold behind for the Marana, and this Chen, he's having a great time. He already got himself the Boots of Burin, got the Solar Crest coming out as well, going towards Mechanism. Chen's having a good time, and Whitemon, he doesn't want this party to end just yet. Bob in the mid lane, though. Hit of Malice, it won't connect. He's going to be able to get that Remnant away, but they might be able to get the jump onto the Batrider. Abing, yeah, smoke reveal comes out, and Batrider, he gets the lasso off, but it shouldn't be enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, he's dead. But you did... no, you didn't force out anything. Underlord still has both of his aura items available, so Execration, they need to run Bob.
Oh, Bob, he gets control. Yeah, the Pulverize coming through. Do we have any way to stop this one? The damage coming through now as well. Sleight of Fist. Just to get himself away to the Remnant. He is going to go for that dive out, and Bob, he might be able to get himself out alive, but with no TPs, he has to do it on foot. He has to hoof it.
One big thing that could come out that actually gives you a chance to jump and doom somebody and kill them is the Nullifier from the Broodmother, right? Because if somebody gets doomed, then there's gonna be a Pipe, a Crimson Guard, a Mech, but if you have a Nullifier to purge those things, then it's gonna be a little bit tougher to keep a hero alive.
Yeah, and Palos, how far away from that? I mean, he doesn't really even have the gold for the Sacred Relic, so still going to be a ways away in terms of this gold, but he will be able to put some pressure onto the tier 3, just a little bit with the catapult and the Spylance comes in. As Bryle, he just immediately cleans these up.
It's not easy for TSM, the way that Execration can split push. That's why they went for that play on the top lane. If, let's say, the melee racks did drop on the top, then we would have been seeing a completely different story, because in this game it really does matter a lot.
Yeah, and Shank's going to be bullied by a Tomato Illusion there as well. Bryle, he might actually see Palos, he is. He's going to be pulverized. Do they have the follow-up to come through? Was that Primal Beast damage as well as the Kasani group up? Do they want to go for this one? It looks like they're just going to let the Spider go.
Yeah, it will be fine. Yeah, imagine if you see a spider and you're stepping on it 10 times and it's not dying. That's hella scary.
I think I'd let it go at that point there as well. Yeah, as I just want any spider that can be stepped on 10 times, I just wouldn't want to mess with.
Flamethrower. Flamethrower is the is the ultimate solution.
Well, we'll see here if he's going to be able to survive again as TSM. They are stepping up to the high ground now. And the damage is just the illusions now as well. The pulverized, they've got the lockdown. They get the kill onto the Batrider.
That's huge. He does have a buyback, but the second he buys back, you know that they might be committing for a fight, so it's gonna be a lot easier.
Yeah, they've got the lockdown. Telekinesis into the pit of Mars here. Bob, he pops up, he gave me the damage.
What?
It was just way too much, and Bob, he just disappears from my screen.
Penitence coming into play. He popped the BKB, but it was still there, and he got absolutely demolished by the illusions. He had a remnant, he had everything, but this is Bob for you. He just sometimes makes these mistakes that you don't expect.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to push through onto another lane of Brax, it looks like. And now the Ember Spirit has that buyback, but does he really want to commit it here? Batrider will be back alive, but by the time he's back up, they're going to have lost 2 lanes or a lane and a half of Rax, it looks like. And yet, Execration, they're just, again, slowly but surely falling even further behind. And Roshan, the second Rosh is up, so TSM, they have another objective on the map that they might just be able to take away from Execration.
Just the perfect timings for TSM, and they're gonna go in again.
Yeah, they want to go. There's going to be the BKB coming out from Primal Beast. Did he go into this Batrider? The Batrider tries to get himself away. The Force Staff comes through, but they still have this kill now. Ooh, Harpoon drive back onto Bryle, but Bryle, he is a big boy. He's even got himself a Reaver. The Doom comes out. Hand of God, going to try and go for the heals. He might be able to get the kill onto Kasani. Kasani, he will go down. Did he go for any more? Tomato Flame Break pushes him further away. Ari trying to roam himself out. Has that Blink Dagger to safety. They might even come back in. You're going to see the Tomato just dropping the reflections now as well. And again, the damage. But do they have enough to get the kill? The Stolen Doom onto the Bruma that they do. Now they might even be able to go into the Batrider. Batrider trying to get himself away. Drops that lasso. Tomato, though, he gets that Sunder off. He's going to be able to survive through this one. They get the kill onto the Doom. And it looks like the damage is stacking up for TSM. They might be able to clean up in this fight. But Tomato's going to be careful now as well. Again, no Aegis. They didn't go for the Roche just yet. And they do get the kill on the Batrider. But they're going to lose 3. Is it going to be 4 here? A Beng trying to get himself away with the Glimmer Cape in those trees, but it looks like they want to go for this Mirana. Shanks trying to run himself out of it. Doesn't matter. Can't get himself away from the grip of the Rubik into the kill of Bryle. They've lost 4.
I have to say, Execration, despite losing these fights, they're playing them actually quite well. You get the Doom onto the Underlord, so he's not going to be getting any of his aura items off. You are dancing around the fight quite nicely, kiting the Terrorblade, playing when he doesn't have the Metamorphosis. You know that you have to fight, because if they have all of their spells, they're around the road, they have the wards there, then you know that in that kind of a scenario you will lose. So that's why I was kind of surprised that TSM went for this play. They just wanted to put the nail in the coffin rather than, okay, let's just play it safe, because everything was set up for them. You go for Roche, you go for the lane, for the last lane, and the game is just over. But they wanted a little bit more, and it gave the opportunity for Execration, again, a little bit too weak to make anything happen, anything significant happen at least.
Well, they are going to be able to get themselves into the Roche pit now. Rubik has himself the lasso, so he stole the Doom in the last fight, was able to turn it around onto the Broodmother, and now he has a lasso to come through, so that blink into the lasso telekinesis is a whole load of control to come out for Ari. And you can see that, yeah, they're going to be able to get this Roshan uncontested, it seems like here, because Execration not too fussed about grouping up and trying to contest into this take.
I mean, he's stealing spells left and right. He stole the Doom in the previous fight. Now he got the lasso. It's not gonna be easy. Plus, he has a Lotus Orb, so him jumping in using the lasso on somebody, it's gonna be very hard to respond to it.
And how do Execration, is it just last chance for them, you know, last stand coming up for Execration in this game?
You would want to fight to get around the tier 2 so that at least the TSM expends something in that fight. Because if you just wait on the high ground, you will lose that initial fight and potentially the Raxes before you even buy back and fight.
Well, they're going to rub the salt in the wounds here on the side of TSM. They take away the dire torment to get that shard onto Whitemon. So both supports have the shards, and we'll see just if they want to make a dive. The Moonlight Shadow is up. TSM, do they have the vision? Do they even want to go onto this one? They might be waiting for a dive and a reveal. Oh, arrow's going to fly through. It splits the wickets, though, between the heroes. And it looks like Tomato, he's not lost his patience, but, you know, he wants to be putting that aggression on. He wants to be keeping the lanes pushed to at least this tier 2 tower, it seems.
They can't touch him. He has a Butterfly and the Satanic. He just doesn't die, especially with the Aegis. And I'm liking the way the TSM are positioning themselves. They're waiting for the mid and the top lane to push in, and then it's just going to be easy to take everything.
Yeah, it puts the Execration on a clock here. You know, you can play around this tier 2 tower if you want, and you'll take as long as you want, but you will be losing your base as the other two lanes push in. And now they're going to be able to get the Pulverize onto the Bruno. Do they get the kill? Palos, he's got that BKB going now as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Palos, he's getting pretty darn low. Tomato gets that one, and now the lasso, the solo lasso into the Emissary. They've got the lockdown, they've got the kill, they've got 2 cores down, they've got the GG.
And when I met you, I was like, okay, British people can't play Dota, but Ari is a god. He steals the Doom. He now saves Bryle with the lift up, takes him over the cliff so he doesn't die to the Doom, and he also lassos the Ember Spirit and they get the kill. So he's really putting in the work here.
Yeah, British people, it's like the Lich King. There's always one. You know, it was Ari, before that it was Tana, before that it was Biza, before that was Rhyme. So we always have one pro player in there. There always has to be a Lich King on the ice throne.
Yeah, and I mean, you have a really strong one right now because Ari, he's performing really well. Did everything right in this game. He positioned well. He played the laning phase the way that he should have. Didn't lose his positioning maybe once in this game, but it tends to happen when there's some other things happening on the map. So all in all, TSM a very clean play.
Yeah, 34-14 at 32 minutes. Like I say, TSM just really looking good. Bryle on the Primal Beast, you know, we saw him suffer in the lane, but in the end, he was able to get himself right back in there. 12, 2, and 14 for the Primal Beast. And Execration, they just never really got themselves going after Bob lost his early momentum.
Yeah, it was tough, right? Because Bob was the only one that was having a good time, and they were trying to force things around the mid lane. The thing is, the TSM understood that they have more to play with. Their push is faster, especially with the Broodmother being weak as she is. They applied pressure as much as they could to the top lane, and then in the end, I mean, it was just impossible to play because Execration, they had to break their tactic of fighting around the mid lane, and when you have to do that first, being behind, it is gonna be making a lot of the other things that you want to do around the map difficult.
Yeah, and now it means that Execration, they can only pull a draw out. It's a 2-game series, not a best of 3. So their options are the 2-0 for TSM or the 1-1, and Execration looking to pull it back in the second game. But before that, we are going to take a quick break, and then we're back with the second game to see how this best of 2-game series is going to fall. We'll see you after the break.
Tower is under attack.
Another put down.
Dire's top tower is falling. are under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks is fortified. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Welcome back in to TSM versus Execration, and we saw in that first game TSM just put on a bit of a masterclass there. After Bob got aggressive early on, they just weren't able to keep with that momentum, and Execration ended up falling behind. So Harry, in this second game, what do you want to see for them to be able to pull out at least a draw here?
I think that the approach they took in terms of how they drafted is the type of Dota that Execration want to play. I would just argue that you want to be focusing a little bit more on the laning phase, because if you lose the lanes, then nobody really takes you seriously when you're trying to poke and when you're trying to force out reactions so that you can play more aggressively on the map. So I think put a little bit more emphasis on winning the lanes, and then it is gonna be a little bit easier for you to play that type of Dota that they did try. You could say that they were somewhat successful, but that early lead that TSM got was just, they just held on to it for the entirety of the game, and then once the timing came, you just lost the game.
Do you think that they need to save the Broodmother as a pocket pick as well? Is it no longer a race to pick that hero up?
That's a tough question. I think you need a lot more time to actually see it, but with that being said, with me or anybody else needing more time to see how it's actually working out, then it means that you maybe just put it on the side, and unless it's oh, that's a great brood pick, you just keep it there because you're not sure of the strengths of the hero, and it will cost you in the laning phase, which it did in the previous game.
Yeah, I think we saw that. I mean, you talked about the Bat Rider being nerfed as a support as well, and it just felt like that lane, once the first domino fell for the Rubik and the Underlord, there was no stopping the rest of the dominoes from running away. And Execration, Palos was able to catch himself up a little bit later on in the game, get himself close to Tomato, but it just seemed like, I mean, the Broodmothers, you want them, or at least in my eyes, you want them to be having that early aggressive impact, and it just didn't seem like the Brood Palos was ever able to get going like that.
No, the thing with the Brood is you need to control the map, right? You need to be scary to the enemy supports. If they're just running into your jungle without a carry in the world, and you actually have to bring multiple heroes to do anything about it, then your Brood pick in general has not worked out, because you're not going to be getting as much farm as you want, and you are not going to be stopping the farm of your enemies that much.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to see here if Execration, if they go for something similar, as we see the Timbersaw being banned out. I mean, the Timbersaw did get a nerf in that last patch, but do you think it was enough? Because it seems like, at least here in this series, that Execration don't want this hero to be picked up still.
I mean, it was definitely a nerf. Some of the numbers were taken down, but do I think it really impacts the hero that much? I think it impacts the offlane Timber a little bit more than the mid lane Timber, who in my eyes is going to be just as problematic.
Okay, well, we're going to see the Undying ban out. This time the Chen gets taken away, so TSM won't have that on Whitemon to be able to play around. And we'll see where they want to go with their bans. If they do want to be stepping up onto what, what we've seen in the past, like the Medusas coming out as the bans, those bans onto... Was there anything specific? Maybe they ban out the Broodmother themselves and don't want to see it in this game.
I don't think so. Maybe a Beastmaster ban could be something you want to take out. That's something that both teams would like to play. And Execration does have the first pick again, so they could pick it up. But on the other hand, Primal Beast I think is the most contested one.
Well, they do ban out the Brood.
Yep.
As TSM is just like, okay, it didn't go too well for you in the first game, but they don't want that spider in the second game. They've chased it off, and they want to keep it out of the game here. So Execration, like you say, there is that opening for the Beastmaster if they want to go for that. Talking about heroes that have fallen off, they're going to go for the Ench. Okay, I was thinking about this one because the Ench did get a little bit of an early game nerf coming through, but TSM straight in for the Iolash combination here, which I think we're going to be seeing more and more coming through as we get through Riyadh towards TI.
Yep, it's something that was coming out from time to time in Bali Major. Now it's gonna become staple, especially for teams that do play the Wisp, that know how to utilize it. DSM in the previous game, they already showed us that they know how to utilize these global heroes properly. So I see no reason not to go for it. And the Enchantress pick is probably something that they looked at, and do we really want a Primal Beast? Do we really want a Beastmaster? Nah, let's just go with something else here. Terrorblade does come out, and out of the Illusion heroes, Terrorblade is probably the best one when it comes to dealing with the Lesh.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I mean, you have Naga, that's a no-no. You have a PL, that's a no-no. The reason is because the Terrorblade is ranged, and he is his illusions are not close to each other, so the Lash cannot really run in and kill all of them.
Okay. Yeah, no, I suppose, but I'm just thinking like illusion heroes in general don't really feel good against the Lash.
True, but out of the illusion heroes, right? The big three, you can put the CK in there as well, but the big three, the Terrorblade, PL, Naga, I'd say that I'd much rather play the TB versus the Lash than the other two.
Do you think those are going to be the heroes, the carries that we see the most of during Riyadh? Like you said, the Terrorblade, the Naga, the Phantom Lancer, are they kind of on paper the strongest carries to come out in the game at the minute, with the nerfs to Medusa as well as Morphling?
I think so. They were already strong, but the Medusa and the Morphling were pretty much stronger than them, but I think Drow, Luna, those kind of ranged heroes might be making a comeback. I'm curious to see throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I am kind of hoping that it evolves a little bit more. I would love for Luna to be back on top because it's just one of those heroes that I love to play, in my pub. So selfishly, I want that Luna back on top. But looking at the drafts, we see the Primal Beast being banned out. They're going to be taking away the Puck as well. Lion, Darkseer, as well as the Naga Siren, Ember Spirit being removed from TSM. They go for the Bat Rider themselves.
Yep, another bat. I'm guessing we're gonna be seeing a support bat again, which is good versus both the Enchantress and the Terrorblade, because I would assume that though this could be a carry Lash. It's not out of the question, but I'm pretty sure that Bryle should be the one that takes it.
Yeah, I would have thought it would have been the mid. What? Execration. Okay, they go for the Visage and some push potential. Not really a hero that you see all too often. And we've already got the Terrorblade, so it's not going to be that pause 1 Visage. So are you looking at this one to be the off lane, maybe with the Enchantress in the lane?
Could be Enchantress with the Terrorblade, because the Terrorblade does lane pretty well with her, and he does need a lot of protection, which she does contribute to. The reason for the Visage is because he's an aura builder. Tino does play this hero quite a lot. You get a pipe early. In this game, pipe is a godly item, so they just wanted something that's comfortable for them, that contributes to the push of the Terrorblade, and that can build into auras, and Visage is something that ticks all of those boxes.
Okay. And we'll see what Execration want to follow up with. I was thinking with the Terrorblade, maybe something like the Clockwork or the Spirit Breaker. Actually surprised that the Spirit Breaker seems to have dropped off in popularity a little bit. And I know we're all in the very first series of Riyadh, but even before that, seeing pro games, it just seems like the Spirit Breaker not as popular coming into the current meta.
A lot of things are there to stop his charge. The hero is super strong, but he got slightly nerfed. He's not as strong as before. And Batriders, Underlords, these types of heroes are being played. Plus, one of the biggest things, I think, Nullifier is one of the best items in the game, which completely destroys him. And we are seeing more and more Yules being picked up by the support. So I think people, first of all, learned how to play versus it, but also he got some solid nerfs, I'd say, and all of that is definitely going to contribute to him falling in popularity.
Okay, well, we're going to see TSM, they go right back for the Unlord in the lane. The Snapfire coming up from Execration as well. Are you expecting this to be the mid lane snap?
It is something that is popular in Southeast Asia, but if I personally would like to see Bob on a mobile hero, right? So that's what he thrives at. So I'm not sure that I'm a big fan of the snap.
Okay. Any hero in mind? Because more than likely it is going to be the Lash that they're coming up against in the lane here, Execration for the mid lane. So is there a specific hero you like against the Lash that has that mobility built in?
A lot of the heroes that do have the mobility built in, like the Storm, the Puck. Maybe a Puck would be cool for Execration, because you do have damage from the Visage and the Snapfire.
It would be nice.
Yeah,
if it wasn't the third ban. Yeah. So Storm, I guess, is the option that you're left with.
Playing a Storm versus the Underlord, I would.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad Storm game in terms of catching the IO in the backlines. That would be quite nice.
Yeah, that is another thing as well. They don't really have any backline jump. Like you say, that IO, it feels like he's going to have free reign. Maybe if the Ench goes, even as a support, goes straight for that Dragonlance, you get the Visage Familiars to go around the back as well. But it just feels like at the minute, there's not a lot of dive potential on the side of Execration to really stop the IO from being able to provide that regen.
They do ban out the PL, so they are thinking this is a Lash in the mid lane, which I think is the right thing to assume. Illusion-based heroes would be good for TSM, but Execration did ban out the other two remaining, the Naga Siren and the PL. I still think the Morphling would be nice, but the hero is just not something that people would want to pick up.
No, he was. I mean, that Ag Scepter was completely gutted. And
what about a Bristleback. Imagine IO Bristleback. Visage is the hero that hates it. In general, Enchantress, Visage, Snapfire, not super high in armor. Terrorblade is, but you already have the Underlord, Batrider, and the Lesh to deal with. Boy, this would be such a good Bristleback game, but I haven't seen that hero in ages.
Yeah, I can't even tell you the last time I even thought of considering, like, thought teams would consider it in the draft. That would be a big throwback here. You know, maybe TSM, like say it's the group stages, the one game up, maybe they can play around and try and draft something like that. So we'll see what they want to go for here. Execration got themselves 15 seconds left on this reserve time. So we'll see who they are going to be sticking Bob on here. It's going to be Queen of Pain, mobility, damage, burst, backline dive.
Yep. Ticks all the boxes. You have pure damage as well, so you're not going to be in any kind of trouble there. Lesh doesn't lane too great versus you. You're quite annoying, and you do need a lot of burst damage when you're playing versus an IO, which is something I like here.
Do you think that the Queen of Pain, is it still the same? You know, you maybe get that Karasanj going, just rush straight into the Ag Scepter?
Yep. That's still the case. That's something that you want to do. The Axe Scepter is the biggest damage item that you can go for, and it does allow you to poke, right? Execration, they did have to poke with the Emperor last time, but it wasn't enough. The Aghanim Scepter with the Queen of Pain might be enough, you know, to force out those pipes, to force out those defensive items, and then strike when the time does come.
Okay, and we'll see what TSM want to be picking up as a last hero. Like you say, is it going to be that carry that they've got left, or do they want to swing the Lesh into that safe lane and maybe pick something up a little bit different here in the mid lane up against the Queen of Pain? Got themselves 53 seconds to think about it. You were talking about the illusion carries; they've all been banned out. I guess CK is still there if you wanted to go for that. But is there anything else to stand?
Let's
Bristle,
go,
just the Bristle.
I'm loving it, and considering that Tomato is the captain of the team, right? So. You know, he could pick it up for himself, right? Like, I want to play this, bam.
Okay, well, 30 seconds to think about it. It's gonna be a faceless.
I mean, it makes more sense. You do a lot of damage inside of the Chronosphere. You are very good versus the Visage because you can dodge the or revert back the damage coming out from the Soul Assumption, and you will have the extra attack speed coming out from the IO, which is something that the hero does thrive on quite a lot, even in the laning stage. So the hero does make a lot of sense. And when you look at Execration, Visage, Snapfire, Queen of Pain, spell spammers, time dilation, very strong spell, and that is kind of the spell that I look at when I'm thinking, is this a good Faceless Void game? And it definitely is.
Yeah, and so looking at the lineups, are you still favoring TSM coming into the second game, or do you think Execration, they have a little bit more of a better draft coming into this one? Do you think they have a chance?
I would say that this game for TSM, if it goes later on, they're gonna have a pretty easy time. The way that Execration need to play this one is do well in the lanes, get the auras, and get together with Terrorblade having like 1 or 2 items. If you allow this game to slow down, kind of the same thing as before, and the Faceless Void gets strong, without any saves in the Chrono for your Queen of Pain, you are destined to lose every single fight.
Do they have the ability to slow the game down, TSM? You know, because we've got the Lash that can push the lanes, the Barra that can get the jumps. So, how much can they slow this down?
They can slow it down quite a lot, and in the same way as the previous one with the Aggression, right? I have the Chrono, I use it, I kill a hero. I have the relocate, I use it, I kill a hero. I have a Fiend's Gate, I use it, I kill a hero. And you just go like that, you force out TPs, you make sure that Execration can't play their own game, and you're fine. And looking at the lanes, it should still be okay for TSM. Faceless Void is going to do okay. The Underlord and the Batrider are still going to be super annoying to the enemies. And then mid, you survive, you do well, you get your basic items, and you just start going around the map and farming, flash farming with the Wisp. That's about it. It's on Execration once again to make things happen.
Okay, well, we'll see if Execration are they going to be able to pull it out of the bag here in this second game, because again, it is a 2-game series. There is no third game. They need to draw this one to get themselves a positive result in their first series. We'll see how it's going to go in game number 2 between TSM and Execration. And yeah, TSM, they want to start this one with a win. They want to be getting themselves their first 2-0 on the board. So we'll see as we get ourselves into the game how well they're going to be able to play this one. And just because, I mean, every other event group stage, we usually see a lot of 1-1s coming out. We'll see if TSM, if they're going to be able to break this mold, starting off with their first series.
And this IO cosmetic, when you actually use the tether, it's much harder to see than the normal one. So that's kind of annoying. Overall, we are coming back onto the cameras because the viewers have asked for our beautiful faces. They're like, we don't want to watch Dota, we just want to watch these two beautiful gentlemen.
Yeah, that's obviously, you know, the demand that we're seeing in chat, as we should be able to get ourselves back into the game. So it looks like we should be good to go here. And both teams, they are squaring up to each other in the mid lane, but neither team making a move here. No smoke rotations, nothing like that. And it looks like... Are they just going to play away from each other? It looks like they're just going to play away. Palos, though, he's getting fairly far forward. He's getting brave. Does he really want to go up that cliff, though?
I was gonna catch him, right? Maybe flame break into a stun, but even then, the question is, will you have enough damage to do anything to him?
Well, we'll find out. Shanks is going to be the one that takes the punishment there. Like you said, the flame break came out. You had a little bit of damage coming through, the slowdown from the lightning storm on that Lesh, but it looks like... Snapfire, he's going to be able to shrug it off. He's going to be fine. Gets himself out here, Shanks, and that's a whole lot of branches.
I feel like this bottom lane is very, very important for Execration, right? Because usually versus the Wisp, you want to have some burst damage in the lane, because when you're going for a kill, you're going 100% for it, right? And you need to get that early advantage, do well on the Visage. If you don't, you're probably going to be late on those aura items.
Yeah, just looking at the mid lane here, Bryle's going to be taking a lot of harass, but putting it right back onto Bob as well. So just keep an eye on that lane. We'll see if there's going to be any early aggression to come out, any early kills as Abeng running himself away from Ari. Ari did start with that flame break to come out at level 1. The Batrider, build-wise, are you expecting any early points to the sticky napalm, or is it just going to be flame break into that firefly?
No. The sticky napalm on a support bat is something that you never want to see nowadays. The hero was just changed way too much. You can see that people aren't even buying sticks versus the Batrider any longer.
Yeah, not too scared of that. As Abeng, though, going to be taking some harass coming out from an Abeng level 1. Actually went for the Nature of the Tenants right off the bat, so no impetus to be flying out on Kasane. He's going to be chuffed with that because it's a little bit less harass that they can put out onto him in this lane.
It's the same idea for TSM. They might have a different support, but it's the same type of lane. You just want it to go slowly. The thing is that Execration this time around, they don't mind the lane being slow, so it's kind of gonna be a farm fest here between the two teams.
Yeah, meanwhile in the bottom lane we can see that Tomato, he's just trying to find his farm up against his Visage. Some harass coming out as well from the Snapfire, starting off with the Scatter Blast into the Cookie. And we'll see if he's going to be able to get on top of Whitemon, because he's really the target that you need to deal with here. Mid lane, Bob having to use these bottle charges now, going to be down 2-0, taking a lot of damage from the lineup, but at least now the Lash, he's going to be out of mana. And Bob, we'll see if he's going to be able to get some momentum in this lane like he did in the last game, or if this time it's going to be Bryle running over him and putting out all this aggression onto the Queen of Pain. Though top lane, they're going to try and go Firefly coming out. Did they get the kill onto the Terrorblade? Terrorblade trying to get himself away. Palos, it's not enough damage to get the kill.
You can see that TSM weren't even expecting this to happen. If they had, they would have had blood grenades, and that would be one dead Terrorblade. But they're like, no, this is going to be a farm lane. We don't need no blood grenades. And, I mean, it will cost them a kill. Or will it?
How do you feel? Oh, it won't. Kasane still picks it up, and Kasane gets himself on the board. Quick pause for the mic check. How do you feel about them? Do you think they're in a good place, or do you think they're going to get changed a little bit?
I love the item. You can maybe change some numbers, but I don't see why. I think it's a great addition to the game, and it does... It can annoy you quite a lot in terms of, okay, now I'm gonna escape. No, you're not. I have this item that will just slow you down and will just enough damage for you to die.
Okay, well, speaking about dying here, Ari, did he have just enough damage to get the kill onto the Batrider? Batrider trying to get himself away from this one. You've got the damage coming through from the Terrorblade. He will be able to pick it up with a reflection into that Metamorphosis, and Palos going to be taking a lot of aggression from the Underlord to pay for the kill. But underneath the tier 1 tower here, Kasane again taking the right clicks from the Metamorphosis. Abeng, level 2, already used that enchant to get the kill onto the Batrider. And it looks like Kasane going to be able to move himself back. Got that Ring of Health, going towards the Vanguard. And he should be okay in this lane now, the Underlord, for the most part.
The Bat knew he was dead, and he knew that Palos just TP to the lane. So now he's in a lot of trouble. There's the blood grenade.
They're going to be able to get him, yeah, doing a lot of damage here to the Terrorblade, and that Metamorphosis, it will work out now. So he has to come up in right-click range, and Underlord just going to be able to put a lot of harass onto the Palos anytime he comes forward.
The thing is, your kill potential comes out from Palos overstepping rather than you going for the kill, because there's always going to be a reflection in the enchant. Without the Firefly going over the Terrorblade, he's going to be fine.
You see in the mid lane now as well. We're going to see the D-wards coming out. No, it doesn't connect. Abeng isn't going to be able to get that sentry, so the block is still there on that camp. And now the Ench might have to use another one. He will commit another sentry there just to be able to clean up that camp. Bob in the mid lane did get himself the water rune, so it looks like they're going to be playing safer, both heroes, because the aggression's coming out from either side. You know, both damage builders are building up into go. They might be able to go Queen of Pain. Doesn't actually have a point in the blink. So just going 2-0-2 here on Bob.
That was one of those moments, Rob. I know you felt like you were the one playing Dota and you just got stunned, and it got you startled a little bit, but overall he's going to be fine.
Yeah, just a little bit worried here for Bob with no blink. If he does get caught out in another split earth into the lightning, in fact, it might just be another lightning bolt that gets a kill though, Lesh. He doesn't actually have the mana to throw it out, so Bob has to play away, has some regen coming through from the Shadow Strike as well. Now we'll go for that 1 point in the blink.
Oh, he's gonna go in.
He's aggressive. Does he get the kill here? Bryle underneath the tower. Bob, he might go down to the tower shots. The fire. Is it going to be enough to get the kill? It will be, but he might go down to the tower. And yeah, the Fairy Fire, just enough to extend his life, and Bob will be able to get the kill on Bryle before Bryle turns it right back with the help of the tower onto the Queen of Pain.
Bob is the best player in the world. I really like that play because he knew that he had the raindrops and the enemy didn't. That's why he went for it, ultimately getting the kill.
Top lane though, Firefly comes out. Firestorm not going to be able to get the kill onto the Terrorblade. Terrorblade 60 health left on the big man here. And we'll see underneath the tier 1 tower, he's got that South to come through from Abeng as well. So he's going to get some regen. And it's, again, 670 health, so it's not the, you know, the biggest amount to regen out here. But does he really want to step up? Because he's only on half health. Now the Metamorphosis comes out. Shanks, even with the TP, they're going to be able to get the kill onto Kasane. Kasane, he just commits. He knows he can't get himself away from that one. If he tried, the cookie would fly through. And yeah, no way out there for the Underlords.
Yeah, he will be taken down. The thing is, right now, I would want them to rotate to the mid lane. Actually, with the Queen of Pain being level 6, this Slash is...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't want to say an easy kill, but it is a kill that you can definitely get.
Yeah, they might try for it. I mean, Kasane's going to TP back up. They see the stacks coming through from the Batrider in the jungle as well. And Abeng's already started with that on the Tomato, trying to take down these Acorns here. Ari will see him, has that Firefly available, but Abeng just going to be able to go straight for that TP out. The damage shouldn't be enough. And yeah, Ench will be able to get out alive. No roast venison for now.
I mean, you could see that the... Wisp just went over to Bryle. He's like, okay, Queen of Pain is level 6. It's time to protect my Lesh and to make sure that he's farming super well. There were some stacks, and Bryle is going to be getting them on his way to the bottom lane.
Yeah, and they're going to try and make a move over here. Tino, does he come far enough that there might be a split earth? He might try and go. Yeah, lightning slowed down. Time dilation is going to be used now as well. They get the chase down, and Tino taking a lot of damage from this. Tino not going to be able to get himself away from this one, and Shanks doesn't even need to try and help his off lane. I might be walking into it though. We've got 3 heroes. Bob rotates down, like say level 6, but no points into the Sonic Wave, 3 into the stream, and TSM just backed themselves away.
He does have a point saved up, but he understood there that he couldn't do much. This is the power of the Wisp, right? You're coming in with the Queen of Pain and you feel like there is a hero that is half HP, but no, there's a Wisp right next to him. He has a healing Lotus. There's no way in hell that you're getting that kill.
Yeah, and Bob just going to go right back in towards the mid lane though. They do leave the Lesh on the bottom lane. Do they want to go for another one? Shanks stepping up, but it looks like they're not going to get aggressive on that.
Oh, the game is going really well for TSM. Even with that move from Bob, that he got the extra experience over the Lesh, the stacks just accelerated Bryle way too much, and this is just perfect for TSM. They don't have to do anything out of the ordinary right now. Just use the Wisp with the Lesh. Once you have the Chrono, every single Chrono for whatever kill around the map, and just dangle the Underlord aggressively because he's almost unkillable. And it's so easy to play that game right now, and Execration, they know that this Underlord has to die.
Well, you say almost unkillable, but Pelo's baiting him in and gets that Sunder off. Kasane, 3 heroes, Shanks and TP up. Can they get the kill onto Kasane before he gets anything out of this one? And it looks like the Batrider just TPs himself out. Bob rotates as well. Great bait from Palos, just playing low. Oh no, what am I going to do? I have such low health. And then bam, Sunder comes out. All of a sudden, Kasane's dead.
Yep, TSM thought we have this hero that nobody wants to go for, but the thing is, sometimes you go overly aggressive with those types of heroes because you think that you cannot die, or at least that the enemies are not gonna see it as a worthy rotation. But that was the only one they had, so it was pretty obvious that Kasane is gonna be the one target that they go for.
Yeah, and now he's gone down a couple of times already here on the Underlord, so he's not the unkillable menace that we saw in the last game. Going towards the mana boots, how much do you want to be focusing on this hero if you are Execration compared to maybe pushing out the other lanes?
If he is overly aggressive in the top lane, you need to kill him every single time. Because if Kasane is close to your tower and you're not doing anything about it, it's way too much info for TSM to play with. And, well, you don't want them to be farming everything they want, which is exactly what Bryle is doing right now.
Well, speaking about farming, we're going to see Abeng. Does he get himself away from this one as Bryle was able to take away the stacks in the jungle? Getting a little bit of revenge because Abeng did the same on the other side of the map, but Bryle, does he get himself away? The Flame Break's going to try and go for the pushback. You have those familiars. Really good relocate out here. Does he come back in, or is it just going to be the Wisp coming in solo?
The Faceless Void is coming over. They saw him on a ward, so Execration, I'd say they need to run.
Yeah, Tomato, he gets that time walk out. And they might actually go. They're going to be able to get the split off onto Bob and Quid of Pain. They don't have the lockdown to follow up, but Abeng, he will be the one to fall now. And they do get the kill onto the Enchantress. Shanks trying to run himself away. Do they have enough to get the catch up? Looks like Shanks will be able to get himself out safe.
Tomato doesn't want to go for the Midas, which is kind of the staple build-up right now for the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
And Kasane, again, the same play. They're going for him.
They're going to be able to get the rotation coming through now. Yeah, he is going to be left alone. They know there's no relocate out now. Kasane, he's going to go down. No Fiend's Gate to get him out safe. And Bob was able to pick up a nice kill on the Underlord.
That's a cool play there. The Terrorblade was just standing there like food, waiting for the cookie to come out to get the kill.
Meanwhile, mid lane, there is going to be 3 heroes onto the edge. The lasso is going to be committed now as well. Did they get the kill onto Abeng? Abeng trying to do what he can with the Nature's Attendants. They will still go down here. And it might even be... Did he have enough? Was that creep wave to come in behind? As it's going to be, no, the edge. Using one of the ranged creeps to pull that creep around. So they won't be able to put full aggression onto this tier 1 tower. They might still be able to get the kill by sharing the tower aggression, keeping this siege creep here. And they will be able to get the tower. Now they might even be able to get the kill onto Shanks. Shanks slowed down. Cookie comes out. Flame Break pushing him back. And Bryle, he just wants to carry on running. The Blood Grenade comes through. Bryle gets himself a tower and then gets himself a kill. Really good sharing of that aggression from the tier 1 tower.
You can't punish them. You just can't punish them. They're way too strong, and they're gonna go for a smoke immediately. Tomato is just not that easy of a target, if a target at all.
No, and you can see the Terrorblade even rotates in behind now. They're going to try and come in. The TP comes out from Bryle. He's in this smoke. They're looking for this. They might be able to get Tomato's going to get low. The Fiend's Gate comes out as well, and Tino has to run himself away the opposite way with a split earth. Did he have the damage with the lightning bolt? Yeah, Tino's going to go down. Really nice kill. Oh, EC Palos. But do they want to commit for this one? Did he go for the time walk up the cliff? Maybe. No Chronosphere though. They see him. They know where he is. They know he wasn't able to get himself out in time for the Twin Gate, excuse me. And yeah, Palos trying to run himself away, but one more time walk forward in 2 seconds. Should be able to get the slowdown. Pops that reflection, but the time walk comes forward once again. Body blocks onto Palos. Palos shouldn't be able to get himself across the bridge to safety. He is going to go down on Kasane. He gets some revenge. They're going down 3 times already in this game. He might not even be done yet. They get the lasso. They get the drag back on Shanks, and Shanks, he should be straight up dead.
Yeah, Palos ran towards the bridge there thinking he was gonna be cosplaying 300, right? So if it's a choke point, I'm gonna do well. Doesn't work that way in Dota though, so he will be taken down. This is just looking way too easy for TSM. Execration, they don't even have that like pipe on the Visage. They don't have any auras. They cannot fight. They can only run away from TSM, and while TSM is running at you, you're gonna be forced to use those DPs, and it's just gonna be one disaster after another. So I'm just looking at them right now. I'm looking at Bob and thinking, this Queen of Pain, she needs kills. It has to be the Queen of Pain and the Visage playing together, because if it's not those two, you just will not have the damage.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That the Chronosphere wasn't even committed there, so even if they do try and make a move, if the Faceless Void is involved, TSM can turn the tides and get aggressive again. It looks like they're going to try and make a move towards this tier 1 tower with Tomato TPing up. And yeah, really, they still can't go on this Faceless. This Faceless is pretty strong at the minute with the 4 points in the Time Walk. Got that Chronosphere here as well if he needs it. What can you do against the lineup of TSM that, again, looks like they're shifting the aggression back in their favor?
Oh boy, this is, you know, in the previous game I had an answer. Here, okay, so you have the Terrorblade, so you can push out waves with not much commitment.
Yeah.
But that's about it, and DSM does have ways to deal with your illusions, so I like what Execration are doing right now, but I don't know what the end game is. I guess apply pressure as much as you can with these sideway pushes, familiars, illusions, enchanters, creeps, and hope that TSM are gonna be making a misstep. The problem is you have the Fiend's Gate, you have the Relocate, so those missteps, they are really hard to make.
Yeah, we're going to see if they're going to be able to get... I mean, Bob, he's across the river as well. 3 heroes. They might be able to find the edge. I think, yeah, Split Earth comes out, and they're not even going to be able to set up for a kill onto Bob. And Bob, he's going to be careful here. No gap close up from the Batrider. Went for the drums. Bob, they have that last up. He's going to be able to get the blink away here. So Bob will be safely back across the river, but it will cost them the edge just to get Bob out safe. That early warning system, yeah, I suppose it's only a support that you're giving up, but are you really happy with that?
It's the only thing you can do. It's the only play. They're doing the best in a catastrophic situation on Execration. It's not ideal. It's not ideal, but it's something that you're gonna have to live with.
Yeah, drums gets popped. They want to close this gap with the Bob, but Bob, he has that blink back up. Will be able to get himself out to safety. And the Batrider, I mean, it is level 4 on the blink, so it's every 6 seconds, so he will be able to get himself in the trees. But again, Bob, he wants to be getting aggressive. He wants to be one of the ones running at heroes, not the one running away. Tomato sees him. Twin Gate is going to be able to get the blink away. So maybe right into the waiting arms of Ari. And Ari not going to be able to catch up for this last one just yet. It doesn't look like Bob. He turns himself back into this one, but his teammates aren't going to be there. The relocate comes out. It does get the Lash as well as the IO out here. But the group up as 4. Are they going to be able to get the damage out and get this kill onto Kasane?
Kasane's alone.
Well, you say that, but there is a Twin Gate and Ari. He's waiting to spring this trap. Or maybe he's going to be left alone. Okay. Kasane. Flame Break comes out, really nice pit of Master as well. Where's the rotation coming through? You can see that the face is void. He wants to come through. The Fiend's Gate is even going to be dropped now as well. Tomato, though, he's looking for that Chronosphere. Who's going to be able to go on to get the catch out? Time dilation gets used. They get the kill onto Kasane, the last one. They got the lockdown. Tomato, he might be able to set up. They do. They get the kill onto Palos. And now he still holds that Chronosphere onto Abank. Abank trying to run himself away from this one. It's going to be 2 for the price of 1 here. TSM, once again, taking a really good fight. They break that 10-kill barrier. And they get themselves onto 12-6. And Execration, they just don't seem to be able to group up right for these team fights.
You see, well, I mean, man, I'm impressed what Execration managed to do. They forced out the relocate, they didn't lose any heroes. Everything was going well for them. But the thing is, then there's the Fiend's Gate, and now the Queen of Pain being caught with the Yules, he's very dead.
He is straight up dead, yeah. And Trial, he's going to be able to get himself another one against Bob. And again, Execration just not dealing it. We thought they were the aggressive ones coming into this one, but TSM, they've got these timings in their head, and they're just hitting every marker, it seems like.
They needed a better time on the Visage. Even though he's not having a bad time, Solar Crest drums, it doesn't allow you to fight. It's the pipe that changes the game for you, and I think it's coming out a little bit too late. The second when you have that pipe is gonna be the time when the Faceless Void already does a lot of damage in the Chrono on his own.
Yeah, you can see that he's got the, I think the Maelstrom's actually complete and flying out on the Courier.
It's coming.
Kasane?
That's gonna be so much damage once he has the full Mjolnir.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, and he's going straight for that, it looks like, as well. So, going for that old school build here with the Massive Madness into the Maelstrom, and just trying to put out as much damage as he can inside that Chronosphere.
Good thing for Execration is that Kasane is not having a good game, so he doesn't have that much in terms of auras, and that's definitely gonna help. Oh, that illusion got lassoed, it got absolutely demolished.
Well, they should still be able to get the fill. Yeah, the Fiend's Gate into the Pit of Malice here from Kasane, and once again, Palos, it just seems like there's nowhere safe for this Terrorblade to farm.
Yeah, I think Ari did that on purpose, just to showcase that we don't even need our ultis for you. That's how weak you currently are, and this mobility around the map for TSM, it's a problem. Because even if they miss on the relocate, the Lash is so damn fast with the Yules and the Wisp that you just cannot outrun him.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. The Terrorblade, he's going to be second in terms of net worth. Faceless Void a little bit behind. They're setting up. Did they get the kill split Earth? He got the timing. They should be able to. I know Bob's going to be able to get the blink. Yeah, again. No lasso, of course. So he didn't have that follow-up lockdown onto Bob. He celebrates, but I don't know how happy he can really be with that, because it just seems like every time Execration show in a lane, they just get pulled apart by the side of TSM.
Yep, it is very easy for TSM to play this game right now. If Execration are not able to, you know, get together and just stand there and fight with their auras on the Visage, their lineup just doesn't work. That's how their lineup should work. You know, old OG when No Tail was the carry playing Terrorblade. That's how you wanted this lineup to work, and it just didn't go that way.
No, and you can see that again. Tomato's going to use this twin gate towards the bottom lane. You see where Palos is. Kasani comes in. Ari's closing the gap. Has that lasso up now. If they find the real one, in fact, they're going to try and go onto Bob, but Bob, the cookie comes out. They might be able to get the kill onto the Batrider. They do. They take him down. Kasani, he drops that Phoenix, but it's going to be a good Chronosphere. He doesn't actually drop it just yet. Nope. Palos, now the Chronosphere comes out, but do they have the damage to get the kill onto the Terrorblade? Terrorblade again, he's going to have that Sunder if he needs it, and it looks like faces forward, he changes targets onto, they get the kill onto Tino, and now can they go back? The Sunder comes out, but immediately Braille, he's going to be healed right back up to pretty much full health, and they can carry on going here. Though. Palos, he has to run himself away. You have the Wisp coming right back in. Tomato trying to do what he can with the right clicks. And he's just trying to get these heals up, but Abeng, he's going to be in the front of the fight, really not where he wants to be. They have no damage. Here. The chase comes out. They should be able to get the kill onto him, and yeah, the engine's going to go down. Bob has to blink himself away, and now the Metamorphosis comes out from the Terrorblade, but the Split Earth, they get the kill. The chase down onto Shanks. This is going to be a 4-for-1, it looks like now. The chase down, the damage, and they get another kill on the board.
Yeah, you use your Sonic Wave, you use the Mortimer's Kisses, and what is left? The Terrorblade was hitting all the time there. He did almost 7,000 damage, but it doesn't matter because it's not burst damage, and versus the Wisp, it's just not going to be enough.
They're going to be able to get a kill onto Bob in the mid lane now as well, and Bob, he was low health. Brile with the, like you say, just being able to get himself in with the Yules into the Split Earth. They stack that damage, and Bob just gets deleted.
Tomato, that Chrono of his did nothing, but it doesn't matter. The idea of the Faceless Void was soak damage, get out. Create space for my Lesh to do the damage that is necessary, right? Even though he is itemizing so that he can kill people in the Chrono, he just saw that in that fight it just wasn't his job to do it.
And he's got the full Lonya coming out now. Jolnia? Lasso, they got the lockdown here onto Timo. Did he have enough to get the kill? Now it looks like Timo's trying to run himself away from this one. He is flapping though. He is straight up dead. Really nice kill. They're even going to be able to get themselves a Wisdom Rune out of this now as well. Did they want to go for the Tormentor as well? It looks like they do again, just to rub the salt in the wounds, to take it away from Execration. They're going to be able to go for a tier 2 tower, get themselves a Tormentor, get themselves a kill onto the offlaner, and Execration, just nothing they can do about this aggression from TSM.
I was always surprised how you pronounce Mjolnir in an interesting way, right? So I'm not sure. How do you say it?
I change every time. It's like Visage. Like I've got, you know, it's how to say? I'm in my own head now. I don't even know how I say it.
You need Mjolnir.
Mjolnir.
Yeah, you need to understand because it's the hammer of Thor, right? You have to know what the name is. You
That's
be
fine.
Worthy.
Yeah, I am probably never going to be worthy of the hammer of Thor. I'll stick to
to Visage.
Yeah, Visage. You'll Scepter though in the mid lane. Brile, did he get the kill onto the snap? By is he going to be able to steal this haste rune as well? Shanks, no way out. But yeah, it's like the Pavis. I don't know how you pronounce those words.
Okay, yeah. I'm always afraid, you know, when I'm casting or like how do you say this word? And then I talk to a British guy that, you know, this is your language, you guys created it. And then I say, oh, you mean the thing that you put on the window? You did the thing, right? And I'm like, yeah, okay, it's I'm just in my own head. Anyways, though, TSM, it's looking very easy for them. Now they can just run around the map and kill everybody. And if you look at Execration, the last thing that they're hoping for right now, and I think what they're talking about is, let's get the Scotty on the Terrorblade to reduce that healing and see if we can win a fight. If that doesn't work, they're probably going to be calling GG.
Yeah, we're looking at it, 23 minutes in this game, and an 11k net worth lead here for TSM. They've got, well, nearly a kill a minute here for TSM. They're just doing really well, and Execration just... TSM, obviously, they've used this time off that they got through the major, obviously not attending Bali. done a lot of scrimming. It seems like a lot of control coming out. Speaking of control, they control out the Queen of Pain. They get another kill on the board. So now it really is 1 kill a minute here for TSM. The last zone now as well. They've got the lockdown. They find the real Terrorblade. And Palo Caesar. Yeah. Should have dead. Really nice control for TSM.
Yeah, it would have been cooler though if he died to first hit bash, and then we would have theorized if Ryle would have been there in time with the Yules. But this way, we just know exactly what the outcome would have been anyway. So yeah, it's just you can see that Execration don't want to fight. They're thinking about, can we fight? No. Is there any way that we win a fight? No. Is there any way that we get a pick off? No. So what do we need? We need to farm until we have a big item that might change something. That's the Scotty with your Terrorblade dying. He dies maybe once or twice more, and it's gonna be impossible if it already isn't.
Look at the ward though on the map, in the top part of the map. They just immediately see where Timo is on the Visage, and they're gonna be able to make another dive in. Yeah, backlines. They see the familiars. Ari, he's got that blink dagger up in 12. He already used it. Went to the wrong camp though. But Ryle, he is so fast. They have to use these familiar dives here. Phoenix Gate comes out. Tino, he's just trying to run away from everything, and TSM is just like, nope. We are definitely getting this kill here. Tino, does he get himself away from this one? There's gonna be the dive forward, hop forward from the cookie, and Tino, he pops that pipe. The split earth comes out. They've got the control. They've got the kill at least onto the Visage.
Oh, they brought more heroes. They want to die together.
Yeah, Shanks, he's going to go down, trying to save out, and now Abeng as well, being chased down by Tomato. The blink comes forward. Ari, do they have the damage? Do they have that bash? Do they have the second bash? Where's that third one? Where's that final one for the kill? Abeng, Time Walk comes forward. Tomato gets another kill on the board here. 6-0 and 10 for the Faceless Void. He is absolutely rocking it in this game.
Yep, I mean, Execration there, they could have lost one hero. I guess you're trying to grasp at straws, right? Because you are hoping that TSM might overextend, that could be a possibility. But looking from our perspective here, where we see everything, every single item, every ward, everything on the map, I just don't see the way that TSM can overextend in this game unless they're diving tier 4s, which is something they're definitely not going to do 25 minutes in.
No, absolutely not here. Bob, what's that crossfire? He's going to try and find the farm on the lane. He could be away from the Faceless as well. So Bob just trying to find the safest part of the map to farm, which ironically is the enemy jungle away from TSM's aggression here. Get himself some stacks. And yeah, he's gone for the Falcon's Blade, Witchblade. We're not going to be seeing that rush on the Kaya Sanj into the Ags because he has to go for some protection first, it looks like. And it's going to be the BKB, the next big item for the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, he went for the Witchblade BKB, hoping that he was going to be doing the maximum amount of damage. Though I'm not... It didn't work out, so Sanj and Kaya definitely would have been a better item farm-wise.
And really, 27-8 here for TSM. Execration, they are just trying to play this... Playing away from TSM. You're trying to play away from the ganks, but how much of the side of Execration can really play away? Because TSM, they are hunting, it seems.
It's a tough one. They're doing a good job, I would say, in terms of dodging Execration for the majority of this game. The thing is that, of course, by dodging, by always being the one that runs away, it is your opponents that are getting more parts of the map in their control, and that's why we're seeing the gold lead increasing every minute.
Yeah, and 16k at 26.5 minutes in here. TSM, they've not given up control once, it doesn't seem like. From the word go, they were always ready to fight. Kasani did die. I mean, how many deaths is the Underlord on? As they might be able to get themselves another kill. Abeng being caught out once again. Firestorm going to be thrown out with a Firefly coming, and these Nature's Attendants, 4 points in these, but Abeng, can he really get himself away? They're holding this lasso. It looks like it's only a matter of time. Abeng just trying to waste as much time as possible before he does go down. Kasane, slowed down. Do they get the kill though? Drums will be popped, and yeah, they should be able to. I say should, but Firestorm gets dropped. The neutrals get involved as well. Kasane still gets the kill.
They can't hit him. That's the thing. He's untouchable, so he can't die. But that's a nice roast, you know, the way if you want a nice roast on your meat, you need to be cooking it for a long time, you know, just to simmer there, and that's what they did.
Yeah, they were able to. I mean, it bought time as well for the rest of TSM to get this Roche pick, so Braille gets himself the Aegis, and with this up now, do you see them looking to break high ground, or do they want this last tier 2 tower on the bottom lane?
I think there's no reason not to go to the bottom lane unless you just feel so confident that you can do whatever you want, right? Though the Execration, they will try to fight on the bottom lane, and I think that might be something that TSM will be able to read right now, which they do. Kasane is getting himself out, and because of this move from Execration, it actually opens up the push on the top lane.
Yeah, they've got themselves this Fiend's Gate. Is the Execration, are they going to be proccing this one? They're going to send the familiars through to scout it out. Trying to maybe cut the wave as well. Yeah, they should fully 5-man committed through the Fiend's Gate, not knowing what's on the other side. That's... It's like, did you ever watch Stargate, where they had the little drone that they sent through first?
No.
You never watched Stargate?
No.
Harry, what kind of nerd are you?
Dude, Mjolnir type nerd, right? Big, strong guy with a hammer smashing heads. That's the type.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, TSM going to be able to get one lane of racks out pretty much for free here. And they're not stopping yet. They want another tier 3 tower. Whether the backdoor procs in time to save this lane? Nope, there's going to be the diving. They got the lasso. They have the lockdown. They will have the kill on the edge.
Yep, Execration, that was your chance to fight 5 versus 5 for this lane of racks. Now you're gonna have to do it 5 versus 4. There are creeps coming in, so that Queen of Pain cutting the wave in the mid lane, it won't make any difference.
Yeah, there's going to be the BKB coming out from Tomato. Doesn't make a jump here, holds that Chronosphere, but it should still be at least... Oh, no, okay, they're going to back themselves away. They might actually try and go for Bob here. If he is still cutting the wave, they back themselves away. It's only going to be an illusion that he catches the Queen of Pain. Now, the real one, they're trying to go for Ari. Ari can get himself away. Crimson Guard will be popped. Sonic Wave, though. Ari, he's still alive. The Chrono, he catches out onto 2. They get themselves the Queen of Pain as well as the Terrorblade. Queen of Pain's going to go down. Surely, the BKB, confirm your kills, and Pryl will be able to get it now. Buyback comes out from Ari. They want to get themselves right back into this one. Pylos, though, trying to do the kill with a reflection. A lot of damage. Tomato is going to be able to get the time walk away. And it looks like they might try and disengage on the side of TSM. Sonny, he might be the sacrificial lamb. No, while he comes back in, does he want to help out his teammate?
Nice.
It's going to be the relocate out.
Faces Boy think about jumping in. Actually, Bob could have survived there, but they allowed him. They didn't actually attack him, so I think he wasn't expecting to be surviving. He could have blinked out, so didn't really need the buyback.
They found the lasso, they found the lockdown, they find the kill onto Palos, and Palos is dead. Yeah, 50 seconds here without your Terrorblade, and it looks like TSM, they just want to run down Execration. They're going to go onto Tino, they're going to be able to get a kill onto the Visage, they're going to be able to go for... Do they even bother with Magus? It looks like they might just try and go tier 4s.
They can't. There is a tier 2. There's a tier 2 on the bottom lane, so you're going to go tier 4s.
So, straight up to lead the space, yeah, with no buyback on the Terrorblade. How the Execration really... Do they have a defense to hold their base?
I mean, they're gonna have to buy back on their Visage. They don't have a... okay, they're just gonna call GG. I mean, the game is unwinnable at this point. The only thing is, do you want to fight until the very end? And I have to say, I'm disappointed. Southeast Asia teams, usually they wait for themselves to get knocked out. They never raise the white flag, but I guess Execration just weren't feeling like they could take another fight.
No, and 30 minutes in, yeah, TSM will be able to take this second game. 23k net worth lead, 32 kills on the board here for TSM, and it is a long day for all teams, so I can see the Execration maybe this early on. You know, they want to save something in the tank, and they just decided, yeah, they can't get a comeback in this game, so they're happy to just give it up. TSM, they get themselves their first win on the board here. Not going to be a draw, it is 2-0 in favor of TSM in this 2-game series.
Look at Whitemon's score, 0-0-25, right? If you're playing a Wisp, that's like the ideal score. Like there's no better one than that one. It's just perfect for him. Had a perfect game, never died. His positioning was on point. There were maybe 2 times when people needed saving, one on the Lesh, one on the other Lord. Both of the times he was in place, but overall this was an easy series for TSM, right? Execration, they stood no chance at any point in the game, in either game 1 or 2.
Yeah, and TSM looking incredibly strong again, maybe using that break to work out some new strategies, get themselves back on the horse, get themselves back on the board. And Execration, disappointment for them, but again, it's not over just yet. They're going to be playing 3 more times today, so they have, you know, time to get themselves back in, maybe just a good warm-up for them, but TSM looking strong. And we are going to be seeing them coming up in the second series on this stream, up against Aster. So TSM, impressive, but do you think they have enough to take down Aster as well?
Oh, that's gonna be a tough one. If I would have to put a favorite, it would be Aster, but overall, I do think that TSM can take a game. So after this kind of a performance, I do see them a little bit higher, but I think Execration did drop the ball slightly. So I'd say the next series is definitely gonna be more interesting.
Well, we are going to take a break before we get into that one, but it is going to be TSM versus Aster on the stream. That is going to be the second series of the day. So thank you for tuning in. Wait around. I mean, there's 5 more streams you can check out, but make sure you come back after the break for TSM versus Aster. We'll see you after this.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
welcome back in. We're going to get started here with Team Aster versus TSM. We saw TSM in that last series. They were just in complete control over Execration, and they're looking to bring that momentum forward. But Team Aster, I've taken a look around, and they have 2-0'd against VP. And VP, I think that second game, they made it look easy as well. So Hurry, coming into this one, both teams on a bit of a roll. You know, do you have a favorites coming in before we even see any drafts?
Yes, my favorite is Aster. They would have been my favorite even if Baboka was playing, but with Kaka, this guy is just a godly player. I don't know if there was ever a team that didn't perform well when he was there. Even though I'm a Baboka fan, even from his Monkey King position 4 days, I think Kaka is just on another level when it comes to supports and elevating the team in general.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to go between the two teams here. Like I say, both teams on a bit of a roll. They've got themselves their 2-0s in the bag. Only one team can, well, I suppose both teams can draw. So we're going to be able to take a look at the schedule to see how the rest of the day is going to fall as well. We see that Aster versus TSM will be next, and then it's going to be Math Magician and Otomo to take you through Entity versus TSM and Execration versus Virtus.pro to see how those final two games are going to go. But yeah, there can only be one winner here in this first series, so we'll see if it's going to fall or if it's going to be one of those draws that everybody loves to get in the group stage. Seems like the teams love to play for those, and
nobody likes a draw.
It's the coward's way out. But yeah, so still a lot of Dota to come. Still 3 series, so 6 games to come on the stream. And we have 6 streams going all at the same time. There's also plenty of Dota all throughout the day for you to be able to watch and enjoy. And we'll see who's going to be moving through as well. You know, clean through. The top 2 do go through from this stage into the group stage. I do believe, if I'm getting everything correct, which I think I am.
Yeah, of course you are. Of course you are. You remember? Did you watch Dexter's Laboratory as a kid?
All the time.
Okay, you remember the episode when he watches too much TV or actually plugs the TV into his brain? That's how I would feel if I wasn't casting, because I would be watching 6 streams at all times, just trying to get all the info, and then I'd just be dropping down right at the end of the day.
Yeah, we'll be able to take a look at the format and see how they're running it. But yeah, I think I jumped to kind of like the end of the Matrix, the third one, where he walks into the room and there's just all the screens everywhere. That's kind of what everyone has to do here. You've got, you have to have all 6 streams going at once so you can see all the Dota going on. And yeah, so the first 2 from each group do move through into the group stage 3. And then after that, you have the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th from group A that play the 6th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd from Group B. So a bit of reverse there. And then you do take 4 teams to win from that. Also move through into the group stage. And then from the group stages, we see more teams eliminated as we get into the knockout bracket.
And this is so nicely done here. You can understand everything pretty fast. Even those 3rd to 6th fights, they're all different colors, so they're very easy to actually look at. Though I don't know why 4th and 5th are the red one. It always kind of jumps out. This match is gonna be amazing. But yeah, it's a really good format with a lot of Dota. Kind of a bummer sometimes that you cannot really watch all of the games, but you can go back to them on the on Twitch once the streams are done, I guess.
Yeah, that's what VODs are for. VODs and replays, so make sure you see absolutely everything. And we'll be able to take a look at what the prize pool breakdown is going to be as well, just how it's going to break down for the teams that are involved.
A couple of pennies, right? It's
yeah, there's some spur change there. Everybody gets at least 50k in just for being involved, but obviously the further you go, the more money you get, and everybody wants that first place prize. Looking at the 5 million coming through here in this $50 million total prize pool.
It's just beautiful to have a tournament that is not organized by Valve that has just this much value to it, and it's amazing, I think, for the players. It's amazing for the community. I'm a big fan of the whole series, with the EPT rankings and the Dream League and all of that. It's just and it comes down to this, right? It's not like the teams are fighting for a low prize pool. No, there's actual real life, right, incentive to go for the grand prize, to really give it your all in every single game that you play.
Oh yeah, it's life-changing money. Everything, I mean, pretty much everything in this prize pool. You know, even just placing 17th to 20th, you still get a decent chunk, but you get yourself right up there. You know, you're into the millions. Everybody wants that first place prize for the 5 million. You know, being able to break that down between your teammates, to maybe a coach, maybe just the people involved. And set yourself up nicely. And, you know, it sets the team up nicely as well. Will take some pressure off whoever's going to be able to win. And again, looking at recent results, maybe there's been the results being wrote already that Gaming Gladiators, Liquid looking really popular, but we talked about BetBoom as well. Is there anyone else that you're looking at that maybe makes a push, you know, can come from behind from make a push into that first place, do you think?
I always want to hope that Secret can do well, because it's TI time is coming, and this year Secret should win TI, right? 5th to 6th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd. So it only makes sense. And if they are not in good form here, I doubt they're gonna be in good form for the regional qualifiers that are gonna be a freaking bloodbath.
Yeah, it seems like thinking who's left in there. It's Entity Quest. We've got the OG in there. We've got, like you say, Secret, Enigma coming into it. Loads of big teams left in the regional qualifiers for Europe.
Level Up as well.
Level Up as well, yeah, coming through, and they're on a bit of a roll.
Yep.
And yeah, no, there is a lot to be, you know, a lot of teams to think about in that Western Europe qualifier, and it seems like every single time. Secret have plot armor coming into those qualifiers, so whether that's going to stick around, and you know, we might see maybe Quest and Secret or OG make a dive for that as well. But it's going to be really interesting to see how that one is going to fall. But first, obviously, we have the Riyadh Masters, and like you say, it is just time for teams to get in form, ready to get in for the regionals. But obviously, like you say, pushing through to the prize money, and interesting how the rest of the season is going to go after this as well.
Yeah, it's pretty big, right? The one thing that I do like in the Dota community, you don't really have stories like, okay, they won TI and suddenly they became this destructive guy that is going and spending all of his money, you know, on bad things and stuff. No, it feels like everybody's like, okay, now I have a lot of money on my bank account and I'm just gonna be continuing to play Dota, right? So I'm really glad that we do have pros like that don't really just spend too much or something, or at least we haven't heard something like that happening.
Yeah, everybody, at least from what we hear, seems to be sensible with their money, and just make sure, like you say, that they continue playing for as long as possible. And it means that we do get new teams coming through. I mean, I don't think before, well, we didn't see it definitely on the BetBoom Christmas show at the beginning of the year, seeing how well Gaming Gladiators were going to do, making a run through every single event, and it just means, again, they are secure. You know, they can feel confident coming through. Looking at the Eastern European region that we've been involved in, you've got Spirit, Nine Pandas coming through. You've got BetBoom that have made a run as well. It looks like coming through into the regionals, it's going to be VP that make a good run there as well. Though Navi have looked pretty put together in that last tour that we did see, so maybe there's some challenge there. And looking through, is there anybody you're looking for? I mean, NA, it's got to be Nouns, right?
Yeah, it has to be, right? I think that's the easiest one to predict. I just don't see anybody else really fighting them for that one.
So you don't think it's going to be bait? You know, no surprises, no shocks coming through. But
that's,
yeah,
now you've got me. Now you've got me. I do think they've got a shot.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it's going to happen, it has to happen this time around. But yeah, no, there's some big teams left in those regionals. So this, again, really good event to get themselves on board, get themselves some momentum going. Back in the event, just looking through the groups just to see how it's going for everybody else as well. I know Virtus.pro went down 2-0 to Aster, so Aster having a really good time. Entity haven't played yet. Looks like they're playing later on. Yeah, they're going to make a run later on. Execration, obviously, we saw on stream. They are 1-0 down. Liquid haven't played just yet. Virtus.pro are down. In the other groups, Quest and Nine Pandas and Secret, all three of them have won. So Beast Coast, OG, and Extreme, all down in the bottom half of that Group B.
Yep. I mean, yeah, it's still only one game, right? But
Yeah.
Secret beating Beast Coast, I think that might be them showing that they've come to play. that
Yeah.
with this with FBZ on their offlane, that they definitely have something to give.
And that was, we were talking about before we went live on the stream, the big matchup being Nine Pandas Beast Coast and like the Quest, all three of those teams, the three-way that you can get out in those matches. But yeah, Team Secret, if they show up, they could maybe some surprises coming out for them. And already 1-0 up, so we'll see if Beast Coast are going to be able to bounce back a little bit later on today. And meanwhile, Quest just seems to be continuing on. Looking at how that game went for them. Go on.
There's still a game being played?
Is it the Entity Liquid? Because they're the only ones that haven't finished.
Yeah.
Right.
That's awesome, right? Because we had a long break here, and they're still playing. So hopefully there were no issues, and it's just a long game.
Yeah, and hopefully both teams being able to get on with it. And who's winning on that? Is anyone taking game number 1? Do we know if there's a score so far?
Let's go check. We can go and check on the streams, which our viewers can do as well.
Yes, because there is 6 streams going, so you will be able to check out every single game that is live to see. Just bounce around from A to... is it A to F, A to G? Because I don't know if A is like the summary stream, where you can just kind of flick around between the games as well.
I think it...
A to F, okay. And yeah,
F. It's a C. Is the C stream? Entity is leading 1-0, and Liquid is currently leading 7k gold, but it's a close game for sure.
Okay, so we still haven't decided to come out there. Yeah, I can see, Cast to start the game. I know chat's getting a little bit impatient. The series will start soon. We're just on a bit of a delay here. So myself and her, you've got our pretty faces to keep you company while we get through and wait for this break to go on. But I
just smiled on camera. After I've just ate, and I don't know if maybe they saw something between my teeth. Hopefully not.
Well, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's all... Yeah. But any surprises, apart from the Team Secret taking down Beast Coast in the groups, anything that stands out to you that maybe a shock result?
The shocker for me is that there's no ties, right? That's the biggest one, because you would assume that teams would be able to take a game, but no, people are just doing real well. We might get a tie in this one in the Liquid Entity game, because it looks like Liquid should be taking that one.
Yeah, and again, just to note that it doesn't... Well, it really does matter how you place in the groups, but nobody goes out from the groups. There is a playoff stage that you get that chance to get yourself through, and you only have to win one best of 3 if you're in 3rd to 6th. Top 2 do go through, like we say, on the format. And then you get a second chance, you get a second life, and you only need to win one best of 3. It is up against, if you come in 6th place, you have to play the 3rd place from the other side of the groups. So maybe not the easiest task if you're in that 6th or 5th place, but it is still, possible for you to get yourself through. Even if you go 0-5 in groups and get no draws and no wins, you still have a chance to get yourself through as long as you step up on that tiebreaker situation in the deciders.
Okay, Rob, I have a question for you that is gonna seem unrelated to our current situation, but I guarantee it's not. You just need to give me time. So do you know the difference between a Siamese cat and a Thai cat, or a Siamese cat and the old type Siamese cat?
I don't.
Okay. So anyways, this is the thing. So we have Siamese Cat, who is a player for Aster, and his current nick is Pichu, right? I think that's how it's pronounced. So his nickname is Siamese Cat, but he has a Thai cat as his avatar in Dota, a big one and the baby. Right, that's what he has. That's a Thai cat. And the Siamese cat, I don't know, have you watched The Lady and the Tramp? You definitely have. Those are the real Siamese cats. Those very very slim types. That's the real one. So that, you see, very much a needed question for our current situation.
So is that are we putting a complaint into his profile picture?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You're not Siamese cat. You're a Thai cat, man. That's maybe why he changed his name to Pichu. Maybe Pichu is Thai cat in Chinese, though I seriously doubt it. But I'm just gonna try to convince myself that's the case.
I put the actual lettering through Google Translate because you just to see it translates to the ball.
Okay.
Or
So
rubber ball, or just. But so yeah, that's what it comes out as. But yeah, obviously we know it's pronounced Pichu. And changes his nickname. He just maybe just likes to bounce around. Just refresh it from time to time. Bounce around the names.
or maybe there's some guys that write on his profile that's not a Siamese cat and stuff like that. So that could be the case.
I can see you typing in the break. We'll might just delete that one on the profile.
I never do it. Never in my life have I done something like that. Has it ever happened to you after a pub? Someone comes to your profile and writes smack?
Yeah, I've had that a few times. I just delete it off. But I've had a couple of people come in and be like, "Oh, worst laner in the in-game. Just uninstall, don't play the game anymore." It's like, okay, that's a bit harsh. But yeah, I've had some fan mail on my account as well. But I've had some people that are like so angry that they need to drop it on my profile just to let everybody know.
That makes sense. I don't have it. I actually don't know how. Usually in higher MMR pubs it would happen, but I was always nice, right? I was always nice to other people, so they didn't want to do it. Fair
enough. Yeah, I get very, let's call it lively when I'm playing pubs, because you have to be at my bracket. You've got to be vocal, let's call it. And never, I say never, pretty much all the time. You never go against your team, but sometimes you've got to motivate them. Sometimes you've got to take the lead, and some people, they don't like that.
You mean you jump into the enemies, you take the lead like that, you die, and then they're like, okay, guys, if we don't play 100% with this guy, we're gonna lose.
No, I mean, like, you've got to marshal them. It's like herding cats. You've got to make the plays. You've got to make the calls. Otherwise, you'd end up with 5 heroes just farming the jungle for 60 minutes while your towers burn.
The most important thing, if you want people to listen to you in your pubs, you do it in a condescending way, right? So, you noob, do what I tell you, and then they're gonna listen to you 100%.
You've got to throw in some tips there as well when you get caught out of position, just to make sure some voice lines, just to make sure,
well played.
Just to make sure they know you're paying attention to them.
And that's interesting. Well played for me has become more so of people talking smack than somebody really congratulating you. So the second I see well played, I'm like, what the hell does this guy want? And sometimes it might just be coming out from.
Yeah, sometimes they actually mean it. When they say well played, they're trying to give you a compliment, but our Dota brains have been twisted. Till we see that, we go, "What were you doing? I just got a triple kill, and this dude's flaming me for not getting the mega kills. What's going on?"
Dude, it's triple kill, ultra kill.
Yeah,
mega kill is
they want
when
you to
have
wipe
a 5
the team.
streak.
Yeah,
that's a rampage.
Whatever. But moving back through, because I think we've got a little bit off track. No, we can just carry on talking about our pubs. I'm sure
at least everybody is in the lobby. Everybody's now in the lobby. There were some issues from what I've heard from the admins, but currently everybody's in the lobby. But in the coin toss, they haven't chosen their sides. So I'm thinking there's still some issues. Hopefully they do get resolved.
Yeah. It looks like nothing started just yet. There's not even any pre-talk going on between the two teams. Like, there's just nothing. Just everybody's getting ready to go. And I suppose, again, through recent events, maybe the players are just sitting on the hands until the game does really get going.
The coaches now have a whip, right? And then everybody who even moves during the pre-time, they get whipped, and then later on it's the admins that do it.
Yeah, you've just got to take control. Just make sure the players know who's boss, and everybody's being well mannered. Not typing anything. They're just getting themselves in the mindset to get ready to go. I like to say both of these teams coming into it, they've both picked up a win each, so they're looking to keep this one going. We'll see how much they're going to be able to do here. Who's going to be able to come out on top? Because again, 2-game series, there is the potential for a draw. So maybe both teams this time will, keep that momentum going 1-1 and no losses. But like you say, coming into this one, Aster may be considered the favourites just because of the amount of momentum in prior events that they've got going into this series. And obviously we saw that TSM didn't make it to the last major, so they're making up for lost time, it seems like.
Yeah. Overall, though, Rob, in Riyadh, it's very hot, right? It's very hot. Here, with me in Belgrade, it's around 40 degree, 38, let's say. For them, it's like 45 or something. I don't know what it's like with you, but I can understand how hard of a time they're having. I'm hoping that their rooms are heavily air conditioned, because this is unbearable. I don't know how it's on your side.
We're down to 18 today. We're having a nice cool day, 18 degrees. I do have the 2 big spotlights on me though, so it's a little bit warmer in my room. But we've had a really nice summer. There was a few days where it hit like 32. I just lay in bed all day with a fan, a damp towel over you kind of days. But apart from that, we're having a really good time. And did you say you were up to 30 over there?
38 today.
Oh, that is.
Plus, I'm in a building that's surrounded by concrete. So even when the night comes, when it should be like nicer, I'm still cooking here, right? Because it's just radiating all the heat that it has gotten during the day.
Oh, I get that as well, yeah, because obviously English houses, it's meant to keep the heat in, because up until a few years ago, never really got super warm summers. It's all about keeping yourself warm in winter. And yeah, when we get up to the 30s here, it's blinds. You don't even close the curtains. You don't close the blinds. The window's wide open. There's no breeze to come through, no cold air, but you've just got to hope and pray that somehow the temperature cools down. It looks like there's some issues in TSM's room, so hopefully they'll get sorted quickly. We'll be able to get ourselves into it. Get ourselves into the game. So that is why the pause is happening, everybody. It's not just because we like to talk and we just want to get our pretty faces on the screen. It is because there's some technical issues in TSM's room. So hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll have this underway.
I mean, I like to have my face on the screen, if that counts, Rob. I'm actually enjoying myself quite a lot right now. Of course, watching Dota would be better, but I'm not complaining.
Yeah, it's, we get to show, like I say, pretty faces go on. We get the recognition. Well, I'm sure chat are loving this. I'm sure they're all about, we don't want the Dota. Just let us look at these two for another hour at a time. But it happens. There are delays, and hopefully they'll be fixed pretty quickly.
Yeah, it says there's a problem with the room. I don't know what's happening in a room, but I'm guessing that it's just a standardized talk for there is an issue over there, right? Rather than the room itself being an issue.
Yeah, probably swapping out some computers, or just making sure that the tech works in there and getting themselves underway. And hopefully, I mean, this is what day one's all about, right? The hiccups, you get the hiccups out of the way so you can have a great rest of the event. And running 6 streams at a time, having so many people trying to play at once, I'm sure there's a couple of connection issues going, but nothing that can't be solved after a bit of elbow grease thrown in there and be able to get ourselves right back underway. Did the Liquid Entity game finish, or is that still going?
Let's check. I didn't want to watch it because it would distract me from the this fun time that we're having currently.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Don't want to get in the way of this mini podcast going on, it seems like.
C-Stream.
Okay. Looks like there was an end to it. C-Stream's on a break, so...
The 1-1, I guess.
Yeah, Entity and Team Liquid, our first draw of the day. So, in Group A, it's going to be Team Aster, TSM at the top, Entity and Liquid in the middle, and then Execration and Virtus.pro, though I think they've got their games underway at the very bottom. But again, every team's only played one series, so that's everyone wrapped up. And it can even out coming through into the second series. There's no reason why it can't just flip on its head, or, everybody goes into a tiebreaker situation. Maybe Aster and TSM draw, Execration versus Pro win, and then Team Liquid lose, I guess.
Yep. I mean, it's hard to actually guess who's gonna be winning what. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot of surprises when the group stage is so long and the day itself is so long. There's gonna be somebody dropping the ball sometimes when they shouldn't. So I do believe that we can maybe predict who are going to be the top dogs in the group, or at least top 3 on each side. But other than that, even that is up for debate. So very, very, it is a tough play-in, dude. It looks like a top tier tournament actually, just with the teams.
Yeah, and this is before we even get to the group stages where we've got teams like Gaming Gladiators, waiting for them, PSG, LGD, Spirit, BetBoom, Shopify, Talon, Tundra, and Evil Geniuses all waiting for these teams to be able to play the next couple of days. So, like you say, even with the teams just in the play-ins, that is top quality here. And I really, maybe Liquid in Group A, but I'm looking at Group B. I have no idea who's going to be able to take this one. I think I'd lean towards 9 Pandas, but it is up in the air. We are going to take a quick pause because obviously with the technical issues causing the delay. So we're going to throw it to a break and we'll be back as soon as the game is underway. Go check out the rest of the streams and come back for Aster versus TSM whenever we get going. And we are back, and it looks like the tech issues have been solved. We'll be able to get ourselves into it, and only delayed by about half an hour or so, so not at all that bad here. Hurry, we are going to be seeing the draft coming out. Chen and Snapfire right off the bat being banned out here.
Yeah, I think Aster saw that TSM played the Chen. I mean, you should know that Whitemon does play it anyways, and they just got rid of it. You don't want to be playing against it in the play-ins, in the group stages. There's just so many games that you have to play. And here, it's going to be very rare that teams are going to have specific heroes in mind to deal with the specific heroes of their opponent. So you usually will see these heroes that are very good for a team just get banned out. You don't want to deal with them at all.
No, and the Timbersaw is going to go there as well. It looks like, yeah, even with those nerfs, nobody wants to play against, or at least TSM don't want to play up against the Timbersaw, so making sure it gets removed. Beastmaster, like you say, is still in that draft. The Broodmother's still here as well. Teams seem to have shied away from the Pugna. Yeah, Pugna's been completely ruined by that last patch. Nobody even considering picking that up, so we're not going to see any Pugna Medusa combos. It doesn't look like no Pugna Storm combos either. That hero just feels like it's straight up dead to the pro scene now.
It seems to be the case, but that doesn't mean that he won't be making a comeback once enough time has passed. You know, a team might pull it out here and there when the enemies are not suspecting, but we're probably not gonna see it as a 1-2 pick with in the first phase, right?
No. And Aster, maybe taking a look at the break at the games that TSM have played, so they ban out the Wisp. Meanwhile, TSM just goes straight in for the Undying. And how much do you like this hero? Because it did get a change to the grab ally skill, you know. Not as useful. It's still pretty useful, but not as useful. Did that hurt the hero at all, or is it still like a top tier pick?
I mean, you can still click on the tombstone, get yourself in it. You can still put somebody in the tombstone from the side. You just cannot do it as an Undying. So I feel like that change in particular should not make that huge of a difference. That's it. I kind of feel like everybody was making fun of the name of the spell, and then Nice Frog was like, okay, I'm gonna change this right now. I'm gonna remove it because I have nothing better than grab ally on my mind.
I mean, BSJ came up with it at the end too, right? Go on. BSJ didn't come up with it. BSJ saw the Reddit post with the person that came up for it, but yeah, get the
what
end
did
tomb
he?
out.
What did they? Can you repeat it? I didn't understand what the name for the spell was.
Entomb. So you entomb them into the tomb.
Oh, cool. Okay. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, and it just didn't get changed, so we're stuck with grab ally, which I'm pretty sure at least one casting per is happy about, or at least one play-by-play.
It doesn't exist any longer. There's no spell. That's the case, right? They removed it, so there's no more grab ally. You just put the tombstone onto somebody.
On yeah. Technically, you're still grabbing them. You can only do it once, though.
True. Keeper of the Light Storm. We talked about the Pugna Storm. Not going to be something that we see, but we are going to be seeing the Keeper of the Light and the Storm Spirit. And guess what? It's a male Storm. And whenever I see a Puck versus a Storm, the Puck struggles in lane so heavily, and you're playing against the guy who got famous on this hero. So good luck, Bryle. I don't see this as a good idea. Even though Puck is great at catching both the Storm and the Keeper of the Light, I'm just super afraid that he's going to be struggling in the laning phase way too much.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because I've not seen a successful Puck in a long time. Like, okay, I've seen one or two, but for the majority of the time, it feels like teams are going for this Puck pick, but it's still not a strong hero. Like the Storm Spirit, if it gets some early momentum going, it can, zip zap around, it gets kills, it goes like 8-0-10 in the first 15 minutes. But it seems like Puck doesn't have the ability, the tool set to be able to do this. So in this game, how much do you like the Puck just in general?
In general, I don't like it. In this game, I love it. When you look at the matchups for the heroes, it's a perfect pick, right? On paper, it should work out, but it just feels weak currently. That's the only problem I have with it.
Well, we'll see if they are going to be able to play around it. Like you say, coming into the Sumail Storm, that is a big ask to be playing into here. The banning out the Nagasar and the Medusa gets banned out from TSM, so they don't want to play into that now that they see the Keeper of the Light on the field. Slark gets taken away. we'll see if they're going to go for that Terrorblade ban, the Phantom Lancer ban here as well from either side, because Team Aster, they do have that next pick, so they could ban one out and force TSM to ban the other one and go for that in the next phase if they wanted to.
I think TSM doesn't want to be playing versus Illusions, whereas Aster, I think they should be okay. I mean, even the Blinding Light itself is a nasty spell for any Illusion hero to deal with.
Yeah, and you can see that, I mean, TSM made the first move. Like you said, they ban out the Naga Siren, so yeah, they don't want those. Will only be able to ban out one more, though, as Team Aster take away the Drow Rangers. So Drow, even though we've not seen it, you know, it is getting banned out a couple of times. Seems that, you know, teams are a bit worried of this hero being picked up.
Aster are worried because they are one of the only teams that actually sees Drow as super strong, and they've been picking it up quite a lot in the Bali Major. So they probably see this hero as super powerful, as something that TSM could utilize on their side, right? They've played the Drow, they've played the Luna, they've played the TA, and they understand the strengths of these heroes. And maybe they're looking at their lineup and the ideas that they have, and they don't want to be playing versus it. Plus, there's an Undying on the other side, so that lane would be pretty formidable.
Yeah, true. Just having that, like I say, that powerful hero that sits in front of him can just dish out a lot of damage. You can't really get to him here. We've seen TSM go for the Underlord both times as well. Do you think that's something that Aster needs to be worried about coming into this game?
I mean, they do have ways to push out the lane without being caught with the Keeper of the Light. I don't necessarily think so, unless they want to pick a PL, based hero, maybe a Terrorblade. Then I don't think Underlord is that big of an issue.
Okay. Well, TSM, they might keep it open for themselves. What do they want to be banning? Like you said, Illusion Heroes seem to be the name of the game at the minute, and TSM not wanting to play up against them. We'll see if they take out maybe the Phantom Lancer or the Terrorblade next, but it seems like both teams want to be taking away those carries and going to be narrow in the pool here coming through into the second phase of picks.
I take out the PL, to be honest. They get rid of the Dark Seer. The reason I was thinking about the PL, people do go for the Aghanim Scepter right now, and people have maybe forgotten that Keeper Light PL used to be like the strongest lane because you spam out the Spirit Lance and then you give him back mana. Of course, the lane itself isn't that big of an issue, but an Aghanim Scepter PL with the Keeper of the Light just refreshing his spell, it's a big deal.
They're gonna go for a Lion, so once he gets himself, I mean, he deals with some of the illusions anyway. Once he gets himself up there, he can get that AoE drain out as well. We'll be able to pop those. But this hero, why is Aster, is this hero looking stronger in the current meta?
The hero is making a comeback, but Kaka has been playing a ton of Lion. That's I think the main thing. I looked at some of his pubs. There's a ton of Lions, and hero has been popping out here and there. Right, so it makes sense that they're gonna go for it. When you look at the Storm and the Keeper of Light, these two don't really have the lockdown between them. Now this Puck is gonna have a really tough time.
Would you want to pair it with something like the LC as well, just to be able to utilize the duel into the finger that comes out from the line?
Yes, tanky frontliner that can get kills, right? That can help you get kills. That's the hero you want to go for, and something that can do a solid amount of damage in the lane as well, because the Lion doesn't do damage. He only provides lockdown until he gets level 6.
Okay, and Terrorblade are going to come out for TSM. They burnt through a whole lot of reserve time to think about that one, down to 7 seconds left on their reserve clock, but the Terrorblade does come out, so we're going to be seeing that one once again. Team Aster, you talked about them being a little bit more comfortable into the Illusion Heroes. Is there anything you think that completes their draft that makes it even easier for them to play into this Terrorblade pick?
You get the PL. I'm loving the PL here. I don't know what TSM are gonna do if you just pick it up right now. It actually looks awesome. Monet, he knows how to utilize this hero, and I'm checking over and over again if it's banned out, and it's not.
No, it is still on the board. And Aster, do they want to go for it here? They've got themselves a minute left in the reserve time to think about what they do want to be picking up. And yeah, I mean, TSM, they already banned out the Darkseer themselves, so not going to be able to bring that back up as an answer. Team Aster, just going to go into the reserve time here. If the PL comes out, would you be worried about, which there it is, if you're Team Aster, would you be worried about like either the Axe or the LC going TSM's way for this final pick?
Well, you're gonna ban those two. I think LC is getting removed, though LC is not as good versus the PL in lane as it used to be, because the overwhelming odds is around you, so you cannot just see the doppelganger and instantly do a like half of the PL's HP in damage to him. You have to get close, which is a lot harder. But yeah, those two come to mind. Maybe you ban out the Underlord over the LC, because there's really not enough burst damage on TSM.
Okay. Well, they take out the Beastmaster. Completely forgot about that hero. But the Wild Axis spam would be pretty nice to go up against the Phantom Lancer in the lane with the Rubik. I would assume the Rubik in the off lane here with whatever they want to be picking up.
I mean, when I look at Aster currently, they aren't really afraid of this TSM lineup, right? Because TSM doesn't really have all that much damage, so there's a lot of things that you have to deal with your last pick. I think Axe is probably the best hero TSM could go for.
Yeah. And we'll see if Aster, they actually take out the Underlord, so maybe a little bit more worried about this. So we'll see if TSM
lost a ban. Look at that.
Oh yeah, they did. They went straight through the reserve time and didn't ban one out. Huh.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit phased in the current situation if I was them as well. I think Axe is the way to go. The thing is, do they have the time to think it through?
I mean, 6 seconds left on the board. Broodmother. I don't know if I like. I mean, I'm not the pro player. It's not me making the decision. Obviously, they've got a plan on, in their minds how they want to try and play around this. But I don't think I'm a fan of the Broodmother into the Phantom Lancer. If the Phantom Lancer gets some farm behind him,
I think TSM made the decision. Guys, let's split push. We have strong laning supports that can scale really well into late game. Let's just take heroes that are going to be hard to catch. But that's where the Lion comes in. Lion and the Storm Spirit are going to be able to punish you, and that's why I think this lineup, it has holes in it. The thing is that split push lineups can always work, but outmaneuvering Aster for that long for your supports to become super relevant in fights, I don't like it. And this last pick is just beautiful. It deals well with the Terrorblade. Most of your damage is base damage, so the Anchor Smash takes away a lot of it. You deal well with the Broodmother. I'm a big fan of what Aster have here.
Yeah, everything that Aster have kind of has, either some form of slow or some lockdown in it. On every hero, Monet doesn't have a stun, that's fair enough, but has the Spirit Lance slow. You have Lion with the Impale into the Hex. You've got Keeper Light, Blinding Light for the pushback. The Solar Bind comes out as well, slows them down. Means they take even more magic damage as well. So Shumel seems we're going to be able to stack that up with his damage coming through. And yeah, Tidehunter just looks like a really good hero in all phases of this game. Being able to Ank smash away the Spiderlings, being able to, like you say, takes away Tomato's damage in the lane as well. Aster, I think I'm leaning towards this draft. As much as, I want to be back in Ari and TSM here, I just think Aster have the draft for game number 1. Yeah,
we already come down to the conclusion that you're a false patriot, right? You don't really support your guy Ari. You just want to bash him when he's not doing well. But yeah, this Aster lineup is much easier to execute, much easier to play. There is one thing though: they lack damage until they're for the majority of the early game, they actually lack damage away from the finger. And I think that does give an opportunity to their opponents to split the map, to get that farm, and possibly get the items necessary so that they can battle their opponents. So it is possible for TSM to outmaneuver Aster in this one.
So do you not think that once the Diffusal Blade, I forgot the name of the item there, the Diffusal Blade's up for the Phantom Lancer, do you not see them grouping up as 6 and as 5 and trying to run down the side of TSM?
I think you go for an Axe first. We'll see what he does. I would assume that's the play. That's what people go for. Unless you do really well in the lanes, then you can get the Diffusal Blade. But Diffusal Blade is mostly a fighting item. You don't really want to be farming with it. So I'd say Aghanim Scepter is more likely of an item for the PL to get.
Okay, just because, I'm thinking about the 6s in terms of the hero levels as well. Once that Ravage is up, once the Finger's up, it does become a very scary lineup here for the side of Aster. And do you think, looking at the Tidehunters, so we've seen some Tidehunters that do want to go for that blink, as we see again on the items, so many branches to come out. Magic Sticks being picked up by pretty much everybody here as well. And yeah, it looks like we're going to be seeing some quick ones, but XSS on the Tidehunter. What's the build for the Tide? Does he want to go quick blink, or does he want that aura build to come out for Aster to help them in the fights?
I think Vanguard has kind of become a staple for for most of the offlaners, so I would be very surprised if he skips on that one. Getting a... Yeah, people still do it, right? Or maybe you go Meteor Hammer, right?
Yeah.
That could be the be the case.
Forgot about that, but we did see that towards the end of the major, I do believe. Yeah, the Tide's coming out with the Meteor Hammers. He's got that Ring of Health queued up there as well, so it looks like that might be what he wants to go towards. Just
I would like
Tomato.
that.
No?
I would actually like the Meteor Hammer, because
Yeah.
it will allow you to push towers, whereas TSM will probably split up, you know, try to dodge and stuff like that. And with the Meteor Hammer, you kind of force them to come and defend, or they lose a tower.
Yeah, and we'll see in the mid lane how Sumail's going to do up against Brawl, like you said. This matchup more Storm Spirit favored, do you think? Like
Yes,
you said in the draft?
yes, for sure. I mean, if you just look at the animations of the heroes, Storm has slightly better stats as well. He has, it's easier for him to stand his ground and fight the Puck, because Puck has 1 armor and Storm has 5, so it's pretty much impossible for the Puck to trade.
Yeah, and we'll see on the top lane now as well. Did they actually get the kill? He's trying to run himself away here on the Keeper of the Light, but Chase coming out, not going to be connecting here from Ari. Won't be able to get that first blood on the board. But yeah, Pichu, he's going to have to use his salve, hang himself around this tier 1 tower to get the regen back here as well, and play it real, maybe not that careful, as he is going to be able to snipe Ari's courier.
One thing going for TSM is that they have really good laning supports, and that is something they should utilize, and for now, they're utilizing it quite well, especially in terms of pressuring the PL on the top lane. Monet might be farming well right now, but they are losing regen rapidly.
Yeah, and Kasani just being able to spam out this, so it didn't even go for the webs at level 1 here. Kasani just wants that Silken Bowler straight off, and now level 2 is able to get those webs out and get those on the map.
Nobody gets level 1 webs any longer. Usually they go for the Silken Bowler. It's just way too annoying and so much damage.
Yeah, fair enough. And how do you expect Kasani to... Does he want to build more into the webs? Excuse me, the Silken Bowler. Or do you want that level 3 point in Insatiable Hunger?
Usually you would see 2 points in webs, 1 point in Insatiable Hunger, and 1 point in Silken Bowler. It just comes down to it how the lane is going for him. If he's gonna get pressured and he needs the Insatiable Hunger, he's gonna do it. But I guess a 2nd point in web wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. We'll keep an eye, see how Kasani wants to build this one. As we take a look back in the mid lane, Bryle, he's trying to pull at least the range creep around back into the mid lane here. And Sumail, how's it going in terms of last hits? Sumail's about 5 last hits. I'd say about 6 last hits above now. And Bryle, well, Denied does come out here. But yeah, he's not having the best of times in this lane here, the Puck.
It's to be expected. You picked up a Puck into the Storm. You knew what was gonna happen in the laning phase. You didn't pick it to win the lane.
Yeah, back on the top lane, you can see Kasani's taking a lot of damage, low on health as well, but on the bottom lane, this might actually be the first blood coming out. Can Kaka get himself away? The Hex comes through, so that's going to waste some Metamorphosis this time, but one more right click come through from Tomato, and Whitemon will pick it up in the end. So first blood going the way of the Undying here. Tombstone was dropped to help him get that kill. Slow down onto the Lion, and an easy pickup seems like for Whitemon.
Imagine if you're slower than zombies. Like, these things literally crawl on the ground. It just goes to show that Lion needs some exercise. But yeah, I mean, he did everything right there. He killed he killed all of the zombies. He made sure that the Terrorblade wasn't close. In the end, he died, but at least he didn't give the first blood to the Terrorblade. So Kaka getting the best out of a pretty bad situation.
Yeah, and you don't think the Lion gets enough exercise going from hell to back and hell and back to hell, and you know, it seems like a lot of moving around that for the Lion.
Yeah, but he goes there by other people breaking his legs rather than just running towards there and back. Fair
enough. And we'll see the Whitemon, at least for now, he's trying to get into XSS's face and just trying to do what he can with the decays. Taken away from Tidehunter. Tide's having a bit of a tough time here. Telekinesis, so Ari once again, he's trying to chase down onto Pichu. Pichu can get himself away from this one. The right click's coming out from Ari. Does he have enough with the Blood Grenade to get the kill? Fadebolt flies through, and it will be enough there for Ari to get that one on the board.
Very nicely done. He knew that he had enough mana with the sticks, and he was just gonna go for the chase. That's the thing. If he didn't have the Blood Grenade, he would never be able to catch up to the Keeper Light. Way too speedy of a hero. But yeah, the Blood Grenade, it changes quite a lot. You underestimate it and you die.
Yeah, and back in the mid lane, we can see Sumail again, just throwing the harasser onto Bryle. he's not having a great time yet. Doubling over the farm here, and Brawl being forced right back underneath his tier 1 tower.
Good thing is Samael doesn't have that many denies, so at least the puck will be able to get a level 6 today at a decent timing.
Yeah, and do you then want to bring someone in from the side lanes to get the gank onto the Storm Spirit when the 6 is up, or is it still just trying to get as much farm out of this lane and let the side lanes deal what they can?
The question is who? Who is actually the damage dealer for TSM? I don't see it. With the Storm having the infused raindrops, he looks pretty untouchable to me.
Okay. So, do you then want to rotate off the puck to the side lanes, or again, is it just business as usual for a few more levels?
It's business as usual, mostly, because the puck needs a lot of farm in this game if you want to be killing people. And speaking of killing, XXS is getting gone on him. Okay, he TPs to the base. I thought he was just going to be TPing to the tower. That's an overkill.
Yeah, he just leaves. Kaka will go down once again. So another kill on the board here, top lane. Did he get the jump onto Monet? Monet trying to get himself away from this one. The chase down Insatiable Hunger. He might have enough to get the kill. He's straight up dead. Kasane, so TSM, they pick up how they left off in the last series. This break has not hurt them at all here. Bryle struggling a little bit. Will be Vortex back. Do they have the damage to get the kill here? Samael is trying to go. He's going to be able to get the kill. And Bryle, well, no way out of that one. So at least asked to get themselves on the board. But TSM looking pretty strong in this game so far.
Yep, they're side lane supports. That's it. That's their strength, and they're getting quite a lot of it. You know, the Tidehunter hasn't been dying and has been farming well, but then again, so has the Terrorblade, and the big win is the top lane with the Broodmother. I think that's the main one for TSM, because that's gonna allow them to overtake the top part of the map, control it, and if they're able to do it, it's gonna be much easier to dodge the storm.
Yeah, and it looks like the Tide... Let's take a look at Sani. Okay, so he's going to go for the Soaring and then into... But XXS is going to go for that Meteor Hammer. Do you think that they let him even get aggressive onto these towers? Because it looks like Whitemon, he's sticking around, just wants to use these decays and get in XXS's face.
The second that the Tidehunter gets his Ravage, it's always gonna be dangerous going to where he is. But yeah, now he has the Meteor Hammer. The idea is Aster wants to have some kind of a chance to be threatening the towers, to make sure that TSM cannot dodge them. But yeah, I guess stopping him from pushing the bottom lane, it's really gonna be impossible.
Well, we're gonna see Sumel just trying to farm these stacks. Even Whitemon, as Scriff was showing out there, use the Twin Gate to go towards the top lane, trying to put some pressure on this tier 1. While the Meteor Hammer has started to fly down now. Tomato's still not going to be too pressured. Level 6. Looks like he's holding a point on the Terrorblade, so if he needs that Sunder, he can go for it. And you will see if he actually wants to throw that one out here, as the tier 1 tower will be put under some pressure, but as a reflection in the top lane, TSM, they're stacking up on the tier 1 tower in the safe lane for Aster.
TSM are trying to open up the map, and that's very important. We did have a Brood game where the Brood had such a bad time, but this is gonna be a completely different scenario where Kasane will be that scary Brood that the supports just cannot invade on, or they're just gonna die.
Yeah, and now Brawl's going to have some stacks to try and farm up now as well. Has himself that Arcane Rune, wants to pop that one to help him get the farm with the Orb. Will be able to get something out of it. They do take the tier 1 tower here. Kasane going to be able to take that one down on the Brood. And meanwhile, the Terrorblade at least keeps his tower alive for a little bit longer. Meteor Hammer will be dropped though, so will eventually go down here. XSS comes in. Going to be able to clean up this creep wave here as well, so it will be a 1-for-1 even trade on these towers.
You can see that Samael now wants to go for the Orchid, and I understand that you want to be able to get the kills. They found Tomato.
Yeah, big dive in here. Is he still holding the point? He is on the Terrorblade, so he's going to be able to get the Sunder off now. Do they have the stun with the Ravage? They do. They have the control. They have the burst damage kill. And Tomato, he put the point in, but he was just far too controlled there to be able to get his life back with the Sunder.
Mid lane TSM are applying pressure. Even though they lost their carry, they still want to continue doing quite a lot, and they're sending XXS away.
Yeah, he's going to be slowed down by the Blood Grenade, by the Tombstone now. This is going to open up the tier 1 tower. They know that Ravage is down, so there's no major follow-up to come through. They have the Dream Call if they need it. Samael not even in the lane, so they should be able to clean up this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, the supports were thinking about going for the Tombstone, but with the puck being around, you would just be bonus kills. puts down the Dream Coil, and these low-level supports are just gone.
Well, they might still go for it. Dream Coil does get dropped now, and Kaka can he get himself away? He absolutely cannot. Ari gets a kill with the Fade Bolt now, and it looks like, do they get the kill onto the Tide Hunter? Tide trying to get himself away from this silenced up, but should be able to walk himself away here. Taking a lot of damage, but he's got 1 point in, so do they get the kill? They do! Ari going to be able to get him with another Fade Bolt there, over the 1 point in the Kraken shell.
Oh, TSM did everything right there. Aster, this is the type of situation where, like, just let go of that tower, but you don't feel like you want to do it. But in the end, the second that that tombstone got placed, they needed to be searching for things around the map, something else.
So at 10 minutes, we'll see, you know, Tomato just carry on farming up middle of the pack when it comes to net worth, but that's even though we did go down, this is still really good for TSM because they're creating all the space around the map, and Tomato, it's going to relieve some pressure on him now that they've taken this tier 1 tower. On the top lane, he can twin gate up there if he needs to. He's got the backup to come through from Kasane as well if things do go a little bit wrong. Is it... How much do you want to see the Storm Split farming compared to playing around his team and looking to get aggressive and looking to get these ganks on Sumail?
I mean, the second he gets the Orchid, he needs to be going for ganks, right? That's the idea. He wants the Puck dead, he wants the Rubik dead. Every single time he sees them, they have to die. And considering that the early game didn't go well for Aster, that has to be the case.
Yeah. And we'll see. He might be able to go for a big dive in onto the Undying here. Whiteman, though, does he go down or was this just bait here? Sumail, Tombstone gets dropped, and Sumail, he will be able to take the kill. He's going to be pretty low himself, but Kaka rotates in. They get that impale off, and Kaka might actually give up his life to Kasane now. One more right click, spawn Spiderlings, will be able to get the kill.
They saw there for a second that they cannot fight versus the Brood. So 1 for 1 is the best they can get out of that situation.
Well, it might go from bad to worse here, but it looks like Pichu's going to be able to back himself away. But Kasane just not leaving this lane, and yeah, like I say, creating space for Tomato, just relieving that pressure on the Terrorblade, and he's going to be, you know, the target to kill if Aster want to group up for this. But how slippery really is he?
Oh, Monet needs to get away here. Monet needs to be slippery if he wants to live. We talked about the split push potential of TSM, but now it's not split push. It's we can push in the lanes heavily so that then we can hunt whatever we want.
Dream Coil comes out. Is he going to try and pop this one? He's going to try and get himself away through these trees. TP's comes in, but it looks like they're going to be able to get the kill. And now Monet's dead. Will Pichu go down as well? They've got the Solar Bind coming through. They have the damage. Yeah, they can't slow him down. And Bryle gets himself a double kill. So even though he didn't start off well in the lane, still recovering with these rotations, with these kills. And I think we saw that in the first game of TSM versus Execration as well, where the game wasn't the best for Bryle in the mid lane, but he was able to make some good rotations with his team and make a good recovery into the game.
Or if Sumail doesn't make good use of this Orchid, it is gonna be a huge issue for Aster. You can see that they're switching up their item choices. XXS, he wants a Blink Dagger. The game did not go the way that they wanted. Kaka isn't even level 6 just yet, and that is just showing us that Aster, they're in a really bad spot at the moment.
Yeah, you see that XXS wants to go towards that Blink. Kaka, like you say, not even level 6 yet. So he's looking maybe for a jump in, maybe to find someone. Sumail's going to show in the lane. Nearly lost his courier there as well with the completion for the Orchid on it. But in the end, the Brood didn't chase it down, so the Cornucopia did get out safe. And we'll see where they're going to go here. 3-man smoke.
Yeah, they need to have the Tide there as well, because Storm might use a lot of his mana to get the kill, and then the only way that you get out is if you have a big ultimate there to cover for you.
Well, the Lion does have 6 now as well. He might group up with the rest of his teammates here. Looking for the smoke gank into the mid lane, though. Tide Hunter doesn't have that blink for another 400, 500 gold, so won't be able to get himself in there. And it looks like TSM, for the minute, just playing it safe, you know, not showing on the map, not giving away too much information. And Aster, it will be a failed smoke gank.
Yeah, the heroes that you need for a kill are missing, and TSM, they understand what's going on. They saw the items in the storm. They knew that he was going for an Orchid, so it wasn't really that hard of a situation for them to read. They're really playing good Dota here, TSM.
Yeah, they really impressed me today, and that's not just the bias coming through. They played some really clean Dota. Telekinesis, do you think a kill into XXS? He's got himself the Ravage if he wants to pop it, but he straight up fish food there, and Whiteman's going to be able to get himself another kill on the Tide.
they do have the items now to take heroes down, and the second that the tombstone is placed, that's the second that Aster cannot fight. Monet is not going to be joining a fight anytime soon. He has just bought a Midas now. Man, Aster, they need so much time, and TSM, this ability of theirs to push out the waves, it's going to make it very tough for Aster to survive. This game is a complete disaster for the Dire side.
Yeah, I mean, I had my doubts coming into it on the Broodmother pick, but Kasani's played it really well. 2-0-3 on him. He played the lane nice, some great rotations as well from TSM to take advantage of that. And Aster, maybe just not at the races yet today. 7k net worth lead and 10 kills for TSM. And I mean, Aster can still get. I'm not, you know, the fat lady ain't singing just yet here. As a good couple of fingers coming through, some ganks from Storm Spirit. And Aster are right back in it. Monet's finding farm as well on the PL, so it's not like the game's over. It's just a little bit of an uphill battle here for the side of Aster in the first 15 minutes of the game.
Okay, if you say so, because I'm looking at it and this PL doesn't look like he's finding farm. He is actually finding scraps of it, hoping every single time for that Hand of Midas to cool down so that he can get some extra gold.
Yeah, Stormswift's going to get the dive in now as well. Finds the jump onto Ari. Did get the kill onto the Rubik though. Rubik is pretty darn tanky, but yeah, will still be able to get the kill. Dreamcoil gets popped. Do they have the control though? Sumail will be able to get himself away. It's going to cost Kaka his life, but do they get the kill onto Sumail? Sumail's out of mana. They're looking for it. They're going to try and go with the reflection slowdown now as well. Sumail can get himself away. The damage stacking up from the Terrorblade. It's going to be way too much. Sumail, he couldn't complete the TP, and Tomato takes down Sumail. He was just completely out of mana though.
Yeah, he needed some more time to get the mana back, and that was just enough for the Terrorblade to close the gap and finish him off. If he had TP there a second earlier, it would have been a perfect move from Aster. Trading 1-for-1 and so many TPs, you are happy, but with some Sumail dying, that's your space creator. That's the only hero that is actually having a good game on your side.
Yeah, and I know I asked you the question a lot in the first series, but how do Aster, because it is a little bit lopsided, so how do they kind of get it back in the favor or take away the momentum from TSM to let this PL get into the game?
So they need to play the long game right now. I'm trying to think. So if you go Blink Ravage, that's not good right now, because if you use your Ravage, the enemies are just gonna walk into the Roche Pit after that. So that is off the table for going for a pick off with the Ravage. You can't do it. I guess the biggest thing is make sure that you do have solid vision and solid access points to the Roche, so that if TSM gets the idea of getting that one to increase their advantage, you're ready. Before that, it's farm and hope that the Storm and the Lion can get a kill.
Okay, well, we'll see here. I mean, Monet, he's just looking through, like you said, that Hand of Midas coming in useful. Ari's pushing it up the lane. And maybe acting as a little bit of bait there on the Rubik, because he does have some backup, or he had some backup, before they go through the Twin Gate and get themselves started on Roshan. And Aster nowhere near being able to contest onto this one. It looks like TSM to be able to get themselves a free Aegis.
This is the thing that you should have been ready for, but with the top lane not having a tier 2, it's impossible, right? There's absolutely no way that you're going to be able to do it. Even though you do have the outpost, TPing there, it would just be a bloodbath.
And once they get this one, what did TSM look for? Oh, what did he steal on the Rubik? Okay, it's just going to be the mana drain. Monet, he's showing in the lane, but it's going to be close to and the rest of his teammates. So yeah, they take this Aegis. TSM, objective-wise, is it trying to clean up the rest of the outer towers on the map?
The thing is, you don't have to, right?
Yeah.
You are completely fine just pushing in all the lanes. If you look at the lanes, every single time it's green dots going towards the red base. That's what's happening, right? And now with the Aegis, it's gonna allow Tomato to actually posture even more aggressively on the other side. So you don't have to do it. But to be honest, when I look at them, they can force things, and you maybe even want to do it, because if the Tidehunter is forced to use the Ravage, and that's what you want to happen for the Tidehunter to use the Ravage defensively, that's gonna put you in such a commanding spot.
Yeah, and I mean, Tomato, he's already used this Metamorphosis. He wants to use the extra damage, the extra aggression to come through from this to take down this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. We'll see if It looks like it's actually just going to be the creep shift coming out from Pichu here. The Keeper of the Light using the Illuminate damage to take down the creep wave. The Blinding Light coming out there as well. So Tomato has to move himself away from this tier 2 tower, but we'll see for how long and whether Aster just using that as a delay tactic or if they've got something up their sleeve to make something happen with this, because the tier 2 tower on the bot lane is pushing in.
This is why it's quote-unquote risky to go for plays like this, is because the enemies can annoy you if you do. But then you get annoyed yourself and you just walk up the high ground because the glyph was used.
Yep, it is down, and now they're going to be able to get themselves onto a tier 3 tower. Tomato, though, the momentum officer is down. Success. He blinked himself into this one, but Tomato will be able to walk himself away. Aegis there for another 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So no Ravage being spent. I mean, you don't want to throw it out anyway. The rest of the team from TSM weren't anywhere close by. Looking to just save Tomato if he got in danger, but not actually showing it in vision.
The question is, was this worth it? 2 minutes of your Aegis to make it 3 once the meta comes back up. You take away only half of the tier 3. That's nice, but you have allowed the PL a lot of time to recover. And now he's gonna have an Aghanim Scepter, which is gonna prevent you from pushing quite a lot.
Well, the sounds come through. The finger's going to be thrown out now onto Tomato. I don't know if he got the stack on that there as well. It looks like he did. He gets it on the board here, the Lion. But now the chase coming through. TSM, Kasani's on the run. And it looks like Sumail, Pichu, as well as Kaka back themselves away. And it will just mean that they can go back towards this tier 2 tower. That was... I mean, at least you blow up the Aegis, right? It costs you a level 1 Lion Finger, which puts it on cooldown for the next 3 minutes. Oh, close to 140 seconds. But... it's still, you know, you still get a charge on the board. You still take away the Aegis from TSM, maybe a little bit more unsafe for them. But then TSM didn't seem phased. They just went straight back towards that tier 2 tower.
Yep, that's the case, right? But now it's gonna be tough for them to take the bottom tier 2, right? So opening up the map completely, taking all of the outer towers is gonna be tough. That's why I would have preferred if they just continued playing the way they did earlier, and just a little bit more aggressive knowing that they have the Aegis. But they decided to force out the objectives, and we'll see if that was the right move, because it's gonna be easier now for Aster to play.
Yeah, they're going to try and chase in. The Ravage comes through onto 3 heroes now as well. They do get the kill onto Ari, but Kasani is going to try and sustain here with the Insatiable Hunger. Do they have enough damage to get the kill? Kasani chasing down onto the Tide now. The Tide is a really tanky boy, so he changes targets. They get the kill onto Wyman. The Terrorblade coming in on the backlines now as well. Do they have enough damage to get the kill onto the Perk? They don't, and Sumail will fall here. XXS being right-clicked down by Tomato. Do they have enough damage to get the kill here? As it looks like Kasani, he gets the kill onto Kaka, backs himself away, so it looks like it might be a disengage, a 2 for 2. But you did lose the Storm Spirit in favor of 2 supports, so TSM, bit of a better trade for them here. But,
yeah, a bit of a mistake. Took too long to kill the Undying because he used the silence onto the Brood who had the BKB. So that was a mistake from Sumail that ultimately cost him his life. It would have been a much faster kill on the Undying, and then possibly even get yourself away, whereas the Orchid on the Brood really did nothing.
And they're going to go back for the Tormentor here. You've got Tomato stacking the damage up. Ari, he probably needs to back himself away to make sure he doesn't get soloed. But for the most part, yeah, Ari's going to be able to get himself a free shard. And it just seems like TSM, maybe not the cleanest fight there on the bottom lane, but they did force out, like I say, they got the kill on the Storm Spirit, they forced out a Ravage. And they just feel comfortable in their times to get these rotations around the map. And Aster just don't have the same momentum, the same pace, it doesn't feel like.
True, but that move from Aster was still good. It's showing that they understand how they need to play Dota. It was a Ravage for a Metamorphosis, so in some ways the Terrorblade cannot push. Big problem though coming from Aster is the Butterfly, and you really won't be having anything on the PL to help you deal with that for a very, very long time.
No, you will not. He is going to go back towards the Diffusal Blade, and actually, I mean, Sumail's going to go for the BKB. I was thinking Sumail could just go straight into a Bloodstone if he wants to. Going to try and get the dive here, but there's going to be the Harpoon. They get the drag back. The Dream Call is going to be there as well, and Sumail, bit of a mistake here. Do they get the kill to Pichu? Pichu, Dual Scepter. They've got the control. They have the kill onto the Keeper of the Light as well.
Okay, this is really bad, because you're not going to be buying on the Storm. Oh, did he cut the wave on Kaka? No, he can't do it. It's just impossible for the Lion to do so. Losing the last outer tower, that is a problem, because even though your PL can spam the hell out of the creeps with the Spirit Lance, it's just impossible to mount up a fight if you don't have any outer towers.
And we'll see. Butterfly is complete now onto the Terrorblade. And like you say, they're going to be nowhere near being able to deal with this one. And if you're TSM, are you just waiting up for the next rush? 2 minutes plus?
Dire's bottom tower.
You are, yep, you're controlling the map, you're pushing in the waves, and you're waiting for a move from Aster, right? It's even when you get towards the Roche, considering that all of the lanes are going to be pushed in, you're going to know everything. You can make any play you want. Smoke, split push, farm, it doesn't really matter.
And we can see that, yeah, the Terrorblades and the Broodman at the top of the net worth by... I didn't even realize the PL. It's been a long time since I looked at that top left corner. Didn't realize he was 5,000 gold behind, even with a hand of Midas here. This Phantom Lancer, it's not looking good for Monet.
Yeah, not good at all. They will smoke up on the side of Aster, but without the Diffusal Blade, the PL just still doesn't do enough damage.
And yeah, 5-man smoke coming out. Aster, they know they need to try and do something. Even if it was a 3-for-3 trade, as long as they got 3 kills themselves, it would be a nice trade for them. But TSM, again, playing it safe, playing away, playing as a group, and it's just really hard for Aster to find someone to catch out.
The idea was to get some kind of control of the top part of the map, because that's where the Roche is going to be. So you want to smoke out before the Roche happens, because it's a little bit tougher for TSM to do it. And they were hoping to read it, and they were hoping that they're going to catch somebody off guard. But nope, TSM, they hold position, they stay closer to the pit, and you're not going to be getting any super deep wards there on Aster that will help them actually fight when the time does come.
Well, yeah, now the Harpoon comes in. Oh, the damage. It's stacking up, but at least they're going to be able to get this push away. They know roughly where Aster are now, and TSM, they're sticking themselves on the high ground. They're waiting. They're saying, no. You fight into us.
Puck has a gem, so it's very easy for TSM to clear out all of that vision that does come close. If you want the vision to stay alive, you're going to need to commit for a fight, which would be suicide right now for Aster.
This is a big thing as well, that the Storm Spirit was showing on the map in the bottom lane, so they know if he wants to get up here, he's got to, in a hurry, he's got to come through the Twin Gate. In fact, they're going to send at least a Terrorblade through, maybe just to try and push this lane back out, because he's pushing towards the tier 2. So just using these Terrorblade illusions to push the lane back out, take away that catapult wave, and then set up, again, Roshan, 37 seconds before the big man's back in his cave, so 35 seconds, and Ari's at least looking to push out this tier 2 in the mid lane. But they are keeping this top lane pushed in, keeping the pressure away, and keeping that vision up so they can see anyone coming in to try and contest this.
Aster needs to outpush bottom and the mid lane so much before the Roche gets taken down. They have to do it. If they don't do it, it's gonna be a complete disaster when it comes to TSM when they take the Roche. If the lanes aren't pushed out, if TSM doesn't need to TP back, they're just gonna walk towards the top lane. There's gonna be almost nothing they can do about it.
The webs go down. I think they were trying to make a move onto Execration there. He moves himself back. There was no Harpoon drag back in. Has that Ravage if he needs it. Pipes up, going towards the Shivas here as well, it seems like. And Roshan is back now. So it looks like TSM, they just want to push this top lane back out. Give themselves as much information as possible. And maybe not make their way back towards the Roche pit.
Very smart things that they're doing. They're making sure that the lanes are pushed out before they go for the Roche. Because what's going to happen if you just walk into the pit is that the mid lane, bottom lane are going to get pushed out. So after the Roche, you're going to be needing to TP to deal with those, and that gives the opportunity for the Lion and the Storm to do their magic. You don't want to get into that scenario.
Yeah, really clever to be from Tomato, just using the Twin Gate, pops those illusions and lets the lane push out. As they move themselves into the Roshan, we'll see if Aster want to contest into this one. They are grouped up as 4, but it's still so far away. Look how quickly this Roshan's going down as well, and yeah, Aster just not going to be able to contest into this.
Yeah, they're not close. They will smoke up, but this is not going to be in time. This is actually the worst thing. You're missing off the map, you're not pushing out the lanes, and the enemies are getting the Roche.
Yeah, and now the Twin Gate, again, the push through, they can just play a little bit of push-pull around this map here, because you see the 4-man smoke coming out from Aster, but everybody from TSM already down the other side of the map.
Yeah, you don't want to be caught off guard on the top lane, even though you're ahead, you have the Aegis. On paper, you're stronger. A bad angle can always cost you a fight, right? Let's say you're together, there's a Ravage, a follow-up Earth Spike, and suddenly you've lost all of your lead. You don't want that to happen, so you just go to the part of the map where you're pretty sure that the enemies are not. You outpush the waves, and you continue playing like that. That's what your lineup is good at. You still need to be careful about the big team fight, because the Ravage could be something that takes you down.
Yeah, and you see that Sumail, on the map at least, he dove in deep there to get the Wisdom and make sure that TSM don't get both of these heroes. It looks like they want to, once again, push onto this high ground tier 3 tower, taking a lot of harass. Tomatoes Still not use that Metamorphosis, so it looks like he just wants to keep himself going. There is going to be the Tendrils of the Deep coming out into that Meteor Hammer, though. Tomato just straight up Sunders and got the Dragon with the Harpoon. They're going to go to... No! Success to give him the Glimmer Cape, keeping him alive for a little bit longer. Kasani wants to chase him, but that BKB not got a long left on it, so Kasani needs to get himself away from this one. Did he want to go? The Rabbits just get popped, and they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Broodmother. The big misstep there. Kasani just going in way too deep, overcommitting onto the Tide. Didn't even get the kill on the Tide Hunter either.
That could have went badly for Aster because the Ravage could have gotten stolen. XXS, what he did, he went in with the Ravage and then he didn't follow up with the Anchor Smasher, the Tendrils of the Deep. He just started going for the Meteor Hammer, the Rubik. Didn't get the Ravage, so at least that's fine. But this is the thing, TSM, they just went in on the high ground, whereas I still think their lineup, it should focus on shoving in the waves because that is what they're good at. And then once Aster makes a misstep, bam, you jump in with the puck, you get the kill, and you open up the base for the push.
Yeah, but now there is no Ravage here, so TSM, they still have that Aegis, might feel a little bit more comfortable. They did get the tier 3 tower down to, what was it, 94 health as well. Yep. So a couple of more hits, that tower is gone. They open up the lane for Rax, and it just feels like, yeah, TSM, or at least trying to, get in poke, get a little bit of damage onto the tower, get themselves back. And Kasani maybe wasn't reading the rest of the script that the rest of the team were on. Telekinesis, they've got a bit of lockdown. XXX, so pops the pipe, just going to go for the straight walk away.
Yeah, still now there's no Ravage, so very, very tough to defend, and the Aegis is still up. Let's see for how long.
Does he get taken down Tomato? These illusions from the Phantom Lance? No, he's still going. He actually sunders out there onto Whitemon as well.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He was given mangoes, I think, by the Rubik there, so that's how he got the mana for the Sunder.
And you can see that Smel's not even on the space defense. He's just looking again to push out this mid lane. Tomato, though, just backing himself out. He knows the Sunder's down. Aegis has got 2 minutes left on it, so they are just playing it safe. They're not overcommitting. At least this time, they're not overcommitting. And Aster at least defend the base. They've got the Ravage back up in 35 seconds, so it was good for them that they didn't lose any more tier 3, or they didn't lose a tier 3. They were able to hold the base. It didn't really cost them anything in the second fight either.
Well, it's very hard to push into a PL. Double Spirit Lance with the PL and the Keeper of Light, it's just way too hard to deal with. There's so many illusions instantly that spawn, and it's just impossible to go high ground like this. So TSM are gonna have to find another way.
And Terrorblade, what does he want? He wants the Silver Edge to come out as well, some even more damage to come out for Tomato. And yeah, Phantom Lancer, it's actually going to be the heart to come out for the Phantom Lancer, so he's going to be even harder to get through these illusions. Going to be pretty tanky as well. And we'll see, the Aegis will be wearing off in the next 30 seconds, in the next minute or so. So not a lot of time there for TSM to push onto another tower. It looks like they're just going to go back, try and get even more farm, but you take a look at the net worth difference. With how strong TSM have been, it's only a 4k difference between the two teams.
It's not that big of a deal. The advantage of TSM now, it's coming from them taking down the outer towers, right? That's the thing. It's very hard for Aster to find a fight outside of their base. That's the only thing. In terms of strength right now, I'd argue that Aster are stronger if it comes down to a fair fight.
And yeah, this is what it looks like TSM playing away. So, do Aster really want to take a fight outside the base? It doesn't look like it wants to. It looks like they just want to build up to the heart on Monet.
It's hard for them to be together outside of the base. That's why they're probably not going to be fighting.
Yeah. And how do they play around it then? Do they wait for the heart and go for a smoke and look for these heroes that are split up? Because it looks like TSM, they even split up. They want to get aggressive.
The heart changes a lot because it allows you to survive for a very long time as a PL. That's why. And then you will have time for your teammates to connect, or you will be able to go in, go out, so you don't have to only rely on your illusions, force the enemies to gather, and then if, let's say, TSM are starting to gather and Aster are starting to gather, ultimately you will get a fair fight, a 5 versus 5 that doesn't start with anybody losing a hero at the start.
Okay, well, we'll see just how quickly that's going to happen, or even if it is going to happen, because TSM, again, playing away, at least 2 minutes before Roche is back up. Is this, again, TSM just play away, play safe, find the farm, and look towards that next Roche and get even more siege damage on the tier 3s?
That is something that they have to do right now. Going up the high ground at this moment is not possible, but I think just continuing to play what your lineup is good at, and that is exactly what Tomato is doing with this illusion, sending it into the base. Constant damage, constant pressure. Teams tend to crumble under it. Aster, of course, has a lot of very experienced players, so I doubt that's going to happen, but if you're not trying to apply it, obviously it's not.
And we'll see Tides. We're going to see another Tormentor go down, actually. So who gets the shot this time? As Tomato should be able to. Yeah, he doesn't go down. Actually going to be Braille that picks it up. So we're going to see the puck shot come out here. Which, I never remember what this is. So the bonus magic damage and puck attacks all. Okay, so it's pretty nice. Yeah, it's a pretty nice buff.
Yeah, you use the phase shift and you attack everybody. It's solid, right? It's no biggie overall. The thing is, right now, PL has the heart, but some big items have come out as well in the last couple of minutes. The Shiva for a Tidehunter is huge to protect the supports from both the Terrorblade and the Brood, and the Broodmother has the Hex. That Hex changes things a lot, especially for the Storm Spirit, who doesn't want to pop the BKB instantly, but Samael has a 9-second one, so this should be a solid fight if Aster can get the right jump.
And it looks like they might be able to get the backstab off now as well. You see at least the rotation from the line and the Tidehunter behind enemy line. Samael's just trying to find some farm as well. And are they going to be able to get the jump? Do they have the vision on this one? Because, I mean, TSM are in the smoke as well, so it looks like we're going to get a wrap on a wrap. And
Aster has better positioning and ward, because they're the ones that got the gem out of the Brood last time around, so they should have the advantage here.
Yeah, look at this as well. The PL just sending the illusions around to see what's coming through behind. Roche not up for at least 16 seconds, and they are going to put some pressure onto the tier 1 towers. They should be able to clean up this Radiant tier 1. Do they get the jump onto XXS? So he is the furthest one behind by a long shot.
TSM pushed out the mid lane and the bottom lane, and they're controlling the twin gate. So Aster, you need to be deciding to fight fairly soon. You have the arcane rune on the storm. I think even if they don't have the better positioning at the moment, that they should be stronger, and I feel like they could feel confident enough to go for this one.
Well, they're going to know Tidehunter's roughly around here because he did take down that watch, and meanwhile they see the rotation from the Phantom Lancer into the mid lane.
He's coming back.
Are they going to be able to get it? Yeah, he's going to be able to get himself back into this one, but not before the fight breaks out now as well. They get a lot of damage coming through. Tombstone's going to be dropped as well. Did they get the kill onto the Tide? They do. He wasn't able to throw that Ravage out. Really nice Hex coming through from the Broodmother. They get the kill onto the Keeper Light now, and it looks like they might be able to go for even more. Samael just using the last of his mana to jump himself away. And now Monet, Kaka just have to move themselves away from this one. The buyback comes through them. They might be able to get the Hex. They get the control out. Finger. They get the kill onto File, but what else can they get here? The Broodmother, he wants the revenge on the line. Moves himself down into that little pond. And now Monet, does he need to move himself away from this one?
Samael is full mana.
Through from Kaka. Yeah, he wants to get himself into this fight. They've got the lockdown. They've got the drag back. Terrorblade, though, has the Sunder. Does he get it off? Does he get it off onto anything? It's going to be an illusion that he gets it off onto. And immediately loses about half of his health once again. So, Monet, is he going to be happy with this? Do they want to back themselves away? They forced out buybacks both sides, but it's going to be Brow's buyback that comes through from TSM, and the two support buybacks here on the side of Aster. They have that Tidehunter coming back up in 20 seconds as well with a Ravage. So TSM, they have to be really careful about aggressing and committing onto this fight.
Cheese onto the Terrorblade. Storm, think about going in. They did surprise the Tide there with the break and the Hex, and that's why this fight went so well for TSM, making sure that the Ravage doesn't get used. But now the Ravage is still up, and Aster, I'd say that they're still gonna be fine with that one. They still didn't lose the gem. I feel like it was on Samael. No? Actually, I don't see no gem at the moment.
Oh, they're going to try and go for this one. They get the lockdown with the Dream Coil. Do they have enough damage? The Blinding Light comes out. The Black Line jump comes through from Samael. He's trying to get himself onto Ari. And do they have enough damage to get the kill on the Rubik? The Rubik's getting pretty darn low. And Ari, he's going to be the gem on the deck here. Samael, though, will be taken down in revenge. Ravage gets thrown out. Great committing onto the two goals here. And they're going to be able to get all three heroes. Ari, yes, he takes down 3. Broodmother is going to be 4, it looks like. And only the puck to live behind that twin gate, trying to get himself down towards this bottom lane. Just in time for Roshan to respawn here. That was a great fight for Aster.
Samael reeled them in, but not with the electric vortex, but with his life. He just jumped in. He gave his life so that they would stay together around him. The second that XSS came in with the Ravage, it was apparent that this fight is over and the game is completely in favor of Aster now.
Yeah, and this is going to be a refresher shot on the Roche as well. So do you want to go for the double Ravage?
Yes.
Double finger?
Double finger? Why would you ever go for double Ravage and you win the fight? Let's go.
So you get double finger guns. Pew pew. you know, just give them the old finger guns. But yeah, double Ravage. So 96 seconds before Ravage is back up, and now with TSM being on the back foot, they've got this Aegis onto Monet now as well. Obviously, the Storm Spirit being dead, wasn't able to pick it up. How easy is it for Aster to try and take these tier 2 towers and maybe try and breach the high ground of TSM?
The idea is now that Monet needs to be posturing aggressively. You have the heart, you have the butterfly, you have the Aegis. You're very, very, very hard to kill. So you just want to be forcing them to focus on you while maybe one of your teammates are pushing out the side lanes. And then if you see people around you, you probably know that you're not going to go down. Even if you're in a 4 versus 5 scenario, you push out the waves and then you go for fair fights. Right now, Aster, even if they are fighting TSM in a bit of a worse position, it's not going to be a problem for them with how strong the PL is.
Braille is trying to get sneaky in the trees there, but the Spirit Lance bounces through from Monet right to him backline, so they do get a lot of lockdown. They have the kill onto Kaka. They might be able to get the kill onto Pichu. Does he go down? He's surviving for a little bit longer, but now they finally do get the kill. Whitemon will go down in return, but they take down the Tide. It doesn't look like he was able to use that refresher, so he didn't go for the second Ravage. And Kaka trying to move himself away from this. Sumail wasn't in this fight. He'd moved himself down to the bottom lane, and now the chase down. They get the kill onto the line as well. This is going to be big here, as they might be able to get themselves onto Monet. Monet's getting dealt with, but he's still going to get himself that hard, like you say, the Aegis, and Kasani couldn't get himself away from this one, so the PL could be able to clean up. The BKB comes out from Sumail. Sumail eats his cheese, and they might be able to get the kill. They do. They take down Tomato on the TB, and Sumail, well, this is going to be two big calls. Sumail gets in these fights, and all of a sudden it turns on its head, even with both supports being dead.
TSM found a perfect angle to find the supports, but it's just not enough because the PL can stay alive for so long, and that was a beautiful play for Sumail. He knows having the cheese, he can go into the backlines, keep the Terrorblade away from the PL. If the Terrorblade is not smashing into the PL when he's stunned, there's no way that the rest of the heroes of TSM are going to be able to kill Monet.
Oh, and look at this now. They're going to be able to go into the high ground. Are they going to try and force out buybacks from TSM? Because these two big cores here, same second on the respawn, 40 seconds on the clock here, and it might even be a tier 3 tower. Does Monet want to go for more now as well? Throws that Spirit Lance in, but Bryle going to be able to get the phase shift off. And yeah, this tier 3 tower, it should go down 30 seconds until these two heroes are back up. Bruno the buys back though. Do they want to go for it? Because Execration going to be able to walk himself in. Has that Ravage? He's going to be able to pop it out. He gets 2 kills. They're going to be able to get more out of this as he dive comes through onto Ari.
That's another
and looks
one.
at the double Ravage. They take down Kasani. That's going to be the dieback, and this should be game number 1 going the way of Aster, because I don't think Tomato, even on the Terrorblade, as strong as he is, will be able to 1v5 up against the side of Team Aster.
1 versus 300, to be honest, because there's so many of these PLs, and yeah, he does have 2 lives. As his buyback is ready, so maybe he can try to make something happen. You definitely feel super bad about losing this game.
Yeah, they were in control for, what, 2/3, 3/4 of this game, and then one good fight for Aster into the Roche pit just seemed to swing it round back in their favor, and all of a sudden, the buyback's coming out. They took another couple of fights, and then it's game over.
Yeah, I mean, Aster did everything right after the laning stage. The way that they dodged, the way that they fought that fight on the bottom lane that they took that went 2 for 2. If they executed just a little bit better, would have been even worse for TSM. But overall, the thing is that TSM, and this is something that I see from teams quite a lot, you have one thing that your lineup is very good at, and that's shoving in the waves and catching people and then killing them one by one. And the second that you get stronger than the enemy team, you're like, okay, we can team fight. No, you cannot. The Ravage is too strong of a spell, and you're gonna lose to it all the time. And TSM, they just forced a little bit too much. Aster, they caught them, and ultimately they got the victory.
Yeah, and you can see that even on the kills here, it was still Team Aster in favor. TSM was still in the lead. Take a look at we can see on the screen that Monet got himself 11 kills in the end. And yeah, Aster, just a really good comeback for them. Held the nerve all the way through, held the high ground. It wasn't able to be breached by TSM, and all of a sudden, big swing back. So TSM, what do they need to be doing to get themselves back on it in the second game?
They did everything right. They had the game in their hands. I think this approach to having very strong laning supports and going from there is probably a good thing for them. Bryle has proven time and time again that even if he loses the laning phase, he can find impact in the game. He did so as well. So in terms of drafting, I don't think they should change much. Maybe you can use these 5 to 10 minutes to just shrug it off. Say, guys, let's not go for team fights unless we're 100% certain that we're going to win them with these non-team fight lineups, and just go from there. If that's the only thing they change in the same game with the same start, I think TSM could get the victory.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to go after this break because TSM, they don't want to take up a loss, so they're going to try and go for the draw, but Team Aster put themselves in a comfortable position to get their second win on the board, and we'll find out how it's going to go after this break. Welcome back in, everybody, to the second game of TSM versus Aster. TSM, it was looking really comfortable to them, but after the PL got the heart out, got a couple of items, he was able to take a really good fight. Aster and TSM just couldn't stand their ground. And Hurry, you said that they did everything well in that first game, TSM, and Aster, with that last fight, were able to turn it on the heads. Was it inevitable, that fight, or with the power spike from the PL, or was it just a good catch from Aster?
Actually, they did everything well up until the point where they felt like they could fight at a 7k goal lead, right? That's where it changed, right? So they were doing everything right. They were dodging fights. They got the Roche, and then they're like, yeah, we are strong. We can fight into the Ravage. No, you can't. You're walking up the high ground to a team that could never find a place to fight that unless you give it to them, and you give them the one play that they're hoping for. So that's, TSM, we're looking at only what their heroes can do, which is they play them perfectly, but they didn't really put into account that Aster's heroes can be quite dangerous. And then once the PL got strong enough, when he got strong enough to stay outside of the base and stay alive long enough for his other cores to join him if he does get gone on, that's where the game became impossible for TSM.
Yeah, and how do you, or how would you rather than play around it? Like, because the in that fight, I guess it was the fight that around the Roche pit, it went long enough that the Tidehunter could respawn, right? Would you rather them get those pickoffs and then back themselves away and give up that Roche? Or was it the right thing to do to carry on fighting around that? And maybe they just got unlucky that they weren't able to take down the Tide before he got that Ravage off in the second fight.
Oh, that was, it was... At that point, you are stuck. You have nowhere to go but to fight your way through it. I think the biggest problem I saw in that fight in particular for TSM, because they set it up perfectly, is that they were chasing a arcane rune storm. Like, I have no idea why they did that. They were just chasing after some mail with a couple of heroes there going to the right, instead of focusing on maybe not killing the PL, but saving as many heroes that they can from the PL, and then it might have been a different story, but who knows? I mean, in terms of setup and in terms of how the fight started, it could have gone better for TSM. It's just that the buybacks from Aster came into play.
Yeah, and we'll see. We'll be able to get ourselves into the draft soon to see how the second one's going to go. Any predictions on heroes? We're still going to see the Timbersaw bans. We're going to be seeing the bans coming out for the Broodmother maybe this time, do you think?
I just want to see a Drow. That's the only thing, right? I want to see Aster playing the Drow, showing us why they ranked this hero so highly. In the Bally Major, they had a couple of good Drow games, but considering that they got eliminated early, I mean, they obviously it wasn't working out that well for them, at least in the playoffs.
No, and we'll see, like you say, if they want to go for it here in this draft. TSM, they're going to have second picks, so they ban out the Medusa. The Chen's going to be taken away from Aster once again, so I'm not going to be seeing that one again today. They take out the Wisp, and yeah, TSM looked great with both of those heroes, but this time they take away the Storm Turret, so no first pick here for Team Aster on that, and we'll see where they want to go first. Just straight up Ember right now?
Timber.
Timber, okay.
Timber. Like the Pitbull song.
Yes.
10 seconds remaining.
You don't know which one.
It's not my kind of music. No.
I don't know. It's that's a cool song. We'll listen to it. Anyways, though, I do think Timber is the right one. Sumail is definitely the type of player that can play it. And XXS is also a pretty good Timber player. So I don't see a reason why not to pick it up.
Well, they're going to go into the reserve time straight away to think about whether they do want to right off the bat. I mean, if you're picking it up first, which they're going to go for the Snapfire.
Which they're not. That's an interesting one, I have to say. I wasn't expecting a Snap. I was thinking like Timber, maybe a Beastmaster. Snapfire is an interesting one for me. For TSM, though, I'm not going to say that I'm surprised by the Brood, because that's just something that they want to play, it seems.
I'm a little surprised it was picked into a Snapfire.
I mean, the Brood doesn't care about her babies, right? It's a completely different approach in the spider species than it is in humans, right? You don't care that they're gonna kill your offspring, so you're actually fine with that.
I was just thinking, maybe the cookie chase to get the stun, even if he's trying to get away on the webs, and then the slowdown from the scatter blast. Like, I suppose it's whether it's going to be a core Snapfire or whether it's going to be a support Snapfire. To me, you drop those Mortimer kisses on him as well. And now he can't get away because the Mars Arena just keeps him locked in like a giant cup.
That's a good one versus the Brood, right? You can't really get away from it, and that's where you're gonna be smacked down. The way that I personally would deal with spiders, put them in a cage and then burn them down, and that's exactly what Aster is going for with the Mars and the Snapfire. I like it. I really do like this this kind of approach. Not like, okay, it's super strong in the current meta, but just because we have seen a lot of aura builders and stuff like that, Team Aster is going for jump, right? Mars jumps in, Snapfire destroys someone. There's a lot of kill potential between these two in the lane. They don't know what they're going to be going up against if this is the 4 and 3, which is most likely going to be the case. But whatever it is, you always have kill potential with these two.
How detrimental would it be to the rest of the team, though, if this Mars is going to go straight for the Blink Dagger, where we're usually seeing the offlaners rush those kind of aura items? Or does it depend on what the rest of the Team Aster draft is going to be here?
Depends on the rest of the team, and also depends on how well the game starts, right? If it's going super well, you want to get the blink so that you get more advantage. If it's going super badly, you want to get the blink as well so that you change things up. Only somewhere in the middle, if you're being like strong in the lane but the enemies are farming as well, then you might go for some kind of auras. But I would assume with the way that XXS played the previous game that we are going to be seeing a blink dagger relatively early in this game.
Do you go back for the auras afterwards, or does the Mars just want to go straight into that BKB? Because if he does want to get aggressive with the Blink Dagger, do you want to keep yourself alive through that BKB, the Arena of the Spear to come through, or does he go back for the aura items?
We still don't see the other heroes of TSM, so it's very hard to say. But you know, it depends. If a pipe is really good, it is an item that you usually don't want to skip unless there's somebody else that is going to be making it.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. And we'll see what TSM, they ban out the Monkey King here, as well as the Naga Siren. Phantom Lancer, as well as the Bloodseeker, Undying being taken away by the side of Team Aster. So TSM, what is their final ban going to be? Just coming through some reserve time to think about it, and then obviously the next pick in the first phase, and the first pick in the next phase, excuse me, as well.
Yeah, it's... they're protecting the Brood, right? Monkey King, Naga Siren, they lane well versus the Brood. Another hero is the Slark, which can be good versus the Brood, but I think when you have the Rubik, that generally you're not afraid of the type of hero like a Slark, unless he has a lot of heals and no Chen, no Undying, no IO. I don't really see anybody else that's really going to be healing up the Slark in the laning phase.
Okay, and do you think this is going to be the Kasani Broodmiller again? Definitely, because you don't really want to play the Brood into the Mars at all, right?
Probably not. So I would assume that it is going to be Kasane on the hero. I'm sure that Tomato can play it, but Broodmother Rubik already seems like a really formidable lane against almost anything.
Okay, well, we are going to be, again, TSM just burning through this reserve time to think about this next ban, about the next phase of play as well. I mean, I think they did this in the last game, in the ban phase, which brought them down to about 7 seconds, which is why they missed that final ban. And I wonder if maybe a strat, just to let a couple more heroes through.
If you don't mess up at this point in the draft, you're going to have a huge advantage on your 4th and 5th pick in the later portions of the draft. It's just how it goes, right? So this is the most important part of the draft when you do have the 2nd pick. So it only makes sense that you're going to be using the most of your time because it's a ban into a pick. And they do get rid of the Slark in the end.
Okay. And we'll see what they want to go for. What's left for them? I say what's left. I mean, they ban out a few carries here. The Medusa Go and the Monkey King Slark, Naga Siren, Phantom Lancer, Bloodseeker. They could go back for... Do you reckon we might see another Faceless Void?
I think most likely TSM are going to be picking up a support right now, not trying to reveal too much. Ideally, it should be a strong laner for their side, right? Something that's not going to die to the Snapfire and the Mars that can poke on them. So something tanky comes to mind. That's why the Undying was banned out, because, well, he is one of those that is going to be surviving for a very long time. And they go for the Elder Titan. It's kind of the same idea. And it is something that Whitemon does play.
Yeah, being able to run down players as well with your giant stapler and just whack them to death after you get that Astral Spirit out and back to you. How do you... I mean, you have some control coming out with the Snapfire slow, the Mars Spear as well to push him away, but how do you try and deal with this hero in the lane?
With the Titan, I mean, he comes close. The Snapfire Scatter Blast also slows down your attack speed, so you do have ways to get him out, right? So he goes with the Spirit, starts running in. You have the Spear, you have the God's Rebuke, you have the Scatter Blast. You have many ways to actually slow him down, so it's not going to be that big of an issue. It's more so that TSM wanted a hero that's going to be able to survive through it.
Oh, damn, we're seeing a Pugna. The Faceless Void comes out for Aster here as well, so we are going to see some good Chronospheres. I mean, that's a tricky one to play into, right? The Elder Titan's already, so the Split Earth's available. You've got the Telekinesis on the Rubik. Silken Boulder for the Mischance as well on the Broodmother. So it's an interesting pick, the Faceless Void from Aster. Whether it was just a block pick, maybe thinking TSM were going to go towards that one.
I think the Team Aster are going for, we're going to have the stronger late game and team fight. And we feel confident in our ability to get there during the game. Now from these two games that we have casted here versus TSM, I'm getting that kind of a vibe that they are coming into the series with that kind of an approach. Morphling nerfed to the ground, but still a good hero versus the Faceless Void. Lanes really well with the Elder Titan. Good versus the Pugna. Good versus the Mars. I mean, there were so many good Morphling games today, and people just don't want to pick it because it's been nerfed. But I mean, it doesn't get much better than this.
No, it's not as bad, right? Because it's not a universal hero that you want to be pulling the Acceptor on. Do you even still go for the Acceptor? You reckon we're going to see any of the old E-Blade builds ever again?
No, E-Blade probably not. But I would be down for an Axe. I still think turning into the Faceless Void is a big deal because you get the extra mobility, and taking away that attack speed is still going to be nice.
Yeah, still really nice against the Faceless Void, like you say. So we'll see. And obviously, TSM, it's a nice comfort pick to them. They're not ready to give the hero up altogether just yet. Aster banning out the puck. I wonder if we're going to see Bryle win a lane today. Did he win the second game versus Execration?
I think he won one lane versus Execration. Yeah, he did when he was the Lesh. Or at least he was,
well, yeah.
No, he actually died, you know, and then he got back with the stack. So yeah, in terms of winning the lane, yeah, I think he was always a little bit on the back foot.
Yeah,
he does have last pick now.
Ooh, are they thinking this is going to be a mid Snapfire then if they're taking away the Lion?
Yep. Maybe they're thinking it's going to be a mid Pugna. It's not out of the question. Samael can play this type of hero, and imagine a Dagon Pugna going and zapping your Morphling to death. That would be really funny to see.
It wouldn't be great for the Morph. No, it would be pretty annoying. And like the offensive drain, it's still as effective, right? It's just like the redrain into your teammates that got a bit of a kick in.
I mean, when I look at this game, I don't see much value in a support Pugna. Right?
Yeah.
There's no one really to give HP to, no one really that is lacking mana. So in my mind, a core Pugna makes a ton of sense. You have a Faceless Void, you have a Mars, you have a Snapfire. There's a lot of lockdown. It's gonna help you push towers. And when you look at Broodmother, Rubik, Elder Titan, Morphling, none of these heroes have a ton of HP. So bursting them down is a possibility.
Okay, and TSM, they got close to losing out on that final ban once again. Got down to the last second on reserve time.
They banned out the two burst heroes that would go really well with the Mars, but I'm not gonna be too happy now because we're not gonna be seeing a core Pugna. It will be a Queen of Pain. It is still a burst type hero, but it does give some possibilities for TSM. You know, if you really want to win a lane, get something like a Dragon Knight. It's definitely gonna help.
And we'll see. I mean, they've got only a few seconds to think about this one, respond to the Queen of Pain pickup. So we'll see where TSM want to go with this one. 3 seconds left. It's going to be straight up Dragon Knight. Good call. Golf clap.
Yep. I thought I was gonna be getting a better clap from you, but okay. I guess I didn't deserve any better. The idea here is that you just want to be able to stand your ground versus the Queen of Pain. And Samael, he really needs some upgrade there on the cosmetics on the Queen of Pain because that looks really bad.
Yeah, that isn't the old Arcana into like the new dress that came out in the last TI chest, and maybe he's good with the classics. You know, maybe he's happy with what he's got.
Dude, the Dragon Knight has such a beautiful shining armor, and then you have this Queen of Pain that when she sees herself in that shining armor, she's probably gonna be feeling embarrassed.
Gonna be doing mental damage to her. Like, yeah, okay. That's fair enough. Well, we'll see how it's actually gonna go in the lane. Do you think the Dragon Knight gets into a position where he can win the lane against the Queen of Pain, or is it just an even trade in that lane?
He always wins, just slightly in terms of CS. You cannot really harass him out, so sometimes the queens won't even take a point in the Shadow Strike, max out the Scream, and make sure that you can farm the jungle faster once the time does come.
Okay, well, we've got our two teams on the board, Harry, for the, well, I guess the final time today. What are your preferences coming into this game?
Tough one to say. I think I am gonna be going for Aster again. I think their team fight is super powerful, and when I look at TSM, I'm not sure if they can end the game fast enough. They have strong lanes, but the thing is that they do not have pick-off, right? And you don't really want to be staying two together with your team. So once the Mars gets a blink, the catch potential for Aster will be quite nice. So if TSM can get that early lead like in the previous one and just storm down Aster like they wanted in the previous game, they can definitely do it here. But I think the second that they start splitting apart, that Aster is gonna rip them apart.
Okay, well, we'll see how it's going to go here in the second game between Aster versus TSM, whether Aster can bring that momentum back into this game. Well, TSM, if they're going to fight back, we're going to see the 5-man smoke coming out, but it looks like it's just for wards. You know, we see the items once again, all of the magic wands, all of the branches coming out, and you're going to be seeing, oh, excuse me, magic sticks, and we'll be seeing some quick ones here. So, I mean, it seems like every game today, this has been like the starting build for most heroes. Just straight up branches, sticks, and then go from there.
It's all about the stats. That's how Dota works right now. You want the stats. You want to be able to get that early CS. You're just bringing out region later on, so you don't really need it. You're just gonna be seeing a ton of iron branches, circlets, and items like that.
And do you think that? I mean, the build-up-wise, item-wise, does it allow for the sustain in the lane? But do you think it, offers the aggression that we really want to be seeing as Dota fans?
Well, no. That's where we're gonna be looking at blood grenades. Those are the items that we want to see, and we do have a couple there on the supports.
Yeah, we're going to see Kaka chasing down onto the Tomato now as well, just trying to get those right clicks off onto the Morphling before he gets underneath the tier 1 tower. He's going to be able to go for the full Agimorph as well here, just heal himself back up. And for the most part, not looking too bad for Tomato, back to pretty much full health. No great shakes there for him. In the middle lane, Sumail up against Bryle. You talked about it, the Queen of Pain, not really going to have a good time against the Dragon Knight. So are you expecting quick rotations for Sumail?
This is the thing. I think you want to stay in the lane until minute 10 and hope that Kaka gets his level 6. I think Kaka, because he's playing versus the Dragon Knight in this game in particular, he needs to put more emphasis on his experience than he did in the previous one. His level 6 was late in the previous game, and now he should have it just so that they can threaten the Dragon Knight and not lose that mid lane tower super early.
Okay, well, we'll see how it's going to go. Bryle coming through with the Breathe Fire. Top lane, we'll see what Kaka is going to be able to play around here with the help of XXS, whether they're going to be able to go for some easy early kills, cookies into the spears and trees, and Scatterblast to follow up here. But Whitemon, he's not getting shy about just coming forward and hitting Kaka in the face again with his giant briefcase here. And it looks like Kaka at least going to back himself away for a little bit, just trying to play the damage at range.
Oh, he has the big hand, like Bugs Bunny. When you know that episode, Bugs Bunny, when he's like, in poker, who has the biggest hand wins, and then he just inflates his glove. Does this mean I win, Doc? That's what this always reminds me of.
And yeah, how do you play around this one? I mean, we talked about the slows down coming through, but Whitemon specifically, does he just want to be running at the heroes every chance he gets when he gets those Astral Spirits back?
Yeah, you want to be going in, you force them to use their spells, or at least push you out, and you create space for your Morphling to farm. That's the whole plan to the lane. But they're ignoring him and they're just smacking down Tomato.
I mean, Bryle in the mid lane as well has got to be careful here. Sumail did go for the 2 points into the Shadow Strike, so the Dragon Knight being whittled away just a little bit here by Sumail in the mid lane. Bottom lane, yeah, Ari's going to take one of those Nether Blasts to the face. And gotta be careful about the right clicks coming through here, because Pichu's not shy about getting up into Ari now as well. But Ari obviously gonna be able to use that telekinesis to fade ball as well. If he gets him low enough, I mean, Pichu just has to play close to that tier 1 tower just to make sure he doesn't get burst down and a silken ball that comes in to finish him off as well.
Overall, I don't think there's much chances that happens. Pugna is a very fast hero, and Pichu really needs to step out to go down.
I always forget that Pugna's got 330 movement speed right off the bat. Like, you wouldn't have thought he was one of the, if not the fastest tier hero in the game. Whitemon, though, he might go down in the top lane to get himself away from this one. They're trying to play at a distance. He won't be able to get the stomp off here, Whitemon. He might go down. The Gosby comes out, but Whitemon, he's going to be able to walk himself up to the high ground here, and Kaka's looking pretty darn low, but Tomato doesn't want to get aggressive onto the Snapfire. Snap trying to look towards to the Lotus, but Tomato, he's heads up. He'll be able to get himself over and take that away from Kaka first.
Yeah, Whitemon did his job. He got all of the hate onto himself, forced enemies to use their mana, to use their resources to try to kill him, and he survived. He had the healing salve, so he's back up to almost full, and he can continue doing the same thing again and again.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, actually the Queen of Pain having a good time here. 15-7 in terms of last hits and denies, and the Dragon Knight only 13 last hits, 14 last hits now, but no denies on the DK.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that it did go this way. There's also a lot of creeps going under the tower of the Queen of Pain, so Sumail actually did apply a lot of pressure. He went for the 2 points in the Shadow Strike, and Bryle, he just didn't have the HP. He got pushed out there for a second. A couple of first waves he did well, but when Sumail zoned him out from 1 or 2 waves, that created the difference here, and quite a huge one.
Yeah, do you think the, take a look at the bottom lane here, looks like Pichu being chased down. Kasani just needs one more right click, will be able to get the kill onto him. Netherblast will come out here. Kasani taking tower shots, but will be able to move himself away. And level 3 now on the Brood. So, 2 points in the spin webs, 1 into the Silken Ball, and yeah, was always going to be able to run down that Pugna, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, it's a kill I didn't expect to happen, but they did use a lot of time to get him down, so that does allow Monet to just farm as much as he wants.
How's it? Yeah, so back in the mid lane, Sumail going for that second point in the Shadow Strike. The sustain coming out from that. Do you think that's the difference maker in this lane up against the Dragon Knight?
It was. Now it's not going to be a difference maker any longer, but the damage is already done. You won the lane as a queen.
Yeah, and now they're going to be able to get the kill on Tomato on the top lane there as well. Kaka was the one that got the kill credit, but a great step up there as well. It seems like, apart from that death on Pichu in the bottom lane, these lanes fairly comfortable for Aster.
It's going awesome for them. Like, they're farming super well on every one of their heroes. Of course, their cores are very good at last hitting. Mars, great animation. Faces Void, great animation. Queen of Pain does have a decent one as well, but I'd say that skill-wise, Sumail was tested the most here, and he passed with flying colors.
Yeah, and looking at the DK's build, the 3 points into the Dragon's Blood, do you think that's kind of where maybe Sumail's been able to pull it out, because there's, you know, maybe a couple more points in the Dragon's Breath to get aggressive onto Sumail, or is it just, you know, the build doesn't matter, it was just the skill of Sumail, as we do see 2 kills on the bottom lane here.
Yep, the support's going down, Monet getting solo experience there, so this Faceless Void is going to be super happy with this, meaning that, well, he might even be able to kill the Brood once the time comes, or maybe even now if he continues with these bashes.
Yeah, he gets the time walk off, got low there as well, both heroes here. Insatiable Hunger comes out from Kasane for some sustain in the mid lane though. Bryle, he's going to be chased down. Do they have enough damage? The Stomp comes out, they've got that protection, but the Netherblast won't be enough to get the kill onto the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight still running himself away. Sumail, level 6, 1 point into the Blink, but won't fall up there with a Scream afterwards, and the Dragon Knight will at least be able to stand underneath the tier 1 tower for that regen.
Oh, this is huge, because they got him low just before he got his ulti, so he's going to be needing some time before he feels confident to actually go for the push and do some damage to the tower. This is pretty big. You know, you use the dragon form right now, but it doesn't matter because the tower itself isn't going to be taking any damage at all.
No, and Sumail, you can see just trying to trade off the damage right back onto him as well with the Screams, the Shadow Strikes. Meanwhile, bottom lane, I mean, Kasane, he does have that insatiable hunger if he gets low, coming up in 2 seconds now, but the bashes from Monet, they've been on point. It feels like he's got an active button there to get those bashes off, and Baseless, given as good as he gets in this lane up against the Spider.
Knows how to play the Faceless Void, that's it. If you cannot bash, don't pick this hero, Monet. He definitely knows what he's doing, and you buy the Arcana, of course, it increases your bash chance.
Of course. And he's got that level 6, so the Chronosphere is up as well. You've got the rotation come through. I mean, He's only level 3. I thought he was level 4, but yeah, only level 3 on the Pugna, so no drains coming out, no life drains, but still, you can throw a couple Nether Blasts in there, and Kasane has to be really careful about being caught out here.
And they're coming in with the supports. They have the Chrono. This time around, he's not getting out.
No, there is going to be the rotation in from Ari, though. Telekinesis comes through. Did have the damage to get the kill? They do. And it is actually going to go the way of Pichu here with those Nether Blasts to get the kill onto the Spider. And the rotation coming out from Whitemon. Not going to be enough to save his life here, Kasane. So he will go down against the Faceless. Even
with that kill and with a lot of CS that Faceless Void has gotten, he's not that far ahead of the Broodmother. So all in all, Kasane did have a good time in the lane. Nowhere close to what happened in the previous game, but it's still a nice start.
Well, they might try and play around these runes, though. It looks like it doesn't actually spawn here. Kaka's going to get pretty darn low. Does he get himself away? Telekinesis comes out onto the Snapfire, but do they have enough to get the kill? They should do after the fact. No, the Sonic Wave, and Kaka's still alive. They're going to be able to go for this one. Sumail, he gets a kill to Ari. Can they go for any more? It looks like Pichu's going to be out of mana, and Kaka just denies himself to the stack.
He survived through all of that. The crap came out at a perfect timing, and Kasane just solo killed Monet.
Yeah, that's pretty big. I was watching the blink in here, and yeah, the damage coming through. He was just able to get the kill on the Faceless Void and Faceless. Even using the Time Walk, he wasn't able to get himself out of range of the Wrath of the Broodmother.
Yeah, only 1 point in the Time Walk. He wanted more damage, so that means once the Broodmother gets level 6, your ability to stand in that lane is non-existent.
Yeah, and now Bryle, he's got that Dragon Form going. Does he actually want to go onto this one? They've got that Stomp to follow up. Sumail, does he want to go for the Blink here? 2 supports, backing up. Even the Mars rotating in. Sumail, Shadow Strike to slow down onto the Dragon Knight. Do they want to go for any more on this Telekinesis, though? He's bounced forward by the Cookie. There is going to be the Arena coming through, but it only catches onto the Rubik. And now the Nether Blast. Hurry, he will go down.
Man, do I love when players play with no hesitation. He decided that somebody was dying, and like there is no way that I'm getting out of this without a kill.
Oh, Sumail, he might even be able to get the kill onto Whitemon now. The spear comes out. Whitemon's going to be stopped in his tracks, and yeah, he will go down. Sumail even gets a bounty rune here to refill his bottle.
Yep, that is the thing. Anytime we see the Dragon form, the Dragon Knight, considering the Sumail won that mid lane, there's nothing you can do. Bryle is just not that tanky, or not tanky enough to stand his ground, and Aster are utilizing it. At least DSM are making sure that their side lanes are farming well, and their Dragon Knight is not dying, but Kasane will be coming over to the mid lane to assist.
Yeah, did they get the kill here? There's going to be the Dragon's Breath onto Pichu now as well. He drops that Nether Ward. 3 heroes though close to this tier 1 tower. Sumail, is he going to be able to defend this one? Has that Sonic Wave up in 2 seconds. It will cost him pretty much all of his mana unless he wants to pop the bottle as well as the clarity here. So Bryle with the Dragon Form trying to do what he can onto the tier 1 tower. Is it going to be enough to get the kill onto the tier 1 though, or will Sumail try and contest this?
With Kasane being in the vicinity and sending in spiders, this tower should be going down. You don't have the resources necessary to defend it, and Kaka is not level 6 just yet, so without the Mortimer's Kisses, you cannot threaten this.
Yeah, the tower will be taken. The Dragon Knight should be able to, with the help of the rest of his team, to just take it down. Takes pressure off the rest of the map though. The Faceless Void playing himself in the jungle, it looks like, close to the tier 2 tower, so not even farming the wave there. Maybe just the fear of God put into him by that Broodmother, getting that solo kill against Monet.
So usually the mid lane tower falling for a Dragon Knight means that you want to blink to go for kills. But okay, speaking of the Dragon Knight, yeah, he's the one that's gonna die now. But the thing is that he looks at his other heroes and is like, okay, you guys don't contribute to my damage whatsoever. So he just wants to go for the Midas. They understand this is gonna be a game that is taken late, so he's gearing up for it. And Dragon Knight can be quite a formidable foe when it comes to the later portions of the game.
And while this is all going on, we've got Tomato. I mean, Ari, he's looking for the stacks. He is just looking to get the pull through. But Tomato's just been getting free farm while this is going on. So net worth-wise, second on the table. Kaka will see him, but Morphlin just shrugs it off. He's even got himself the Morbid Mask now as well. So Morphlin has that heal in the back. Oh,
he's fine. The Rubik is there just to make sure that there's no decrep TP. That's the only thing that he's doing there, really. Kasane, he's having a really good time on this Broodmother and going for a pipe. He wants to make sure that his teammates stay alive, and it does make a lot of sense, because when you look at Aster, other than the Sonic Wave, everything else is magical damage.
They're going to be able to get the Dragon Tail out now. Mid lane though, Brow, does he want to try and step up against this 2v1? It looks like, nope, he just plays it safe, backs himself towards his Rubik, back towards that tier 1 tower. And Sumail, at least, I mean, he's lost the tower. He's still finding the farm. Net worth-wise, he's going to be, what, 5th on the board? A couple of hundred behind the Mars, a couple of hundred behind the Faceless Void as well. And Mars has that arena back up, going straight towards that Blink. In fact, he's going to have it off this wave, it looks like.
Oh, Aster wanted to stop this laning phase. Literally, it's a 13-minute laning phase, and they want to stop it somehow. The best way to do it is for the Broodmother to die, and then TSM won't have the info. But killing him without the arena is impossible. They need to get on top of him, and only now is the Blink Dagger being delivered. Okay, he walks into it.
Yeah, he gets baited in by that bounty rune. He's going to be killed off. 4 heroes around there from the side of Aster. We're able to stack up, get the kill, and Broodmother, absolutely no chance of getting away. Meanwhile, what's going on though? Mufflin looks like he's going to be able to get solo kill onto Kaka in the top lane.
Yeah, he uses those spells better than Kaka himself, so Timado gets a solo one. Aster, though, getting this Blink Dagger on the Mars will finally be able to break out the laning phase. You're seeing how TSM are playing. Literally, Dragonite in the mid lane, Morphling on top, and Broodmother on the bottom lane, and that's it. And they just want to extend it until they get to their timing, which is probably going to be around 25 minutes into the game, and then just make sure that Aster don't have enough damage to fight them. So you want to break that apart as fast as you can if you're Aster.
Are you happy to go to everybody else, or do you want to be putting pressure on Tomato on this Morphin, as soon as possible?
The thing is, you can't put pressure on him unless you've opened up other parts of the map. That's the reality currently for Aster, because he's always going to be able to see it coming. You need a lot of commitment to actually bring him down. So it's not that you don't want to kill him; it's just that it's too hard to do so, and just might be time wasting.
Okay, yeah, just looking because he still has that tier 1 tower as well. Even in this part of the game, we're not seeing that tier 1 tower with the Morphin being pressured out. He still feels comfortable farming up here, farming the wave, just dipping into the jungle to accelerate the farm a little bit. And TSM, they're happy to leave him alone.
I mean, it comes down to XXS. We are going to be looking at where he is, where the Mars is. That's where Aster want to go for action, basically.
Okay, and the Chronosphere is going to be back up now as well, so if they want to make a second jump, they could maybe look to group up and make something happen here. TSM, though, playing pretty safe. They're playing under vision, they're playing pretty deep on their side of the map, and yeah, you see the Tomatoes just making his way into the mid lane now. He's trying to find that safe farm towards, the safe solo farm towards where there's a tier 1 tower, just in case he does get gone on, that his teammates can respond.
They bought a blink on the DK. He didn't finish off the Midas, so they want to kill the Faceless Void.
Oh, they're going to be able to find him out though. The tier 1 tower being pressured. Monet, he moves himself away, sees that stack. What's he going towards?
Morphling under vision.
Did he get the jump out? Mars comes in, he's going to be able to get the spear to the tree now. Did he have enough burst damage to get the kill? Where's the damage coming through? Tomato, he's got that strength morph coming out. And it looks like they might just try and turn this one now as they go for the fight here. XXS trying to run himself away. Split Earth will be used. The waveform comes forward again. And XXS, he throws that arena. The multi cases will be dropped now as well into Tomato. But Tomato, Sonic Wave right back through on everybody. The Chronosphere comes back. Really good drain now as well. The Chronosphere is going to be stolen though. What can they get from this one? Because Monet, he is cleaning up after his own Chronosphere. They're going to be able to get the bash onto the Dragonite. Dragonite's going to go down. And Aster, they lose the Mars for the patience to set up, not to throw that arena straight away, but just to spear into the trees, and they turn that fight. They get 3 away from TSM.
And that ward gave them everything, full vision of behind the tower, and it actually just expired, so it's not like TSM are going to be getting any extra gold for it. And Tomato, he really did respond really well with the attribute shift twice in a row, not being caught by the spear, but it doesn't matter in the end because the side of TSM, they are the ones that don't have damage, and this is why I'm not so sure about this Blink Dagger on the DK. I think Bryle is going to be regretting this choice.
Yeah, and you can see that he's already moving himself down towards this bottom lane, trying to make something happen here, and that's kind of the pressure being put on that, like you say, that he's bought it, and now he needs to kind of make the purchase worth it. And you can see that they are trying to get aggressive, like you say, pushing out, but not going to be able to find anyone.
Yeah, now he put a pressure onto himself, right? Especially with that last fight going badly, you're constantly going to be thinking, we need to get a kill, we need to get a kill, we need to get a kill, and that could turn out to for you making a couple of mistakes, and you definitely don't want that to happen.
Yeah, you can see that they tried to get the jump on the Queen of Pain, but Ari wasn't there in time to follow up after the Dragon Tail, so Sumail just says, yeah, okay, and then blinks and leaves.
Samael is having a pretty nice time here. You know, he crushed the DK in the lane. When we look at this Dragonite, I don't know if he's ever gonna be core territory in this game any longer. This hero just doesn't farm that fast without the Midas, without his level 12, and guess what? He doesn't have either of those.
No, and that's maybe the thing, that he's going to play that sacrificial mid here, because you have the Broodmother that's doing so well. The Morphlin's not doing too bad either, so Dragonite can kind of slide back into that position 3 effectively and just look to be the opening playmaker. Just to let the Broodmother, I mean, the Broodmother's taking up most of the map anyway in terms of farm and getting so far ahead. Level 11 on him, got that pipe out, going towards a full Guardian's Greaves, it seems like.
Yeah, but that's the issue. The Broodmother is going for aura items. You're versus the Faceless Void. And speaking of the Broodmother, is very much dead.
Well, Kasane, does he get himself out of Stomp Sleep here? There's going to be the life drain. The Split Earth gets used of the Sonic Wave. Yeah, he is dead. As Samael was able to pick up the kill. Big dive in. Ari trying to get himself away from this one. Water stolen. It's going to be the Shadow Strike. Dragon Tail comes out into the Queen of Pain, but the Queen of Pain, if he needs it, has that blink away. And now Kaka, the chase down onto the Snapfire.
The Void is rotating again. Yeah, they know it. DSM are aware that he stopped throwing on the top lane. They're like, we are again gonna get 3-man Chronoed and just destroy. But coming back to the point, Broodmother going for the aura items. If the Dragonite doesn't have damage output, you Chrono the Morphling, you kill him. Who actually does the damage? And that is the main issue that I have with the Dragonite being sacrificial in this game. At least he will finish the Midas right now, so maybe he can start that flash farm.
And you can see that Monet, he's going straight towards the Lincoln Sphere here. Yeah, BKB for the Dragonite as well. But Faceless Void, he's nearly got the goal to complete up onto this Lincoln. So it means that he's not going to have that Morph form stolen by... and, you know, he's got the protection for maybe a setup for something like a Dragon Tail there as well. Can just immediately leave if something like that comes out.
Now, he might decide to skip on the BKB for the time being. I'm not the biggest fan of him skipping the BKB just because you're versus the Echo Stomp, which is something that can be super annoying inside of the Chrono. But other than that, once you do get the Lincolns, you're kind of unkillable.
And we're going to see TSM. They're moving themselves into the Roche pit. I wonder if, I mean, Chronosphere is up now as well. I wonder if Aster have an inkling that this is happening. Maybe look to try and contest this one because the Mars TPing up. Yeah, Samael might fall up now as well, but it looks like they're going to go for a 4-man smoke.
It's taking too long.
They're going to go straight to this pit, and Roshan, he's only down just to about a third of his health here. And if they get a good jump with the Chronosphere, they might be able to catch absolutely everybody. Mars Arena as well. Yeah, they want this one, Monet. He's looking for it. They might see Kasane, but there's going to be... Roshan taking okay. Tomato gets the Aegis. Did he want to carry on fighting on into this one, though? Looks like the Split Earth. They've got the lockdown onto the Mars. Mars trying to get himself out. XXS. There's going to be the redrain coming through, but Tomato should be able to get the kill. Ari gets it with that Fade Ball. And now, did he get the kill onto Pichu as well? Pichu, again, a little fast skeleton trying to run himself away, but he's going to go for the Nether Form into... No, Telekinesis slows him down. And TSM, perfect time actually on the Roche just to be able to take it and then turn and take that fight.
Very nice. Aster was hesitant about jumping in. They didn't know how low it was, and Kasane just comes out. We have seen in the previous fight that it actually takes a lot of time to bring down the Brood, and he understood, okay, I'm going out, I'm going towards the enemies, they're coming for us. He stops the Mars from jumping in, and then the Faceless Void just doesn't have the info of what's happening in the pit, and you just cannot jump in blindly like that.
Yeah, no, I was with you. I thought they were going to get there in time. A big Chronosphere as well in the Roche pit. But yeah, Kasane bought them the time to finish it off, and the arena was used, and they weren't able to even get the kill off that. And they didn't want to commit the Chronosphere onto it either. So, Tomato, did you want to go for this Tormentor? It looks like they do. And I wonder if Aster, no, they're not even moving towards this one. They're just going to give this one up for free.
Perfect one for TSM. It actually puts the Dragonite in a situation now with the Midas where he's actually going to be able to become a core. And if the Broodmother can constantly go in, give vision, and actually survive through the damage of Aster, that is going to give the space to Tomato and the DK to position themselves properly inside of a fight. That's a 5k gold swing in a span of a minute because TSM, they're ahead.
Yeah, look at this one as well. TSM, they just want to come straight onto the high ground now as well. They got the pushback out now. It's a lot of damage coming out onto the Morphlin, but they can't get the kill, and it feels like, well, it feels like we saw this in the last game here as well, but this time TSM going to play it safe, don't want to commit the entire Aegis into that one, and just looking to push their lanes back out, maybe take down these last couple of tier 2 towers on the side of Aster.
Mata actually made the mistake there. He got speared and he started morphing into agility. I thought that maybe they're going to be able to bring him down, but the cores of Aster weren't in sight, and with the support's damage, it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, slowly but surely taking away this Tormentor. And Whitemon already got his shard. We'll see who's going to get this one here. Ooh, Whitemon! It was close. But both supports now will be able to get their shards off the Tormentors.
I'm guessing the Dragonite was hoping that he was going to be getting it. Fireball for even more farm. It would have been amazing.
Well, look at this Kaka. He's trying to get those Lotuses out, but the Dragon Tail comes in for the stun. Not even going to be able to clean up that Lotus pool.
He actually locked combining of the Lotuses. Don't know why. I kind of feel like the Great Healing Lotus is better than 3 small ones.
I get it though. So it's you don't fill up your inventory full of Lotuses. It's just one of those things. Lotuses. The plural of Lotus is actually Lotuses. It's just not a well-known fact.
Okay, that's why we have a British guy here to explain everything to us.
And I will explain that we're going to see the death of Pichu as Bryle was able to claim that kill here. They've got a chase on now as well. In fact, the Solar Spear, they're going to push back onto Execration. Execration trying to go for the TP out. He just has enough life to get himself out safe.
That was really a nice play from Ari. If he had connected with the spear there, it was just slightly longer onto those crystals. That is a dead Mars.
Yeah. I mean, Tomato stole the form, but he wasn't able to get it out once the BKB was going. So, I suppose it wastes the BKB, though, for the Mars.
Yep, and there's an Aghanim Scepter now done for the Morphling. It's being delivered at the moment, so that's quite huge. Turning into the Faceless Void, if he manages to do it. Taking away the attack speed, it is going to be huge, because the Faceless Void, he, inside of the Chrono, if he gets taken over, he's just not going to be doing that much damage.
Yeah, and I suppose you've got ways with the Telekinesis, the Silken Ball, the Dragon Tail. You have ways to break that Lincoln Sphere before the Morph steals the foam.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even the Morphling himself there, he can do it.
And we'll see the tier 2 tower again being pressured. 57 seconds left on the Aegis. So whether Aster, they've got this timing down and they want to try and contest into this, it doesn't look like it's Sumail. He's just trying to push this bottom lane. He's looking, he's got the farm, looking for his next big item here. Looks like it might be the Sanjin Kaya completed. So what does he want to go for after that? Straight into an Axe, maybe?
BKB or Axe. I'm looking at Heroes of TSM, and I mean, maybe it's better to go for an Axe because it is going to prevent you from losing the game, right? Because you're always going to be able to spam it out if they're coming for the high ground, and then you can get the BKB once you think that you're definitely going to be winning those fights.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it's going to play. 4-man smoke coming out, though. They're looking for the Brood, it looks like. They get the jump out. The arena's going to be there. Do they get the lockdown? They're going to have a lot of damage, but is it enough for the kill here? Kasane, he will pop eventually, and XXS does get that kill tomorrow, though. Wants to be coming in onto the Snapfire. There's going to be the Rotovator, onto the Dragonite. There's going to be a really nice chrono as well now. But the Spear, the Solar Spear still throws out the Faceless Void outside of his own Chrono Sphere. And now TSM, they're going to be able to turn this one around. Pichu gets himself onto the high ground. Sonic Wave comes out onto Bryle. Bryle gets a kill onto Kaka. And it looks like TSM, they just say this is our base, we're going to take the fight inside of it, and you can see they get the kill onto Pichu. They might even have the lockdown onto Sumail. He gets that blink out. How much more can they do?
They want Bryle dead, and they're... Oh, the miss on the spear, XXS. Gets a miss there. That was a beautiful double spear from the Rubik. He has the shard, so his spear is going to be connecting onto 2 people. I'm actually very surprised that Tomato wasn't able to bring them down. If they had focused on the Faceless Void, I think he actually would have lost his life, and then it would have been a disastrous fight for Aster. But TSM didn't focus him down, and the Chrono was still there. So other than the Morphling, no one could really come in on the damage.
Yeah, they did force out a buyback though from Pichu. Yep. They've got the Dragon Form still up as well. If you want to try and go, it's only about halfway through. If you want to try and find something on from this, in fact, Kaka, the Storm won't connect here, but where's that blinking? Rotovatos, it does come out, but the Dragonite could be able to get himself in. The Dragon Tail, yeah, even with his Decrepify, the damage, Kaka, Telekinesis, should be taken down.
And Pichu has put himself in a bad position as well.
He needs to be, really careful that he doesn't get a dieback though. As TSM, they just want to go straight onto the high ground. Again, use the last of this Dragon Form here onto the tier 3 tower in the mid lane.
And no glyph. That is the thing, that there's no glyph. This tower, it's gonna go down.
And we'll see just how quickly Tomato. Dragon Form does wear off. Do you just go for the last of the health on the tier 3 tower in the top lane as well?
Oh, you want the Ranger Axes at least. The thing is, it's taking a bit too long now. They know there's no chrono for at least like 40 seconds, so they want to continue with the push.
They get the blink in. I think they're able to kill. They do. Pichu's dead for 68 seconds. That's in dieback there onto the Pugna. When Aster to try and come in, Bryle taking a lot of damage. His BKB is up. Sonic Wave did get the commit onto the kill here. Bryle, they turn it right back around, and Sumail, he's in no man's. He's in trouble. XXS has to throw out that arena. It's going to be the jump forward from Tomato. He's stolen. He's got that form up. He's got the Faceless Void form up. and dives himself forward with the time walk. XXS away with the Bastions coming through here. XXS, do they get the kill? Morphlin's going to be careful here. He's going to try and go for the strength more. Has to get himself away from this one. The elevators with the root. So he will be able to get himself away with the waveform into that time walk and gets himself out safe.
Man, that Aghanim Scepter on the Morphling jumping in and bashing everybody, it's so annoying to Aster because it's setting up so many possibilities for TSM. You have more time to actually think about how and on who you want to engage when he's bashing everybody.
Yeah, and it's just like you say, he plays the hero better than the Faceless Void's currently playing the hero. Going towards that Satanic, gonna have some extra sustain coming out for him. Brow's got the Dragon Form back up, going towards a Nullifier on the Dragon Knight and not towards an Ag Scepter of his own.
Samael is going for a Lincoln Sphere. I'm looking at this one and it looks to me like Aster are missing out on the damage. I would really love it if he goes for the Aghanim Scepter. He hasn't bought a single component, meaning that he's maybe still thinking it through. Okay.
He just bought out the recipe there on to be delivered on the courier. Yeah, so he can go to get some farm out on the side lane, go towards the secret shop on the Dire side, and get himself the components if he wants to do it that way.
I'm just not sure about this item. I don't think it changes so much. No, we'll see. We'll see. It still, to me, looks like XXS. He's going to have to do the heavy lifting with this shard. If he gets a double spear, that could be a way to win a fight.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the top part of the map, they're going to be able to get the kill onto Kaka here. Arena, they've got the control onto Whitemon, but do they have enough to get the kill here? Because the pipe has been popped. It looks like Elder Titan, yeah, XXS actually. He has to be the one to leave here. Pops his BKB, trying to walk himself away. Do they have any more control to come out? As it looks like they're going to let the Mars back onto the high ground because he was in that BKB form, so no way to slow him down, but they still get the kill on the Snapfire.
Pretty cool play from Ari. The second he sees the Snapfire, he just tosses himself in. The second he lifts himself up, Kaka thought, oh, he's running away. Look at this coward. But nope. He's actually just jumping on your face, and with the stolen scatter blast, you actually have no chances of survival.
No, and there is no buyback there on the Snapfire either. It's going to be 8 gold away, so he will have it by the time he's back alive. But looking at the buybacks, only the Mars on the side of Aster and only the Morphin on the side of TSM. Everyone else is buying out for the next big items to try and make something happen in the next fight. Oh, do they get the catch now as well? They have the control, they have the damage. Do they get the kill? The blink away Samael, trying to run himself away, but the telekinesis, they have that one. Even the Split Earth committed, they get the kill onto the Samael. Samael's dead for 60 seconds.
There's so many things to break the Lincolns, so I'm just not seeing that much value in the item. I can understand it for the Faceless Void, but if it does come down to a fight, the Queen of Pain uses the Sonic Wave, and after that the damage output, it's not gonna be as high as you would want.
No, and you've got the Morphin that took the Queen of Pain's form there as well, so he's got that the blink and the silence that comes out from that. I think the Rubik stole it as well. So yeah, both of these heroes, it's two. I mean, I don't know how far forward the Rubik wants to jump, but has the ability to get that silence off on 2 heroes. Well, the Queen of Pain form will wear off on the Morphin, but still a big steal if he can get it again.
Oh, this is huge with Rubik having the blink. He has the shard, so the Sonic Boom is there. You jump in, you silence everybody. There's no BKBs other than the Mars currently on the side of Aster, so it really is. It could be a game-changing steal.
And yeah, the Morphlin is going to be close to the Satanic, so he's going to be able to do the same, blink in and get that damage sustain off here. Morphlin. I mean, Roshan's up. Yeah, they might just want to make a beeline towards the pit.
Yeah, I'm looking at Aster and their ability to contest this. Both the mid lane and the bottom lane are pushed in, so I'd assume they wouldn't want to go out of their base, because last time we know what happened, and now it's going to be even tougher to approach the pit than it was.
I don't even think they're going to bother trying to contest into this one here. And yeah, Aster just looking for the next big items on the map, but this is going to be the second Roshan, so we've got Cheese, we've got the Aegis coming out. And if you thought it was hard to take down anyone on TSM before, once you get that Cheese up, it's going to be so much harder. In fact, they might get the catch out. Success though, nothing to stop this TP.
Yeah, the Earth Splitter could do it, but it just would have taken too much time to charge up.
So, if you're Aster, coming into this game, you were riding high, but now how are you going to be feeling with the control coming out from TSM this late on and 30 minutes in?
I mean, you're not that far behind. This game is not out of your grasp just yet. You just need more items. So delay. Of course, you're not going to be feeling good because you know that winning a fight is super hard and you do have some big team fight spells. But if you do survive a little bit longer, get a damage item on the Queen of Pain, the BKB on the Faceless Void. You level 20 on the Faceless Void also is huge. You could actually win this game.
Well, we're going to see another Tormentor, it seems like, going the way of the side of TSM. So, Dragon Knight or the Broodmother, let's see who's going to be able to get the next shard. As Tomato, again, Whitemon, just going to be real careful about coming in close onto that one, trying to deal with this Tormentor. And Bryle will get it, so the Fireball eventually comes out for the Dragon.
He will now be pushing out the waves even easier.
They've got the Lincoln's Break here on the Faceless Void now as well. I think that was a Form Stone, but the Morph and the Chronosphere does come out. They have that control. Dragon Knight blinks himself in, but the TP away from Monet, and the Chronosphere will last just long enough to get that Faceless Void away safe.
He made a mistake there. He definitely could have blinked away from the chrono there, but he went for the max range blink or over the max range blink, so then you blink less, and he ended up in the chrono.
Yeah, they're going to go for the backstab now as well. Kasani, the smoke comes out. Kaka, he's going to be the sacrificial lamb here. Mars, does he want to try and come into this one? XXS has that TP scroll, but he get the kill onto Kaka. XXS has to blink himself into the trees, look for that TP away safe, and the Stomp won't be there in time to stop him.
Nice, fine. Guess what? The Dragonite is topping the network chart. You have the Fireball, you have the Midas for 30 minutes. And despite that Blink Dagger that he might have felt, okay, this really didn't do anything for me, he is still the top dog of the game at the moment.
2,000 gold away from having the Black Dragon form as well. So having the flying movement, having the power that comes from the level 4 dragons, it looks like, again, TSM want to push into the base.
They do want to Morphling now. Has 2 ways to remove the crap. One with the Manta, one with the Satanic.
We'll see. Stomp doesn't actually connect, but maybe just a zoning Stomp here as Tomato. You might see the success. Do they want to go for this one? Just going to be the strength attack. That strength blast coming through with the adaptive strike. And yeah, this is going to be another lane of racks, it looks like, because TSM, they don't want to leave the space. They still have the Aegis for another 2 minutes. Telekinesis, Hex onto the Mars. Do they want to go for any more? Looks like they break the Lincoln Sphere, and now he steals that form once again. He's going to be able to get himself in. The arena comes out. XXS uses the BKB. Going to be the furthest one for the back lines, though. Tomato, he just wants to go in, and Mono has to pop the BKB of his own. Time walks himself away from it. One Sonic Wave. A decent amount of damage, but XXS getting in low. A little bit more damage. It's going to be the adaptive strike from Tomato. He cleans it, so but it's going to be another lane of racks going away for TSM.
He used the refresh and did nothing on the Mars, so that just wasted gold, and now he doesn't have a buyback.
No, he is straight up dead. The dive, they are diving behind tier 4s. They're diving behind the Ancient toward the Fountain. TSM taking complete control of this game. They're going to get 2 lanes of racks. They might even be able to move up from Megas.
Oh, they're playing really well. Every small mistake that Aster makes, TSM immediately capitalizes on it. And, you know, the biggest one, of course, in the top lane where they baited him onto the Roche. Really, TSM, that small play changed everything.
And yeah, it's going to... Again, they've got the last tier 3. Quick blink away from Samelda because the Dragon Tail was coming out. But Aster, is there any chance that they stop this pressure coming in from the side of TSM?
I mean, if they're winning this game, they're winning it against the Megas in like half an hour, which is very hard to do. So it's not an ideal scenario for them.
They get the kill into the Faceless Void. Faceless is dead. He doesn't have the gold for the buyback here. 1,000 gold, and GG is just going to be called here. Yeah, Aster, they know when they're beat. They've taken the first game, but the second game, it will go to TSM. We're going to get a draw here for the first time on the stream.
TSM played some really good Dota, right? Even though they were behind, even though they got that Blink Dagger on the DK, they never panicked, right? They weren't like, okay, we have to do everything right now, we have to jump, we have to kill them. No, just play it safe, go from objective to objective, have an idea what you want to do, and you're gonna be fine. They got super strong. They just got a lot of defensive items on Kasane, and that was the idea. Survive through the damage of Aster, because once you use the Chrono, Arena, Mortimer's Kisses, and the Sonic Wave, if nobody is dead, or let's say one support is dead, you want that fight. And they just went from that fact, and Aster could never separate them to get the pickoffs one by one, ultimately leading to their demise.
Yeah, and Team Aster, for as good as they were, being able to get themselves back into it in the first game, TSM maybe a little bit unlucky not to win this first game and take another 2-0, but it feels like a deserved score after the whole of the 2 matches here. Team Aster and TSM both going to split the congratulations here 1-1 in the second series.
I do want to say that I think TSM had better itemization in this game in particular. I think they understood between their heroes what they need to buy, why they need to buy it, how they need to play with it. Kasane in general going for the aura build and always running in front, understanding that the enemies don't really have that much damage to finish him off, even though when you see a Mars Snapfire and the Queen of Pain, the thing that comes to you is damage, but with the pipe, it all changes.
Yeah, and that is going to be it for us. It is short and sweet here for our Riyadh Masters. And you can see who's going to be taking it over already. I'm Math Magician. We've got Otomo as well that's going to be coming through to take you through the final 2 series of the day. Big shout out for Riyadh Masters for bringing us into this. And Hurry, any final thoughts before we jump to our end of this little adventure?
But I don't know, TSM, I think that we should comment on them because they're looking really, really solid. They might not have gotten themselves to Bali Major, but that's just one series that they dropped the ball on in the in NA right here. I think they actually have a really good shot of making it to the group stages.
Yeah, they look really clean coming into it. And once again, thank you very much, guys, for tuning in. I've been Robin Roll. This is Hurry Freak. You can find us on Twitter if you want to support us at those names. But the stream doesn't end just yet. We have 2 more series to come. Math Magician and Otomo will be taking over. But for now, thank you for tuning in. I hope you've enjoyed the cast, and we'll see you whenever we go live next time.
I need warriors.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
all-new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Riyadh Masters. It's Math and Atomo. It's been a while since we've been back together doing casting since DPC, but I'm happy to be back with you. Hey, we've already seen, you said in the chat together that TSM has been doing pretty well early on. We didn't expect them to do as well here, but what are your hopes for them as they go up against Entity in this one?
I know we're not supposed to be like, oh, I want this team to win, I want this team to win, but I kind of am. And I'm kind of rooting a little bit for TSM. You know, they've been getting a lot of flack publicly because, of course, North Americans are like, yeah, because, but they've been getting a little bit of flack. You know, people are like, oh, you know, they only did well in the regionals, but now they're coming here on the international stage. They've been doing really well today. I think they're 3-1.
Yep.
They lost, I believe, one game against Aster, but still, they beat Execration, looking really good. So I'm happy for them. I do believe Entity is the stronger team, but it's not really. You know, before the day, I would have been like, oh, it's going to be a 2-0 for Entity. But now I'm thinking 1-1, even TSM could take it. Like, they've been looking really good.
Yeah, we kind of talked a little bit about their matchup with Aster. They won 1 to Aster earlier on today. And honestly, you said the first game, it was pretty close. We had a 41-minute game. It seems like there's fights back and forth. Dotabuff has it as a pretty even one. But a common theme that we're seeing out of TSM right now is the Broodmother versus Aster. They actually got it on 22 pick. And then they sent it. They were like, all right, we're 6 picking this. It went really well for us. I don't know if they can answer it. So they go really early. And TSM picks up first pick whenever they got the flip here. So it seems like they're going to try to angle in for it again.
Yeah, they've been really into this, like trying to get those lineups as much as they can. You know, like Disruptor, if they get a kill, they glimpse him back. They go for like a support chance so they can get a push going. Ari's, his hero pool is always Rubik. Like he's been playing Rubik exclusively, so it doesn't fit in their push lineup. But he makes it work. And they go for like these, you know, tanky, durable cores. It's been working out for TSM. I'm really happy to see them go 3-1.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, as you said, you know, North America having a fun time with it. Ever since now qualified over for them for Bali, as you said, I think they got a lot of flack for maybe no reason. I get teams are disappointed with how they were doing, but I'm happy to see them back in. And I don't know. I'm always a big Tomato fan, so I'm going to be somewhat rooting for him. But of course, on the other side, Watson is a really fun carry to watch. And he has a similar hero pool that I like to play, so I like to really learn off of him a lot. So I want to see him succeed as well. I just want Watson to go like 30-0 and maybe Entity drops it. You know, it could go either way. No bias.
Yeah, he's definitely to the heavy farming cores, the Templar Assassin, the Faceless Void, the Morphling, things like that. So now I know what kind of greedy carry you are. That's what I like to play. I think interesting than that is he plays something like he has like 2 games on Invoker, and it's like that he almost also takes Invoker if he gets the chance. He has other heroes, you know, he's less track, but he loves Invoker if he can get it.
Yeah, it seems like the lobby is lagging just a little bit. I promise we are not holding the lobby up intentionally. Casters shamefully don't have as much power as we would like, but it seems that we will be getting to it soon. So you can see the schedule here. We are looking, again, TSM, a long, long road ahead of them to hopefully get in top of the group here. Still looking for Execration and, well, I guess already 2-0'd Execration, and now with the Entity game. Hopefully, again, if they can 2-0 this one, I think they put themselves pretty solidly at top of group because for the rest of the matchups that are happening right now, you also have that Aster playing the Execration team, and then you have, I believe, Liquid and VP. So it's very possible that we have 2 other teams that are 2-0ing in this one. So if you want to stay on top, you know, for Entity and TSM, a 2-0 here kind of puts you up there in that kind of top 3. So you're looking at only one more permutation to see if you are going to be in the top of your group.
Yeah, I should have a pretty clear picture by the end of the day of basically wherever you rank up. And you want to get top 2 because top 2 goes straight to the the group stage. If you are not, you get one more match. But if you are third, you go against the 6th of another group. It works out. Sorry, the 3rd and the 6th play together, and then the 4th and the 5th play together, and then whoever wins advance. So 4 teams advance, 2 instantly, 2 more will have a match, and at least you get a chance to make it. It's not like you just do it from the start.
A little bit of an update on the lobby. It looks like there is a server issue in Dota 2. So they're going to have to be hosting the game on an Indian server because the Dubai server is so, I guess, just throttled right now. So it looks like Entity agrees with the terms. They're going to have about 50 ping on the Indian server. I think we're just waiting for everybody else to agree on it, and then we'll be able to get into the draft here 50 ping is not a ton, but I will say, comparative to playing on no ping, it is noticeable.
I'm gonna have to make my turns for just a second.
All right, cool. I'm solo casting, and I have gefilte fish and scurfs with me. Sadly, you can only hear me though. The rest of the game to talk about, I will say, I've been looking at these drafts. TSM, of course, I'm a little bit honed in on them. I'd be looking for them to try to get that 5-pick Broodmother. I think that the reason they're choosing that first pick is because they really want to shove that as much as they can. And they did, they did shove it versus Execration, did kind of well for them. The NA, mentality here. You get one of those strong heroes on 5-pick, maybe you protect a mid laner with 8-pick, and all of a sudden you just feel pretty good about your draft. It feels like everything else is easy to play around. You can get some sort of offlane duo. I know that Darkseer and Primal Beast has been getting a little bit of love in the offlane sometimes. On the other side, though, Entity, it looks like they've been a fan of the Undying, and as Otto said, dude, they slammed the Invoker. They had it on 8-pick whenever they could. They have it on 6-pick when they can. So they are definitely trying to get that. I wonder if TSM is just going to say, hey, like, I don't want you to play that. The Undying hero is really good, and after that, we're just going to take out your Invoker, one for the meta and one for the specifics of the team. I will say, I feel like with the draft changes off the last patch, the draft feels a lot more that you're able to play these signature heroes for yourself, which is what I love seeing out of these letter patches. Like, they're heroes that are very strong, and they are good for like your first pick teams and kind of balancing out first pick in Dota. But I still like being able to, at least in the second and third phase, go for a specific draft. And for the prize pool, you can see here the distribution. First place gets a whopping 5 million here. Second at 2.5, and you can see all the way down 17th through 20th place. You're still getting 50,000 on your team, which is a very respectable amount of money. I love seeing distributions like this, knowing that you're still able to go to this tournament. No matter how you do, you're not going to have to be worrying about, like, hey, am I actually going to recoup on my investment from going to this tournament? You're still getting something very good. So quite happy with the distribution here for the Riyadh Masters tournament. So total $15 million, bigger than even some TIs. It looks like as we entered the lobby here, there were some disconnects. So unless my Dota is showing me something else, I think the lobby is going to be restarting. Hello, Otto.
Started, but that's it.
I've never seen this. I loaded into the lobby and it says that my time is at -1.
That is fun. Wait, that's not how you usually start the game. It's like it starts negative, then it goes right. Is that how it usually works out?
That's truly the spaghetti code of Dota 2. My friend was making a draft setup for me, and he said, like, whenever he went into it, you would think that, like, whenever you're setting it up, okay, team 1 would be, the first team, and team 2 would be the second team. For Dota 2, if you want to pull the first team's name, it's team 2, and the second team's name is team 3. I don't know where team 1 went, but it's only team 2 and team 3.
Team 3 is like yeah, I don't get it either. It's weird, but I'm just gonna try to rejoin the Robert.
Oh, did you get kicked?
Yep. 1 sec. Sorry about that. This is looking really good for us.
It's truly a troubleshooting day. I mean, that's happened quite often. I mean, the first day of production is so hard to lock in. I did a prod just on my own for like a very small LAN in the Midwest, and even that one, there are things that pop out of nowhere. You just have no idea how to fix until you start running into it. So it's very hard. I don't envy production ever in my life. I'm so happy that I'm on this side. It looks like trying to reconnect again. Oh my goodness.
We're in.
Oh my goodness, Otto. We have a draft. I'm sure these players, I wonder if this is going to be the fastest draft ever. They've already had about 15 minutes to talk about the draft that they may not have been expecting. But yeah, so we've got ourselves, it's game number 1 here of Entity versus TSM. If you're joining late, no, this isn't game 2. No, you didn't miss anything. You were right on time for this matchup here. And you can see, yeah, it's a first ban out on the Brood. So Entity, they know what TSM are going for, and they do not want any part of it.
Yeah, they don't want to go up against that like faster. We've been saying this TSM, they've been playing very fast today, with Chen, with a lot of durable cores, and you don't want to go up against that Beastmaster on Kasane as well, so you don't want to lose your buildings too early. I like what TSM's doing, and Entity make sure they can't get that. But here we go, Chen comes out, first pick.
Yeah, okay. They have been pushing this a lot actually on Entity's side. I hadn't really seen TSM go for it as much. I guess this is kind of the way that they're forcing a third ban from Entity. They feel like giving the Chen away is just too much, and Timber is a strong hero. Again, with the letter patch that happened, Timber didn't really get touched as much. Morphling and...
5 seconds.
Morphling got eviscerated. Deuce just kind of got nerfed. But it does feel like since Timber wasn't banned down, it feels like a very strong hero. And to go for the Primal Beast... do you like the Primal Darkseer offlane? Do you think that is something that's quite nice to open up with, or do you think it's too gimmicky?
I think it's fine, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing this Primal Beast as a core, right? I mean, sorry, as a support. Most of the teams are playing him as, the mid laner, gives you a lot of tempo, and I think that you kind of need that. Chen will be with that army. Primal Beast can sort of very durable down, so I don't think he's a support. I think it's a core Primal Beast.
Disruptor.
There we go, Ruptor as well. Okay, so I've been liking this hero. Ruptor in this patch also feels quite nice. A lot of elusive heroes, super good teamfight spell. With the way that the game feels sometimes, you could get into a place where your team just wants to split push the map, and all of a sudden you have an opportunity to get those big items. So, it just feels like a catch-all as well. Your Storm Spirits in the mid lane, right? Always be that too.
In the meantime, what TSM going to go for? They could go for Rubik. That's for Ari when they have the pick. I mean, it's why it's his go-to position for send the pool. Might not, live another stage. Might make it through the second ban phase. We'll see if they want to go for it. They go for something else. And they go for the Lycan.
So that's something that TSM has been known to press. I believe this is going to be for Kasane, but it could be a flex over to Tomato. I mean, I'm a fan of it. It does kind of get on top of the Ruptor. Anytime that you see some of those squishy backliners, it feels good to have something that just eliminates it with your ulti. But versus Primal Beast, it doesn't feel as good. An ulti that kind of keeps you in place, a charge that can kind of catch up to you or get away from you depending on what you want to do. I don't know if it's great into the Primal.
No, but it is very good against the Disruptor because even if you get glimpse, your summons are enough to chew through him. And you can see TSM, they're extremely fast, heavy push-ups. Chen, Lycan, bunch of auras will be coming out from those two combined. Lots of summons as well. And if you're Entity, you're going to have to start thinking, we need heroes that can sort of close out. Nagasaki is a great ban against that because you usually send those. They are able to use the Riptide and they can clear some of these summons up, but it's gone. That's not going to be an option for them.
No, yeah. And honestly, it is one of those things where unfortunately, you're not even able to pick it for yourself. The TSM, if they did want to shove this Lycan into the offlane, you're not playing illusions in this game anyway. So it's unfortunate they really do have to take those out. I think Primal Beast is going to become very, very important to everybody in these drafts as we move along with this tournament. I think people are going to find out that it just takes out too many picks that you want to pick up in these later phases of the draft. It's kind of why Undyne is also getting picked out. I know the Undyne is a very good hero right now, but also there's so many strength offlaners that you just don't want to play whenever you see the hero get picked up. So it really limits your draft whenever you see it in the pool.
What are we going to go see here? Oh, Drow Ranger comes out. This hero has been coming back, and you're a carry player. Do you like Drow right now? Is she in a good spot?
I don't think she's in a great spot, but definitely a situational spot. It's quite nice that you still go for this one elusive item and then your Ags. It used to be elusive item plus your Shard, which felt so much better, right? You could just go Hurricane Pike Shard and you feel amazing. Now you have to go Hurricane Pike Ags for a lot of times, and that doesn't... it doesn't feel good that you have to spend that much gold on it. But if you have a team that is able to fight around the rest of the map and let you get to that spot where you're showing up to these tower fights using Hurricane Pike to survive and get gold, then it works out well for you. So I do think it's a situational hero. I don't think it's fantastic though. I think it's probably you have a Terrorblade on the other team or some other Dusa high agi hero that hates being pierced through with that base agi. So I think that's the only reason that the hero has been seeing some play. But initiation is really hard, right? Lycan still wouldn't be a super... Or sorry, not Lycan. A Primal Beast wouldn't be a super favorable matchup to me if I'm a Drow Ranger because the Primal does have a really nice charge in. And if he BKBs, then your Gust doesn't do anything. And that's the one thing that Primal Beast does really, really well is just BKB charge in.
Plus, I imagine, would you want something a bit more melee to go with the Chen? I'm still thinking TSM is going to take something very durable to go with this draft because they want to go up and go for buildings. Leshrac is an option here and is something It's not something that Brile plays a whole lot of, but would help them with their push. There's a Snapfire. Primal Beast is gone. Primal Beast is already picked. Pango's gone. So there's Snapfire and Tinker if Brile wants to play either of these heroes.
Yeah, it depends on what they are going to decide with on the Lycan. I guess they could again like send Tomato on it into the safe lane. But it's because of Kasane that's not happening, right? Probably not. So Bloodseeker would actually have been one of the ones that I was thinking of. I think I really like the matchup into the Primal Beast. Disruptor is not like as bad. You're able to throw that silence down and try to like zone him out of these fights a little bit. But that would have been the one that I was thinking of the most.
Turn to ban.
They go for the Invoker, so Stormstormer won't be getting his hero, and it would have been a nice pick for them because it's you are able to do a lot of AoE damage, so you can get through a lot of the summons that are coming out from TSM side, and it is his most played hero, so you can and something that's really good against your strategy, so makes sense. Entity,
10 seconds remaining.
Rubik, it feels like the pick that's like just make sure you get it out of Ari's hand if you can.
You could. It depends on, I guess, what their theory is with the Primal Beast. Like, do you want two backlining supports? It can kind of be hard whenever you have a Disruptor and a Rubik on your backline, because Rubik does not play into the Lycan well at all either. The summon's going to get on top of you and kind of work you down.
Yeah, but if you pick Rubik on TSM, you get to steal Pulverize, and it's the funniest animation in the game. That by itself, and it's very easy to steal. Also, it's like super good. It's BKB piercing, so there's something that we didn't see a lot of Primal Beast at the start of this patch. People are like, oh, it pierces BKB now, so it's really good on the Rubik range. It's a solid ability. I don't think everything.
I never remember that it pierces BKB. It just never looks like the. Okay, that makes sense. So now the Drow ban really makes sense to me.
Yeah.
It did have a good matchup here, and as you said, I mean, they could end up going for the Rubik to try to protect whenever the Primal Beast jumps in against still two. I guess Chen isn't as backline to support. Like, you send the boys in, you got some help on the front line.
I definitely would like the Rubik because that's another thing we forgot is that you can like stop the onslaught, right? Lift him in while he's charging in. That's pretty good.
I wonder if they think about the Lion, because Lion also does somewhat well into the Terrorblade. You're able to just clear the illusions with your Shard. It also does somewhat well versus the Primal Beast because you're able to get that Hex down, especially before the BKB. And plus the Magic Nuke versus TB is also warranted. So I feel like they could go for that one, but it does, I don't know. I think it does make it so that like your Chen wants to get this like mech, so it has somewhat of an item timing, and then the Lion also wants Blink, so another item timing. Like, can you really have both of those?
Yeah, but that's probably something the entity does think about, because they get rid of the Pugna to make sure that their illusions are going to stay, and Lion is an option. But Pugna gives you tower damage, and Lion doesn't. And I don't know if the Lion is what you want when where I'm going for this draft, where I want to have like a lot of durable, in your face, taking down towers. Lion doesn't fit that. They're taking a lot of time with this one. TSM, they go for the darks here. Okay.
So they are sending this. Wow. Yeah. Okay. I didn't know if they were going to go for it. There's a lot of summons in one lane now. You have the Chen summons. You have Lycan Wolves. And now the Darkseer for this like kind of anti-team fight, right? Like, you want to send all these illusions at a tower. You need somebody to go pick it up, and Primal Beast is going to be the one that has to show on it now. And the Snapfire is a really nice flex. Could go pause 4. Could go into the mid lane. I think the mid is. I'd actually warrant it to be more of a mid laner now than a pause 4. It's just so good at CSing. Your build up into your physical damage build is really nice for the game, especially if you're ahead.
I would prefer the Snap as to mid as well. I think Brile plays it more than Ari, and it's just, you get that level 6, you get that fast magic damage. Terrorblade does not have a whole lot of health early, so if you're waiting for your support Snap to get the levels and down, it's not gonna happen. He's always gonna be ahead of you. But if you're taking a Snapfire mid, it's an option. So, and plus TSM could take something like a Spirit Breaker 4, or put that in with the Darkseer. I would like that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Spirit Breaker is probably actually the best one that you can have. Nyx Assassin also kind of rings a bell. I don't know if they really want to play it, though. I think having a long-range stun is also really nice versus the Tide, because what he wants to do is that whole, I just want to Meteor Hammer a tower, right? So if at any point they can, I would almost even say a Jakiro. I feel really weird saying it because I know not a lot of people favor it. But I mean, the other option is like, I don't know, like Earthshaker. Do I really want to play an Earthshaker in this game? I don't know.
No, I think if you're TSM, you want a melee position 4 to go with the Darkseer in the lane, so you can take advantage of Iron Shell. Later on, you can put on Lycan, or like even just, what if he has a Granite Golem, you can put on that. But early on, I want a melee position 4 in the lane. Spirit Breaker is probably the best.
Yeah, it's got to be Spirit Breaker or Nyx. I'm with you. I think the Spirit Breaker is really good. It's another hero that kind of changes how you have to play the game. Terrorblade doesn't mind it as much. You send illusions at wave, not your full hero, so it doesn't feel as bad. But getting a charge onto the Disruptor can also feel nice because you kind of got to lock him down before he glimpses you and just glimpses you back to wherever you were charging at.
No, but it's not so bad to get a glimpse when you're charging Disruptor, because usually you land and you hit him a bunch of times and you get a glimpse back. You're like, all right, that's not too bad. Like,
I'm alive and I did damage. This is awesome.
Or they go with a Tinker.
Whoa.
So this is a Sapphire 4. All right, we said Bryal. We said that he either is going to go Primal Beast, Pango, Snapfire, or Tinker. Primal Beast was picked, Pango was banned. We saw Snapfire. I was like, all right, that's going to be the bit. They go for the Tinker. I look at Entity. They do have Glimpse, though. They have Primal Beast who can onslaught. It's not the easiest Tinker game. Like, Ravage is also not the easiest thing to dodge. So it's a bit of a risky pick, but we'll see what Entity can do. Zeus,
Storm
maybe?
is in pool too. I mean, if they want to end up going for this Primal Beast support, they could do it. But I think probably saying like this is going to be Primal mid. I know that they have to pick a pause for, or no, they're there. They do think it's Primal 4 because they banned out the Quap and the Puck, so they do think it's going to be support Primal.
Yeah,
and I think they can go Storm here, and it feels pretty okay, right?
Yeah, it should be. The lockdown from TSM isn't much, right? It's like Cookie. Right, that's basically. I mean, Vacuum. If you can get it on a Storm, kudos to you. You deserve to win at that point. I vacuum Storm.
All the spirits are in. Earth Spirit even.
No, they go for Death.
That's not a spirit.
That is different. Yeah, they also want to make sure that they can push as well. This is interesting from both sides. TSM, they started off with what I thought was looking like it's going to be this Zoo meta with the push coming out from them, but instead they go last pick with the Tinker, which is fine. An Entity, they add the Death Prophet, so they can push themselves. And this is going to be the Primal Beast support. Oh man, that ended differently than I thought.
That was very surprising. I didn't expect the Tinker and I didn't expect the Death Prophet. So both teams pulling out a bit of a whoopsie daisy at the end there. I mean, the Tinker, I see how it could work in this one. It has a very good matchup versus the Terrorblade, especially if he ends up, getting a Hex and being able to just nuke him down. I will say the Tidehunter doesn't feel like it's all that, great of a matchup for you. He's going to dispel a lot of the things that you're going to do to him once you proc the shell. I don't know. Are you feeling like this could Tinker it up? Because I feel like Tinker is a very fragile hero, and it is not a perfect game for him.
No, I think I'm going to go with Entity on this one. I was liking the first 3 picks from BTS. I thought they were winning. Then I said Tidehunter. I'm like, I think they don't have enough damage to really chew through him. And you have Death Prophet as well on top of it. Terrorblade. Good. We talked about the lack of stuns. How are you going to stop him from sundering, especially when he gets BKB?
Yeah.
If TSM can't take this very early, I think Entity is going to win it, and I don't think TSM is going to be able to push it. As much as I know you support them, I'm going to have to go with Entity.
That's fine. I mean, off the draft, you're allowed to choose and be wrong because I'm telling you that this is a fantastic TSM draft.
Yes.
Because I really like the...
take your time.
I really like Lycan. I'm liking the Lycan. I will say, I still like the Lycan game for him. I think it's really nice versus the Disruptor. I think your BKB getting on top of the Terrorblade, you do a ton of physical damage. Yeah. So even with the high armor and the high agi that Terrorblade will have, you still will eat him up. And even the Death Prophet as well. I think the unfortunate thing with TSM now is that they really have to run this lineup before the BKBs come out for the Primal Beast and the Terrorblade. Because once that happens, I think these fights get a lot harder for you. And while you do have Kite on your Lycan and your Darkseer, I don't know if you can get everybody out of these fights. I think you're going to just slowly get chipped away until there's a 8,000-9,000 net worth lead on Entity that you just can't fight into anymore.
Yeah, and also the high movement speed on TSM is not that useful because you remember you have a Disruptor who can just glimpse you back every time. So it's not quite the value it's going to give you. No, I feel like Entity has a little bit more control. They're harder to bring down their heroes. It's Tide, Terror, Death Prophet, Primal Beast. He's look at him. He starts off with the double gauntlet. He's got 900 health from the start.
He is a big boy. I've seen this, especially in the amateur leagues. The Primal Beast 4 has been quite impactful. You're able to just get this BKB at a reasonable timing, and you feel like an offlaner. It feels like that sort of impact, even without any other items to help you out.
I mean, this hero is just super durable. It's like Spirit Breaker, Primal Beast. These are the if you're looking to brawl as a 4, those are the heroes you want.
Yeah, no, for sure. which is so strange to me, again, on these last phases of the draft, because I feel like Entity really came out on the last few picks here. We'll see how the lane goes, I guess, on this top side. Disruptor does want to be a little bit more aggressive with the glimpse sometimes, so you're going to have to utilize this like glimpse and metamorphosis timing. I'm sure that they'll be able to. But Darkseer doesn't, he isn't awful into it, right? Like, you do get to surge yourself away, kind of get out to safety.
He's got a lot of stats as well. But they actually need to be also careful a bit bottom lane, though. I do think TSM has good killing potential. If you can get the Terrorblade down to a bit of health, Cookie into Scarab Blast, you have the Iron Shell on top of it. Like, Watson does need to be careful. Look at that, he's already lost about a quarter of his health.
Yeah, and they are going to glimpse him back.
Dear.
There is no surge, so Kasane just going to try to get a bit forward, see if he can take some health down for this one. If you're able to kite through the trees, this is going to be really good for the Snapfire, because you want this kill. You totally left the lane for this, and one more hit, he has it. They get the kill. Watson with first blood on the Terrorblade, and I mean, although you were getting CS on the Darkseer, the first blood is always worth it, especially for your carry.
That is a little unfortunate for them. I mean, the vacuum comes out now. Fishman taking a little bit of damage, but he's going to be fine. Meanwhile, Whitemon loses his life, and Entity off to an amazing start.
This is really good. The laning stage victory is going to be so important for them, because we're saying, you know, once BKBs comes out, it's really easy for Entity to play the game. So if you're winning the lane, it's just all the more that TSM have to try to overcome in this game.
And by the way, check out top lane. It's Tidehunter Primal Beast versus freaking Chen. Like, Chen's going to do to these two guys. If you're Lycan, you're actually going to get pretty worried. And you can see he's already starting to fall a bit behind in terms of CS. Just a little bit, but could grow.
Yeah, so it feels like they've answered both of the important things about the Lycan game. Your laning stage has a bunch of wave clear, and oh, bot side? Looks like they get another kill. Ari goes down for the second time in this bot lane, and yeah, the Disruptor, not even with Metamorphosis that time with the Terrorblade, just glimpse him back and kill him.
Dear. By the way, Katomi went for the first point in Uproar, which gives you a bit of base damage, and you can activate to get a little bit more base damage if you've been hit, which makes it fantastic for denying. You know, it's just a great ability for that. He's already got 2 denies to his name, which is not it's not a huge amount, but it does slow Tomato a little bit.
It's so good, and I don't know. One of the things that you always hate doing, any illusion, summoned hero, Tide is just abysmal to play against, and he is going to go for this Meteor Hammer build as well. And you know, unfortunately, unless Whitemon is picking up a Centaur creep, they are not going to have any stuns to stop him from taking this down. So
no, it's a tough lane. Like that's a really good draft from Entity in the top side. But what about mid lane? How we're looking at here? It seems like so far Entity, I mean, they're doing well in this one as well. You know, Stormstormer, he is winning. He's beating Briar right now.
And I was kind of surprised about the pick. I think that later on it'll be a little bit harder for the DP to kind of play that one into the tanker. But right now it's obviously going well. And hey, if the rest of your team is winning your lanes, then maybe you don't have to worry about the end game as much.
Top 3 CS or Entity side, so they're very happy. Gabby's taking some damage, but he is still very durable.
Yeah, dude, this top side, this Primal Beast is able to just charge in. There are no stuns. So Katayomi is just, he's able to walk in, do everything that he needs to, and then back out. As you said, with that Uproar, you also don't take near as much damage to neither Whitemon nor Tomato, so really easy to play.
Slightly playing it risky, right? Gabby's got a little bit of, he's not walking around with full health. Watson's also about with half. He does have a salve and he's in a tango, so he's going to be fine. But, you know, it's playing a little bit on the edge. They're going to regenerate now and move, you know, avoid giving TSM any kill potential. Well, speaking of kill potential, bottom lane.
Ooh, and mid lane. Ooh, they almost get the kill there in the mid. But bot side, they get one on the Terrorblade. Now they're chasing down the Disruptor, but Ruptor, he's not that weak. He'll get out, and a lot of farm for the Darkseer.
And unfortunately, Fishman, he threw a good kinetic field there. Like, all right, let's try. But as we talked about Watson, he was a bit low health, didn't regenerate, had the full magic stick, but the Scab blasting a lot of damage. And Fishman, he's going to be fine.
They're doing a really good job with these Ion Shells. I mean, they are going to drag back the Darkseer here. He's able to get the Surge away. Watson not getting a kill on this one, but we're starting to feel a little bit of the impact of the Darkseer on the bot side, and that they can't really clear out these Ion Shell creeps. They don't have a Dispel for it. They don't have a way to insta-kill any creeps. So it's starting to get a little bit hard, and obviously Terrorblade hates that big magic damage from the Ion Shell.
Yeah, unless he's meta'd up. You know, it's like, yeah, he's melee. He has to walk into it. He'll take a lot of damage, and there's not much you can do about it. Disruptor's garbage. Right? He's like, he doesn't even have Lightning Strike. So it's a bit unfortunate. And you walk in there, also out of blast. So
Yeah.
TSM's draft slowly pulling it back, at least in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can always recoup a lane at this last stage. It's not just the first 5 minutes. Eventually, some lanes will hit like this level 3 or 4 timing, become quite nice. Kasane, though, I think the Vanguard is going to be really nice for him. It sucks so much on the Darkseer because you want the Vanguard, you want to be tanking from the physical damage, but also you really want mana boots. You want to be able to just keep sending out those ion shells, and you can see he's starting to have a little bit of a mana issue on Kasane.
And Ari is not close to getting the boots for him either. So it is going to be at mid lane, Bryle.
Oh yeah, he's getting ran out. This is under a tier 2 tower. They TP in on Ari and they'll get the kill. A raindrop charge used, try to protect him a little bit, but Bryle does end up surviving. Both heroes are running to base though. So.
Great rotation by Ari, making sure that happened. And that is kind of a problem because you were winning mid with Stormer. So him diving that, you give Bryle a lot of breathing room. He's able to survive, get a kill in return. And suddenly he's not as far behind the death prop as he was.
Ooh, blood grenade, is that gonna be enough? No, okay, he does end up backing out here. The heal from the White Monk Reaper giving you a little bit of extra health there. Quite nice. And Tomato, his health is, I mean, his farm is not the best, but I think it's passable for what's been happening to him up here. Unfortunately, the Terrorblade is just much more fun than him right now.
And that's a very scary thing because late game you do have the Tinker, but I don't think the other heroes really skill as well. Oh, bomb mid lane.
They're trying here. Nice kinetic field, gonna keep the Snapfire in. They're gonna TP in another hero there, 10 in to help out as well. Another time where they're just diving right into the middle of the tower here on Stormer, and so far it's going okay. They get the kill on Fishman, but now taking the tower hits, they need a little bit more damage, but Bryle doesn't want to step up for it. Katayomi is right there, and now he's gonna get the Invis bondled, plus get back into the lane, so Stormer feeling okay as they trade out in the mid lane.
I think you're okay. You're happy with that for your TSM. You know, you are a little bit behind, so any trade comes up pretty decently for you. Well, I'm seeing Katomi going the back line. Is he going through this deep charge? What's he thinking about here?
I don't know. I mean, he placed the ward down. They definitely want to go in on it. If Stormer is able to pop the ulti and get a Spirit Siphon on, all you need is for Bryle to be still in the bot lane. They get the kill. Watson, once again with the Metamorphosis, I mean, his lane has been immaculate for him. He's already at 3,400 net worth. He's feeling good. I mean, this guy's probably going to hit 5k at 10 minutes, which is not often from a Terrorblade.
And it looks like it's going to be an even trade for at least the Wisdom Runes. But and the problem is you're getting kills on the most valuable person on TS. Really, you want your Doctor is the only one who's having a good game, and he dies to Watson. So that's a little unfortunate. Bryle gets glimpsed back, but it's not the biggest problem here.
Yeah, it's still fine. I will say, you know, for Darkseers, it could be a big play. You just feed the Terrorblade, and then you get to wall the Terrorblade and take all of his good stuff.
That is one of their saving graces, though, is that the stronger this Terrorblade, Watson's Terrorblade gets, you do have Darkseers, you can get the normal punch, you have the wall, you can make a lot of illusions. That is a huge factor of their team fight later on. Speaking of huge factors of team fights,
yeah, I mean, they're going to try to use the Ravage here, just getting himself away. I mean, Bryle and Tomato both up here trying to make something happen, but in the mid lane, something is happening. They get the stomps around. Katayomi takes down Ari, and with the ulti from Stormer, this is probably going to be a mid tower gone.
I love it. Jabby was like, I'll just Ravage. I'll just rotation. I'll survive. We get a kill, and they they do lose Fishman in the meantime, but they get the mid tower as well. So that's overall still a victory for Entity.
Absolutely, big space. I mean, the Terrorblade isn't able to take that wave, which is I guess somewhat unfortunate, but it's really not that bad. They are going to TP in on the death bomb. They don't want to lose a tower down here. Charge through, finding this Chen, and it looks like that'll be another kill. This dude catches up to him here. Looks like Death Prophet will. No TP on Whitemon, so no chance of him getting out of this one anyways. Whoa! Is that what you wanted? He just drops a word at the end there. I wonder if anybody saw that in his inventory.
I'm surprised what he's building, actually. He's going for the Solar Crest for his team, not going for mech, and you usually want to have an early mech for that power spike if you're going to group up as 5. But with Darkseer is going for Arcane Boots, he's going to take a while to get the mech, and the best value of Chen is that you get those, you can farm. Like, he's a position 5 with farms, but he's one of the lowest net worth heroes right now.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a little bit of weirdness with the overlap of items, right? Like, as you said, Chen will want to go for the mech, usually, but so does the Darkseer. So instead of Darkseer doing something else, they're just gonna have him do the normal build and see what you can make up for it on the Chen. Looks like they are trying to go to Kanayomi, and he does barely get away. No, the wall down. Maybe they can actually kill him here. He's trying to charge away, charges through, and goes down. And Stormstormer on the high ground. They have a few illusions trying to chase him out. They get the Lycan shapeshift up, and Stormstormer, I mean, Glimpse will take Tomato away for a little bit, but he's still very, very fast. He'll be back in no time, and it looks like it's still death for Stormstormer. The illusions are doing way too much, or the summons are doing way too much. They get 1 kill, and still trying to find Fishman as well. There's no Glimpse for a while, but Tomato doesn't want to go into the tier 1. That's maybe a bit far.
That's really good for TSM. You need to keep doing that because reminder, they are on the timer. They have to make sure that they don't go too late. That's a nice double kill here, but it may not make too much of a difference. Stormstormer didn't have his ultimate. It's nice kills, but it doesn't change the state of the game. They can't get anything out of it. And looks like Whitemon, he might be losing his life.
Yeah, I think so. He's been glimpsed back into a Metamorphosis, and too much damage from Watson. Looks like Fishman actually ended up picking up the last hit. So they'll get themselves a kill, pop the ulti on the Death Prophet, and they're going to get themselves a tower. Meanwhile, I mean, there is an Ancient Sack that they're trying to take, and yeah, Kanayomi is kind of working it. They're going to get a nice cookie on. He's trying to charge through, really wants this Tinker kill, but he's going to back out for just a second, and into the Ancients he'll go, and he will fall. Ari picking up the kill. They do know there's a little bit of an Ancient Stack here now if they want to contest from Entity.
Just getting the tower will be good enough for them. So Katomi, he loses his life, but you're fine with it if you're getting this tier 1 bottom. That's going to be the third tower. All the tier 1s lost by TSM right now. Entity in a very solid spot. I gotta say, this Disruptor with these glimpses, it's very tough to play Darkseer when you're in this situation. Usually you want to go in deep, then you can surge away. Doesn't work against Darkseer. Disruptor.
Yeah, it's a really nice defense, honestly, from Entity with their draft. Making sure that they could kind of make sure that you don't want to play this Darkseer. You already have a nice Pons 5 against it. You almost have to have a BKB, which we know, Darkseer will just not be able to afford that. I don't think you even have the slots for it with the items that you need in this game. You surely want to have a Greaves at some point. Crimson is actually pretty good versus the Terrorblade, and even someone versus the Tide. I don't know, Ags as well. I just don't think you have an option for the BKB.
Do you see the net worth on Tomato and Bryle? Like, holy crap.
Bryle.
I mean, like, Bryle is barely ahead of Katomi. Tomato, he's going for Echo Saber first item. He's going to have it in the final, but that is not much. Oh, bottom lane? They're going for Watson, but...
They are throwing out the kisses, but they're light pecks, maybe not kisses. Thankfully, they do end up getting the kill on Fishman at the end there, but did miss out on the Terrorblade. He used Sunder, so that's forced out. He has to be a lot more careful now as he farms. But still, I mean, that was the big boy you wanted. Still have a ward on him. This ward, actually, he tossed at the end on the Sapphire. It's actually really good for them if they can try to aggress on it.
Yeah, it seems like no, I don't think that they are. It's you use the kisses, you got the Terrorblade Sunder, you get a kill, you get a tower. That's kind of as good as it's going to get. Oh, top. Whitemon, and then again, level 5 still in 12 minutes. You really need his ultimate.
Yeah, and you need a few more levels as well, so you can try to get more creeps, try to get an army around you, because Bryle needs all the protection that you can give. And at this point, as you said, not too far off from the farm of the Primal Beast. He's got the skills to farm. He just he's just next point in his ulti desperately.
Yeah, and unlike Fishman with Disruptor, if you get Glimpse level 3, you're kind of good enough. Yes, ultimate is a huge part of your kit, but just glimpsing people brings you value. Chen, not so much. You usually want to use those levels to like farm, and he's very behind in farm, so yeah, he's in trouble. He is very much in trouble. What does the win percentage tell us? It's 60% for Entity.
Seems not bad.
Right? I was like, it's gonna be like 75. Oh, Bryle!
Okay, we're about to bump it up. We'll see what changes here. Bryle, I think he's gonna get hammered on, and there he goes. They charge in as well, trying to find the Snapfire. Gets himself one cookie out, but a nice kinetic field. Gonna lock him in place, and Ari surely falls here. Do they give it to the Death Prophet? They will. It's a double kill for Stormstormer, and let me press that button, and okay, he's 65. We're getting up there now.
And my poor North American colleague over here, he's like, no, stop, this is not good. Kasane, he's in trouble as well.
They get a nice wall. I mean, maybe they can get a turnaround on this one, but it doesn't look like anyone else on the team wants to try to fight this one. So although they had some nice illusions to work with, it was just the Darkseer. So he goes down, and yeah, Gabby, looks like they'll be able to march down another tower. You've got this really thick Tidehunter with a hammer. You've got Metamorphosis. You've even got the Death Prophet once the ulti is up. I mean, these towers don't stand a chance for TSM.
And besides, the fact that they're thick also means that they're hard to kill. You know, we've been talking about this It's so hard to go through a Terror Blade. He's already got the Dragon Lance. He's going to have the Manta very soon. Tidehunter, he's got the cloak. By the way, they're buying cloaks on everyone. Stormer has a cloak on his quick buy. We have one coming out for Gabby as well. They just don't want this Tinker to be able to bring them down with magic damage. Yeah. Not that you really have to worry about that this particular game.
Maybe not that high on the total, but they'll have it. Once he starts doing damage, all right, they'll have that mitigation. It's not even like, they have a Tide as well, in the Tide on the Tidehunter. I feel like at this point, that's all that's necessary, but I will say the extra cloak definitely helps out. Man, I feel so bad for Bio right now. It is so hard to feel how you're supposed to get into this game. You need to do damage so badly. I mean, right now, this Primal Beast is already thick enough that as a support, you don't know how you're killing him. Tidehunter for sure, I'm unsure of how you kill. At this point, you gotta kind of go all in on killing Watson, but Tomato trying to keep you away. No, he gets stunned up, and well, he'll howl, but he will fall. Everybody coming down. 7,000 net worth lead at just 15 minutes into the game, and was that a mid Primal Beast? I mean, he's almost as farmed as a Tinker.
No, he's a support Primal Beast, my friend. He's a support. He's just really farmed, and he's going to go for the what's called Assault Crimson Guards. So that's going to mitigate a lot of the physical damage. And if you look at TSM, a lot of their physical damage is that fast, multiple instances but low damage summons and stuff. So that's perfect for Crimson Guards.
Yeah.
And wow, Ryo?
He's gonna get glimpsed back into it, and it seems as they run up with Stormer, I don't think Ron gets away from this one. He is gonna get healed up by the hand of God, but sadly, you need a few more of those. Maybe a refresher on the Chen, and they'll be able to save him from that onslaught. But on the other side, Watson also gets a kill on Ari, and now they're just running the map. They'll run right into Roshan, it seems, as well. At 15 minutes in, very, very early timing here for a lot of teams for Roshan.
This is a very scary situation to be in for TSM. Your late game is your Tinker, and he's the lowest farm score in the game. Your, Lycan should be pushing stuff, but he can't because he's just very far behind. Farm Darkseid, because Kasai is doing well. He's got the mech, but unless he can get, even getting those walls, it's not too valuable. Only Terrorblade's illusions make a difference, and it's not like getting an Alchemist where you get that free Radiance. It's nice, but it's not that.
It's not like there's a ton of auras either that's really helping you out in this one. It's truly only the raw damage of Watson's illusions, and boy, how do you take a fight after this one? They already have Aegis now on the Terrorblade.
Katome.
It's not. Charge through, trying to find Whitemon, and it looks like with the stomp and a bounce, they'll pulverize that Chen and the Ravage on the backside, able to find the hammer on Ari. They're gonna glimpse him back. It's a nice wall again. It has some nice illusions on it, and now with the kisses, maybe they can take somebody down. They'll maybe get Fishman. Please get Fishman. You need at least a support out of this one. You used kisses, you used the wall, you used just about everything you could have to get this one. They even use a shapeshift trying to chase down Gabby, but with the damage that he's losing off of the anchor smash, Tomato just doesn't feel like it hits very hard at all. And now Watson waiting in the trees, pops the metamorphosis, and he gets the reflection. Tomato from his own illusions gets killed, and Watson picking up another one. Now Kasane trying to run away. It looks like they can't really drag him back. Disruptor's not alive right now, so really nice position, honestly, from Watson, just hanging around in those trees, waiting for him to pop up, and then just popping the metamorphosis and killing him outright.
I like what Katome did as well. Got that nice onslaught at the very end of the Wolf. There's still a couple seconds left at it, but able to get the kill on thanks to Katome jumping in. In the end, it was oh god, Brian, not again!
Oh no, please! He's just a boy! He's just a small tinker!
Here, it eats them all.
No discrimination from the beast, and now we're on net worth watch now. We're about 100 gold away from the Primal Beast pause 4 overtaking the Tinker here. Surely it won't happen, right? Surely.
When this tower falls, very likely. And what do we have here? Is there anything for TSM to come back? Tomato is close to the BKB, but I don't know how much that really helps you.
Yeah, I want to say that it's a really nice one to just get in and kill, but maybe because the anchor smash won't take away your damage whenever you're in the BKB form. Yeah. They had already killed the Disruptor, and it seems like that was most of the Lycan's job right now, is that you're able to ulti, get on top of the Ruptor, and kind of free up the fight for the rest of your team. But whenever you're able to start a static storm on Tinker, it doesn't matter. Kill him if you want, sure, but he already did his job. So you really need to open him up to play your game.
And it's so easy to catch the Tinker. Maxed out glimpses, you have so much cast range. But there's some good news. Ari is getting very close to a pipe that does diminish some of entities damage. It is mixed. There's a good amount of physical and magical, but at least some of it. No, you take whatever win you can. Kasani's got Crimson Guard. That's kind of helps a little bit. So some damage mitigation is coming up, but
it's so hard. I mean, even the creeps from Whitemon, it doesn't feel like they're putting as much in, right? You only have the health aura from the Satyr. You have a little bit of attack damage, and yeah, they don't have a ton of magic mitigation from the creeps right now.
Hey, the Wild Wing gives you 3 armor. That's kind of something.
True. We take
hey,
this,
look,
we take this.
Double bounty ruins. If they can get that, what's TSM's chance? It's 14. I mean, 14. Oh, okay. Their draft is not.
It seems good. I mean, surely there's some sort of late game potential, right? That's Dota 2 is like, look, I can see a really nice wall, and they win this one. Oh yeah, I can see it happening.
It has to be wall into cookie, right? Because that's literally your only stun. Whitemon doesn't have stunning creeps, so it has to be wall into a cookie. Tomato, he's got BKB. He had to disassemble the Echo Saber for it.
I think that's kind of where, I mean, nobody's going BKB right now, which is why I think there is somewhat of an opening. Because if you can back Cookie and get a Mortimer's Kisses, all of a sudden you do have a good amount of damage and stun all in one. But yeah, Watson with the Metamorphosis just already taking down the tower. Usually this is where the Tinker feels the most oppressive, that there's so much damage coming out from the back line. You can't really deal with it, but these rockets, are they even doing damage?
Unfortunately, no. I mean, no, not all. Oh, they just come out.
Oh, yeah,
they can catch it?
Little smooches from the Snapfire, and they're gone. Okay. Huh.
And
now they goes, oh no, Ari's paid for his sins. And, well, with a nice back wall again. This is where he needs to follow up, but the only stun is already dead. And, boy, okay, yeah.
No, it looks like TSM had enough. They called the GG the moment he lost his life. They're like, that's it. So, and yeah, I'll be honest, this was at the start of the day, not before I saw TSM games. I was like, oh, okay, TSM, they're on fire today. But this was not the performance we expected. It was a bit of an odd pick, the way they sort of very last second went from this heavy push draft into Tinker. And you're like, huh, that's because I was thinking, okay, support Snapfire's fine. You have a little strategy, you do some damage to towers, you're a good team fight. You can pick it and then you pick something else. But no, they went for the Snapfire support. They add Tinker, didn't mesh with their draft, and Entity took full advantage of it. They're super durable. I loved coming out from Disruptor. And of course, Stormstormer with this, he just won mid and he was able to roll with it. So well played by them.
No, yeah, really good game. I will agree. I think this draft also maybe being a bit too cute with the Chen first pick. I don't think that's something that, I mean, TSM have played it. They have opened up Chen before. I don't know. It just feels like that's something that didn't really play that well into the draft, especially with the Primal Beast in. I think that Katayomi just ate this up. It was such a good game for him. I think even the Tide from Gabby played quite well. And again, knowing all those things, this Lycan also didn't fit very well in for me. They did end up shifting it over into the carry role, which ended up having its own issues. Again, I hear that I don't think that you're allowed to play into the Primal Beast, let alone the Tide Hunter that was able to get picked up on 18 as well. I just think that every step of the way, Entity was able to enter this draft with something that was a really nice answer for them. And the last one being the Death Prophet into the Tinker, I think just put them in the grave for TSM.
Yeah, because then when you TSM, you have very odd timing. Early game, a few of your heroes are good, but Tinker is not really the nerd powerhouse. Then it becomes much late game. But then it's like he doesn't contribute to the push. So you have this very awkward timing where by the time Tinker's online, the other 4 are basically useless. Yeah. Well, not useless, but you know what I mean. So
it's not
it was a needle to thread, and they missed it this time.
Yeah, I mean, you look at them, they have like 2 summons heroes and just heroes that clear waves or do damage mitigation whenever you get close. So it's just 2 things that are crazy hard to play into already. Rest of the draft was quite hard for them. So TSM, I will say, you're able to cope this one up, all right? Look, you messed up in the draft. It happens to all of us, okay? You press the buttons incorrectly in the first 5 minutes of the game, and now you're screwed. But next time you can fix that. And that's why TSM is going to win. Yeah, they got this, all right? They can come back in game number 2. Stick around. We've got more Dota 2 on the way. See if they earn their retribution on TSM or if Entity completes the stompity stomp. So stick around. There's going to be more Dota 2 on the way. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. It is going to be game number 2 here of TSM versus Entity, and game 1 slightly favored towards Entity. It was a close one, but in the 21st minute, it just entirely jumped over to Entity, and it was over.
I don't think it really took 21 minutes for it to jump over, but sure, man. If that's what helps you sleep at night. No, it was all in for Entity from the start because TSM they like last second switched their draft up.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit unfortunate, but it's Entity, they looked really good. I love what they were able to do with Katomi on the Primal Beast. He looked very strong. Fishman on the Disruptor was also able to make sure that they get a lot of control during the game. And Watson just farmed up with it terribly and just became a raid boss that was unkillable.
Yes.
So I don't think Entity did anything particularly amazing where I'm like, oh my God, what a trick. I think TSM kind of dropped the ball.
I did like that they hit that Darkseer lane really early. You can see that it got difficult for them afterwards, but they got 2 kills really early on the Snapfire.
Yeah.
The one kind of makes sense, right? Like Metamorphosis Glimpse, yeah, somebody's dying probably. But the last few times, I didn't know. It felt like there was something wild going on. Eventually, there's like a surge that you're able to get away. But I think, as you had mentioned before, this Darkseer really, or this Disruptor really makes it so you don't want to play the Darkseer. You don't want to do anything that's focused on mobility. So I think that hero is going to get a lot more focus as well. I love the Primal Beast opening from them too. It just seems like everything that Entity had was just like tailor-made for TSM and worked quite well. I think probably once the Darkseer came out, then the draft really went downhill for TSM. Just knowing that this Lycan all of a sudden is getting shoved over in a matchup he doesn't really want, going into the carry role is probably the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, especially with like Lycan Chen versus 2 basically unkillable heroes in the lane is not fun. And especially when you talked about Katomi took Uproar level 1, which means that he was able to get a lot of extra bonus damage. You get base, and when you activate, you get an extra. And they were able to get a bunch of denies on, which really slowed down Tamale. We were seeing him not getting the farm he needs. He can't come online. And Lycan is very much he's a shark, feast or famine, basically.
He's a shark.
Not the other shark that you're thinking of, but yeah, he is a shark. And basically, if he's not feasting, he does fall very far behind. And by the way, we want to go back and we have 2 groups of 6 teams each. Top 2 advance automatically. The other 4 have to play against each other. 3rd versus 6th, 4th versus 5th, and then they advance as well. The winners of these 2 matches.
Yeah, so nobody's getting eliminated in the first group, thankfully. We have plenty of opportunities. And that's a nice little graphic. I like that.
It's very pretty. Because you can see, so 6th place from Group A goes against like 3rd place from Group B, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then 8 teams advance. Then we have to do another group stage. Then we go to the main event with double elimination. It's a bit of a marathon, I must say, but
it is.
If you like Dota, you're in luck.
And thankfully, we also like Dota, and we've got ourselves a draft. Number 2 here. We'll see if any switch up from game number 1. In game 1, we did see that it was bans from Brood and Undying for Entity, and bans for Timber and Bat on TS7. Yeah, okay. Stick with the same thing. They're like, look, if it's broke, try to fix it. So they go for the Chen, doing the same exact opening, and they do also have first pick again. So what Entity did last time was Primal Beast Raptor. Are they running it back? They're like, we already did this once. We can do it again.
And by the way, guys, we're also even the server is the same. We're not in Dubai, so we are still in India. So everything's the same. But I guess TSM, they've been playing well. They are 3-2 today. They have been doing this fast-paced lineup. It's worked for them. I think that last game they over-adjusted, over-corrected. If they go back to the way they're playing, I don't think they can give Entity a run for their money. But Entity, they just start off with the Primal Beast. Could be Kotomi, could be Stormstormer, could be freaking Gabby if he wants it.
Could. It could. And I do think that that's part of the Primal Beast like grab as well in this first phase of the draft. You don't really know which place it's going. Obviously, I think it's a 2 through 4 probably. Somewhat similar with the Snapfire whenever it was played in last patch. And they do it again. Look, it worked. It just worked. And last time they did end up going for the Lycan on TSM. I don't want to see that. I think you now know that both of these heroes don't really want to play into a Lycan. Or really want to play into a Lycan, I guess. So
Yeah.
I would try to opt in for something else. You could go for like these strong 8-pick carries, honestly, if you want to do something with just a lot of lockdown. They go out in for the Terrorblade. Good and bad. I think that Primal Beast loves playing against physical damage in the laning stage. So I don't think it's great for the Terrorblade. I don't think this lane is very strong at all, to my knowledge, if they do end up running the Primal Beast, even on pause 3. So I think that could kind of be rough, but the game feels a lot easier now for TSM knowing that they have a very strong timing to play off of that actually does damage.
Yeah, but Terrorblade is also, like we mentioned before, he's a low health hero. He's not much in the laning phase with a Chen, right? Because like Chen, maybe if you get a few strong creeps, but last game, Lycan, Chen, this game, Terrorblade, Chen, it's a bit better for sure, but not a whole lot. I still think that Primal Beast +1 could wreck this Terrorblade.
Yes, and that +1 is gotta be focused up here for TSM. I love the Darkseer. Again, I think that Primal Beast Darkseer lane is quite strong, and obviously you don't want to play Darkseer. They play against Darkseer as a Terrorblade. Your illusions will be very, very hurting. Drow as well. I like that one piercing through the base armor of the Terrorblade. Unsure about what this last one would be. Maybe this is going to be protecting the mid lane a little bit more. TSM, because they had the first pick, means that Ryle is getting his mid lane countered no matter what. So got to be a bit more of a safe hero, I think, now that you're looking at this pick.
Yeah, look at Entity though. They're focused on Kasane. They take away his Lycan. They take away his Beastmaster. We'll take something like a Death Prophet as well. TSM, you have the Chen. So whenever you have a Chen, the Zoo meta is an option for you. And they do get rid of the Tide Hunter. This is a hero that can stand up to a lot of the Chen army. He doesn't really, he literally does not care. Anchor Smash and Kraken Shell, you can't kill him with physical damage. So I like the ban a lot from TSM here.
I love that. I think that hero wrecked you last time. I think Chen just doesn't want to play into it either. Now I think you may give yourself an opportunity to play this lane the way that you want to, rather than losing all of your attack damage whenever you try to go on someone. I think for Gabby, you still want to go with something that's just strong. And now it seems that this is a strong hero. Primal Beast is going to be going into a core role. Whether it's mid or offlane, we have yet to decide. But for TSM now, you probably want to pick your pause 4 here. Plus maybe your mid, maybe an offlane, depending on what they want.
Interesting, though. It is a bit fragile if you can get, like, Lion Disruptor. These guys are very easy to kill if you can get on top of them. So it's good against Terrorblade, but it's also bad if you fall behind. Lion, you can Hex and suck the illusions. You remove them instantly. That's kind of nice, but it's risky. It's not like this can really backfire if it goes badly for Entity.
This is actually the pick that I wanted to see out of Entity last time. I guess out of TSM last time, whenever they were playing against the Terrorblade. So I'm interested to see how Entity plays it up. They do go for the Snapfire again. This could be pause 4. This could be mid lane. I don't really want to see them give it up too quick, so let's get an offlaner here. Something that's, again, safe, maybe is able to play the lane strong no matter what.
I'm thinking Death Prophet could be an option. There, he does play Enigma, but I don't feel like Enigma is really ideal against Disruptor in this situation.
Doom? Do you think Doom may be on the table at all? Maybe Legion?
Let's see, Doom or Legion. They're both fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with either of them. Is the game lagging for you, or is it just me?
Oh, yes. Yes, now it is.
Speedbreaker. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm now gifted with only a Spearbreaker model. Oh, hey,
Same.
Everybody else is too. Nice.
I was like, okay. All right, so it's not just me, because I was like, oh, crap. The big debut. But yeah, the Spirit Breaker comes out. It can be an off lane, can be position 4, so they are still kind of flexing it. But I'm feeling like Snapfire could go mid and Spirit Breaker could go 4, but either way, that's solid. What we were talking, if you can get to the line of Disruptor, you can burst them down easily. Spirit Breaker, perfect for that.
Oh no.
I'm completely out of the lobby.
Yeah. Dude, Gaben does not want us to watch this draft. He knows that something wonky is coming in this last phase of the draft for TSM. He just wants to shield us all from it.
He's like, oh my god, the Meepo?
No, stop. Don't do it. Brian, don't click Tinker, please. I'm trying to reconnect. Looks like our lovely production team is also having the same struggles as we are. The Dota servers have been having some issues all day. This isn't on our side. Unfortunately, we are unable to control the things that are happening with us right now.
This is on Valve, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
If you guys have a problem, send it. It's Gaben at valvesoftware.com.
And I don't know. We'll try to reconnect here. I can somewhat remember what was going on. We did have a Snapfire and a Spirit Breaker that was able to play together. We had a Chen and Terrorblade in the lane. We had a Primal Beast and a Disruptor. I remember that one happening. We had a Lion.
Yes, Lion. Yes, thank you. That's the one. Yeah.
And then we didn't see the last one, right? We didn't get to see what they picked up after the Spirit Breaker.
No, we did not. Wait. I might be. Oh no, I'm not in. So, well, now we can. What's that A&W thing behind you? That's is that a can?
This is root beer. It's a nice little pillow, actually.
It is. I was like, that looks like that's not real,
so
obviously.
Good. Oh, it's so nice. Yeah, I've had this. Actually, Crystal, my wife, she had it at the house, and then it ended up just. It was in the back of all my streams whenever I started streaming. So then there are people who started to know me as the root beer pillow guy. So whenever they would say, they're like, "Is the root beer pillow guy casting that game? I kind of want to watch." So now it's just been a habit of me, like wherever I go, every time I change rooms, I just have it like put up in the back, just for no reason to have it up there.
It is both the thing that makes you famous and helps you sleep at night. It's like
it does, yes. Literally how I sleep at night. The sad thing is whenever I have to like turn around and shame, whenever there's a drink sponsor for the tournament, I have to like turn it so it's just like the back of it. Like, you're not allowed to look at this one, buddy. I'm sorry. You have to just look away for this one.
Now we have to figure out if we actually have drink sponsors or not.
That's a good question. We're gonna hope not, and we're gonna hope that A&W is not a competitor with them. Their root beer isn't even that good, guys. Okay, I just like the pillow. All right.
Where people are asking it, we are in draft, but unfortunately we have been kicked out of the game. Us and production, by the way, it's not completely our fault. So yeah, we can also check what chat's saying, and oh my god,
True.
They hate us
we were
both.
able to talk to chat. It's actually not that much of a delay. So if you want to say nice things to us, I'll answer. One Punch Man. See, that is actually Adam Silver. Maybe not as much.
He's too thin. He doesn't look like me. He doesn't look like me at all. Yeah. And let's see. Saitama, I liked One Punch Man. That was pretty good. That's a good one. Yeah. I enjoyed it. I didn't see season 2. People say it's kind of garbage, but I haven't seen it. They say the animation is pretty bad.
I had actually, whenever somebody tried to get me into anime, One Punch Man was the one that they tried to get me in.
It's not the one you get into. You know,
it's not the one.
Yeah, because it's very. You know, like there's a lot of tropes in anime. This one goes against it, so it's kind of like, you know, it's like watching a satire movie of like horror. True. It's like, you should watch the first thing.
I guess it's kind of like, because I've watched Dragon Ball. I have like other like very obscure ones that I've watched just because like I already like the media that was associated with it. But I think they're all not really anime. They're just like a show that is animated. I wouldn't really call it like anime necessarily whenever I watch them.
I'm still trying to get into the lobby now. Are we going to be hosting the lobby?
Oh, they rehosted. Okay, so we are going to restart. It means that this phase of the draft is going to go very, very fast because they all remember what they were picking. So I will leave game when Soda allows me to. 4-second timer. Come on.
1 second as well. This is exactly how we wanted to do things, by the way. This is going... Game 2. No.
Where's the... I have to scroll up the lobby now. I just joined it off a post game. I didn't remember the password. Right there.
Same thing here.
All right, there we go. Oh, we're in before Paragon. We're the better production. Whoa, yeah.
Say that. I mean, we can feel it, but we can't say it. You know what I mean? It's like some of those things we keep inside us, and hopefully now we do have to wait for for everyone else to join it. But it is what it is, you know. And we can talk about the state of the tournament right now. Entity is in a very good spot. I believe they are 4-1, so they have a very solid chance of making it to just straight into playoffs. Yeah. TSM is 3-2, so winning this, you know, that gets you there. If you can get 4-2, that's also solid. Top two advance straight away to the group stage. The bottom four will be playing against members of the other group, and then it's like, you know, you have a third place, you go up against sixth place, and 2 teams will advance from that. 4 teams total, 2 from each group.
It looks like on the other side, if you don't want spoilers, okay, cover your ears for just 10 seconds, okay? Liquid did take game number 1 versus VP, and Aster did take game 1 versus Execration. So kind of expected there in those two, which does mean, I'm sorry, Otto, Execration is now 0-out still for the entirety of their group stage. So SCA is having a little bit of struggling in this play-in right now.
And oh God, it's like, if it's not Talon, you know what I mean? It's like, if it's not Talon, it's not anything. We don't get anything out of it. It's been a rough, I think from the Bali major, we didn't even make it past the group stage. All 3 C teams were eliminated at the group stage. Berlin, I think we did. Talon carried us to 6th place, and Lima was like the 3rd place. But oh man, it has not been the C year at all.
It's been hard, and I will say, like, Talon has shown, especially in the Lima major, right? Like they actually were owning. So I think a lot of people, it does kind of show like health of the region. Like the first team is doing very well. That's going to eventually like kind of go down. Everybody's going to get that experience. They're going to have that major experience, kind of take to the rest of the region. It just hasn't really done that though. It seems like maybe the rest of the region isn't as competitive with them, so they're kind of just like stopping out. There is no learning. There's only beatdowns. So now they're just, I don't know.
But unfortunately, Talon didn't even win the 3rd DPC tour. I mean, they weren't even top 3. So it's like
that was surprising to me. Someone who's outside the region, that was like really wild. So that's what like Talon is. They were awesome. A lot of people wanted to root for them. They were playing well. They seemed pretty fun. And all of a sudden, like I was focusing on SA DPC. I was focusing on NA DPC, and I looked over. I was like, how did that happen? Like, I didn't think I had to look there. I thought that was just like normal.
You know, it's another team that's struggling. So is Virtus.pro, who's I believe 0-5 right now. So Virtus.pro and Execration won a single game. Every other team is, you know, has at least 3 victories under their table. So kudos to them. It's going to be a race between probably Entity and Team Liquid are going to take top 2. Then Aster and TSM are going to be struggling. Then Execration and Virtus.pro, bottom two.
Yeah, and that's funny. Because to offset the timers that we had in the draft, CSM will have a level 1 penalty. They didn't do anything bad, okay? It's just to even out the draft time, so everybody's gonna be following the same pick spans, and they didn't do anything dastardly. It's just trying to even out everything. This is about the best recreation we can have, given that the lobby exploded.
Yeah, unfortunately, exploded way. It's not like after all the picks were then you can be like all pick and we can just go. It's like now we have to ban and pick, and it's like, oh great, this is how it works. I think, and I believe we were 4th pick for Entity, right?
Yes, yeah. We were looking at 18, and thankfully it doesn't actually show on the ticket either until the draft is finished, I believe. So I think that the ticket will be safe, marked safe from shenanigans today.
Possibly the lobby might have issues. I'm trying to get into it myself, but these things
45
happen.
seconds, yeah.
Hey, 40, 48, 49, 50. So
I don't know. I never, even like whenever I'm spinning for like 10 seconds, I'm like, this isn't good. But today I'm like, maybe there is hope. I'm gonna be sitting here for 2 minutes. I'm like, it can still happen, guys. We can still connect.
I'm just glad it happens on our turn. I wouldn't want this to make anyone else look bad.
That's true. Yeah. We're just so entertaining that like we don't need Dota in front of us.
No. We desperately need the Dota.
Please load it.
This would be me telling you, hey man, what's the name of this active ability for an item? That we can't pull that off.
You don't think we can? Some of them are fun.
They're fun, but we're able to make it. It's looking like this lobby is going to need to be remade. We're supposed to do this in Dubai. There's issues there. So India, but it seems to be issues there. So we are currently struggling.
TSM is going to be working their way back to NA one way or another. We're going to be just few more tries away from it being NA server.
So how our pubs been going?
My pubs have been. I did say this last night. I had some of my goons online, and when we play Dota, we don't really play Dota. We just kind of screw around. We had 4 people in, and our cryptic requested to join. I like immediately messaged him. I was like, "Don't join this lobby, please. Do not join this party. You're not gonna have fun. We don't play Dota really." And we lost both games like right in a row. I don't know. I mean, my solo queue has been fine. I've actually found now, like I used to, especially whenever I wanted to like practice heroes or kind of like learn how to play, I would like queue with other people, and it would be kind of hard because I would like have a lot of opinions playing the game. Now, whenever I play like on my own, I've actually been like winning a decent amount. I got Glickoed up to Divine 1, and now I've stagnated at Ancient 5. So it's been good, especially because I've like transitioned from supports to carry. I've been trying to like learn the carry role a lot.
Yeah, it's funny when you do a swap. I like the Glicko when they add, because of course, you know, everyone got a nice boost, and wasn't everyone was stuck at Herald. People were moved around, because that was fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't like when we had to do this thing where were picking players. That was the worst thing ever. Holy crap, that sucked.
I saw that like they bumped up the range, and that seemed to do well. I almost wonder if they need to bump up the range again, because I know a lot of people who will hit like, I think it's the like 7K mark, and they're like, I just don't want to pub anymore. I just don't want to be. I don't want to draft. I want to have people draft for me. It's almost that they need to bump it up to like 8.5 or like 9K or something. So, yeah, I don't think I've heard anyone under 8K say that they want Immortal draft.
It sucks no matter what, because what ends up happening is that every captain picks the lowest MMR player, so that you have the advantage. And if you lose, 12, and if you win, you get 35.
Yeah, it's -10 plus 40. People used to change their names to -10 plus 40 all the time. You could see, like I would watch a lot of like Monkey's stream, and Monkeys would do that all the time. He would just pick like rank 900 in all of his games. It'd be like 3 40s. One of the 40s would break their items, and there you go. You got your 40. Somebody breaks items on your team, you're only -10. So didn't really matter.
I mean, regardless, though, is a coin toss, right? You never know who's gonna get the balanced person. You know, like it could be you, it could be them. So you might as well just take the lowest rank and hope for the best. And yeah, the players are saying that we are having a bit of issue getting into the lobby, so we apologize.
Should I press the X here on finding server? I've been finding server for 4.5 minute.
I have no idea. I touched nothing.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
Don't touch it. All right, no,
I touched nothing that production. I don't even. I don't do anything. I only breathe when they tell us to.
It's too terrifying.
Yeah,
I felt fish is gonna come to my house if I press the X.
And by the way, guys, all our problems are because of Math Magician. All of them.
True.
So if you guys want to blame us, make sure you point it at him. I've done nothing. I've literally only saved. I just save the world occasionally. That's all.
You just save the world. Yeah, that's true. I don't have a fancy like alter ego. You have an anime character. What do I have, man? I got nothing.
Oh, people are talking about their ranks right now. Apparently, someone fell. What? I can't really read what's Feign. I'm sure that's a misspelling.
I don't know. Maybe it's not. I know my brother was at literally like 90 MMR before Glicko, and then whenever he recalled, he got to like 1300 or something. He got like so much. He was just like basically Herald the whole time.
Actually, by the way, you can look at some of the ranks of the players. Watson's their highest rank. He's rank 1. I think that's for Eastern Europe. Stormstormer's 23, Gabby's 45, Katomi's 96, and Fishman's a support. So it doesn't count MMRs. Doesn't matter.
That's true.
We can get away with like 150. That's fine. That's still good.
My Dota is having the awesome error now wherever I click on everybody and they're all my rank. So I click on Gabby, Ancient 5. All right. I click on Fishman, Ancient 5. They make me feel so good. I actually kind of just want to keep doing this. It sounds like, well, Otto, do you want to call the pause? I mean, I feel my experience with this is that every time I say, "Oh, okay, we could pause the game," because
that's when it comes back up.
It just instantly. So I guess we could do it for the people. We could call the pause, and then in 30 seconds we'll be back because it'll load in, or we can save ourselves the time.
No, I think it would be a good idea if we take a few minutes break. Hopefully the servers are fixed in that time, and then when we can come back, we can get into the game, because we still have another series after this. It is a bit of a long day, And these teams, if we are able to just set it all up, that would be pretty good. So hopefully we can go for a pause.
Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like we do have the permission from Gafel to finish a pause. So everybody stick around. Go ahead and type. I'll probably just look at chat while we're in the middle here. So you can go ahead and ask any questions. But until then, stay. And I'm sure as soon as we go to a pause, the lobbies will be immediately back up and we'll be back into our game. So stick around. We'll have more Dota on the way.
to stand still if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay. If time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still.
Okay. Yeah, we are hit, by the way.
I know. Look, they
one.
know. They know that we had to kill some time, right? Otto and I were playing chess. I was beating him, but unfortunately, we had to close the game. Now we start again versus Entity game, and we do have ourselves, of course, the same picks. TSM is on a minor draft penalty just to even out the time that they had before we had to close out the game. So at this point, we're pretty much even on everything. Gotta remember what
Exactly. And just so everyone knows, we did reach about the 4th pick for Entity. So we'll be blazing through the picks and bans until then. And that's when the real game will continue. And we've only done one game since we started. We still have a whole other series after this. So hopefully we have no more issues.
Our second series is supposed to start in minus 30 minutes. So
Isn't our second series supposed to begin right now?
Oh, I guess there was a little bit of a time in between games. A little bit in the budget. And now we're here.
Now we begin. Yeah, now we start something here.
And Entity knew. They knew they wanted the Voker. That makes a lot of sense. They have been trying to... I mean, they've been picking this up on like the first phase that's been available. TSM, they opted not to ban it at all in second phase. They thought they had a lot more to protect out the Terrorblade with. So now they do get the Stormstormer Invoker, and they're going to just ban out other mid lane matchups as at this point, they're believing that this is going to be an offlane Snapfire, or I guess offlane Spirit Breaker for Snapfire, because with that Pango ban, it's fine mid lane.
Invoker is great to have Spirit Breaker because you can easily catch him while he's charging with the Tornado, and it removes Bulldoze because it is a Dispel. Plus, you can't charge through. Have you tried to charge through an ice wall? You crawl through, and it's just the most adorable thing. It's like, that's completely does nothing. He is another backline hero, though, but he's kind of a backline hero that can defend himself and allies. You know what I mean? It's not like you can next to him, you're like, oh, I got him. It's kind of like a late game sniper where you're next to him, you're like, oh crap, I don't actually want to be here.
Yeah, no, it's so much of his kit is just so annoying. I guess the status resistance on Spirit Breaker is like somewhat good, but I don't know. I don't think that it's actually going to matter that much for all of them. Oh yeah, so I don't know.
Well, in the meantime, though, we are in the last phase of the ban here. TSN, they are getting rid of some carries that they do not want to play against. One of them is they get rid of the Naga Siren. We'll see what else they want to remove. Drow Ranger is already gone, which is usually one of the best carries against Terrorblade. Her Marksmanship pierces base armor, which Terrorblade has a ton of. So you should be relatively okay. Entity, they get rid of the Pango. So a flex pick, right? Could it be mid? Could be off.
Yeah, I think part of it's nice flex. I would agree. Snapfire is that. I feel like that lane into the Evoker is actually quite favored for Snapfire. You decent amount of right click damage. Your CS is pretty nice. Your spells are okay. I've only ever seen Snapfires win that lane, but maybe if you're going against an Evoker at 2,000 games, maybe you still don't want it.
It's mostly Brile who plays Pango, so I do think that they are seeing the Spirit Breaker Snap as the 3-4, and they are focusing on getting rid of mid laners here. They are focusing on Brile's hero instead. Primal is gone. Pango is banned. Snapfire is picked up, which could be his hero. And then, of course, there is the Tinker, but one shudders at the thought. You know what I mean?
Please, not again. Please. Thankfully, it's not like right now the jump is Primal Beast. They do have catch, though. So at this point, you do want to line up that as a head, playing face first into the Disruptor if you can at all work it. Because I will say they're a little damage light on Entity right now. Invoker is much more control than he is damage at the moment. Even with Class Exort, it takes a while to get up to your damage. Lion has the finger, so you have damage on a timer. Disruptor is control. Primal Beast can be a little bit of damage in the off lane, but it's totally by getting on top of you. So I think TSM, if they're able to get damage plus stun in this last pickup, I think you're able to just run over the lineup of Entity, barring some great last pick.
No, I like what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, you do have Finger, Sunstrike. Primal Beast, I think his damage is very decent, but I do agree that if you're looking at both of these teams, if this Chen has a bunch of auras, it's very hard for them to kill. And interesting, that is going to be Kasane's Visage. I've seen this Visage Spirit Breaker combination multiple times in South America. Visage would go for Phylactery. I've never liked it when they do that, but if he goes for like the auras and fast push, I think this is a very strong lineup for TSM.
And I think FCR was the one who was doing that, right? He was picking it up and running it with the phylactery. I would agree they don't really need that. I think right now the tower push and the auras is probably what you want. Low damage lineups hate playing against the auras, and Invoker, it's not like you can dispel Pipe. Pipe would only, the Crimson Guard would be the only thing that could be dispellable. But as of now, there's no need for that, so I don't think the Visage is really worried about it.
Another problem for TSM though is that Spiritbreaker Visage. Spiritbreaker doesn't really protect the Visage that well. If this is a disruptor plus something like, I don't want to say Slark, but something that has some decent kill in the lane, the Visage could suffer a lot because you just get on top of him, it's going to be a problem. Spiritbreaker is a relatively poor bodyguard, so you could go for a very, very strong laner and work it with the disruptor or the Lion, they'll be fine, like an Ursa. Not exactly in the meta hero.
I wonder if they have any interest at all of going for Windrunner, but maybe not. It feels like that's another hero that is a bit too squished for what they need right now.
How about, let's see, do they go for TA? They go for the Morphling.
Morphling, okay.
You know, I want to call it the Morphling when I saw the Terrorblade, just because you do get that meta. It's very useful. It's very nice. But I was thinking that here still has been very heavily nerfed. They don't want it. It is a lot of farming you have to do on the Morphling as well, and you have to get your lineup online early. Gabby's going to have to put some work in, and I know there's a lot of Gabby fans watching this game, so Gabby's going to have to perform. He's either going to be the reason they win or lose, basically, on Entity's side. I don't mean that. Like the pressure is on him. Him and Stormstorm are mostly to make space because Katomi and Fishman, they are easy targets. It's on Gabby to protect the three people behind him, the bodyguard for them.
That's good. I've seen a lot of very positive Reddit posts about Gabby, so I'm sure that this pressure will go really well for him one way or the other. I don't know. I feel like the Morphling is a pretty good pick for the game. You got to be a bit careful. You do want to always farm on like that pretty high agi, and the nukes from the Visage could actually work you pretty well. I don't know. I'm liking the pick, but also because of the nerfs to the morph, you do morph into the Terrorblade, and with the Axe, it's really good. However, that is only really it is only enabling your game. So I don't know if you're really taking away from the game of the Terrorblade as much, especially because like with that stat steal taken down, right? Terrorblade is still able to metamorphosis, use the Scotty, and you still have a pretty good matchup into the Morphling.
Yeah, and also losing attack speed, I think for the it's not the biggest. It's not like status resistance when you can get from a strength hero. It's only 10% stats now compared to 20 before, so it's not as impressive as it used to be overall. I think I'm gonna go with TSM on this one. It's crazy based on what we saw last game, but I think their draft is actually good enough that they're gonna be taking game 2.
I can kind of agree with that one. I will say that I think the Invoker for Stormstormer, even though it doesn't look like the end-all be-all Invoker game, I think having somebody with like that much comfort on the hero and times where he's willing to pick it like 6 or 7 pick.
Katomi.
Yeah, I mean they find him. Oh no, a lion has wandered into the woods and they get an insta kill. Give it to Ari. Unfortunately, not able to give it to Tomato, but still a first blood that early is very good for your team here on TSM. Quite nice to just find him. I wonder if they were doing some like replay reviews and they knew that he was walking down there often. Tried to make that happen.
I mean, they had the time for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he got caught a little bit, but that's fine. So what's Gabby gonna go for here? Starts with a double gauntlet. I don't think I've seen a lot of Primal Beasts go for the Soul Ring. Usually you just get a double gauntlet just for the stats and not really upgrade it to anything else. We'll see if you will. Probably just gonna go for that fast phase boots.
Yeah, it's hard. He's not necessarily a hero that just like oozes out HP regen. I could see them maybe doing a Soul Ring, but I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't love it.
No, it's not. And plus, you usually want to get a Soul Ring if you can pair it up with like a Tranquil Boots, because you just get the health anyway. And if you're a core Primal Beast, you don't want that. You want to get the phase boost as soon as you can. A pause does come out. Oh, it's Mike.
Oh, thank God. Ugh.
Open that. Get that chess game going, boy. Wait.
All right, run it back. I had you exactly where I wanted. I only had one queen left. I think I had a rook, but I was ready to win.
All right, so top lane, what are we looking at? It's going to be Disruptor and Morphling against the Spirit Breaker and the Visage. I feel like it's not a very ultra impressive lane from both sides, but I do favor Entity on this one. I do think that you can do a decent amount of damage with Morphling, glimpse them back, you kill the Visage. It's I'm favoring Entity.
I think that the Morphling laning stage got kind of worked, right? Like this adaptive strike went from like 10 seconds to now 16 seconds. They didn't really increase the mana that much on it, but it's still somewhat of an increase. And also you have like Soul Assumption and the Gravekeeper's Cloak. You don't really reduce a ton of layers with either of these heroes unless he's going for like some really early points of Thunder Strike or something. So I feel like you can end up working this one if you're Kasane.
Yeah, I'm generally feeling like it's relatively even, you know what I mean? But slightly favoring Entity. It's like, it could go either way, I wouldn't be surprised. Mid lane, it's Brile, Snapfire versus Stormstormer Invoker. And I don't know if we mentioned this before, but this guy has 2,300 games on Invoker in the pub scene. It is absolutely wild. So I'm going to give it to Stormstormer just because he's on his hero. I don't really care. I don't even care what Brile picks.
I mean, that's fair. There's a reason that they're shoving this hero so hard, right? Like, he obviously plays it well enough. It does offer, like, everything kind of right now with that Quas Exort build. You do still have a decent amount of control just with your Quas spells. And even, you know, as you scale into the game, it always feels nice. I think the only thing is that sometimes whenever you go for this Midas build, you can be somewhat underwhelming in the early game, right? Like, you're still trying to farm up. Thankfully, like, Primal Beast, Lion, and Disruptor are a pretty healthy 3-4-5 to run around the map and make plays with by themselves. So I'm like, kind of happy in that way that they can make the space for it, but you also kind of have two cores that are farming. That's never good, especially if you end up losing one of those lanes.
And you are up against Visage Chen. So if these two guys, you know, suffer in the lane, they have to catch up farm, you could be looking at, you know, like 17 minutes tier 3s are being sieged up. That is not, you know, that's not a problem for TSM with the draft that they have. It's very scary for Stormstormer. If he has a bad time, I don't think that's going to happen, but if it does, it's a major problem.
TSM know what that's like. Last game, that is exactly what happened to them. They were getting bullied. And speaking of being bullied, man, Tomato. He's taking a lot of damage early. Chen is going to have to be feeding over some tangos for him because and Karayomi and Gabby traded a lot of HP away, but Tomato doesn't feel quite as safe, I think, with farming the lane right now. Getting ran down. I mean, he's got the blood grenade on him. A big stick. Needs to get the last right click he needs. And, no, the Fairy Fire. I don't think he's going to catch up there on Whitemon. Thankfully, he is taking the Lion out of the lane a bit. Kind of opening up some space for Tomato.
Yeah, but Gabby's got Uproar level 1, so he's been using that to make sure he gets some denies off. And Gabby's going to be taking a few hits himself right now. Quite far from level 2, so it's not like a Creeper's got to die. He's going to be fine. But he makes it out just fine. Doesn't even use the Uproar.
Yeah, wow. Good hold on it. I mean, you got Reflection level 1 on Tomato as well, so it's not like he's able to pull off meta and try to work on one of these kills. Like, dude, they're gonna try to chase him down here. Lion's stunned up. He needs to get under the tower, but he wants to turn around. Yo, he gets the right click from downtown. It's not quite first blood, but it still feels pretty good. And now the Metamorphosis from Tomato, since they got that kill, he needs one more. Already big stick popped, and he's not gonna stay in for it. He's just gonna take the free creeps in front of him. But Tomato almost making it work here. Ooh.
I think you're
keeping in pretty early on Whitemon as well. I might have let Tomato get that solo wave.
You're very happy though if you are a TSM. Whitemon got the EXP for that Katomi kill, and Tomato was able to get a lot of harass on Gabby, so you're really feeling this lane right now. Katomi is still level 1, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, no, and I mean, kind of feel a little bit of an outlane now, just knowing that you're that level down, but that pull will help tremendously unless they're able to stop it. They won't be able to.
Doesn't seem like it. And unfortunately for Gabby is that because he doesn't have Onslaught level 2, like you have to get maybe level 3, you're not able to play that aggressive. So this lane is going pretty much perfect for TSM right now.
Absolutely. After the laning debacle that they had in game 1, this is definitely going to feel nice for them. Top lane here, you can see these adaptive strikes don't deal that much damage. Both heroes are kind of chilling. And as the levels increase, again, I'm going to start to feel a little bit worried. I don't think that they have a ton of kill potential with the Glimpse, unless Spirit Breaker really finds himself out of place.
If he gets a bash off, he can just charge right after, throw the blood grenade. He would have killed the Fishman, and Fishman knows it, so he just straight away salves up to be safe. And Kasane is overall having a very solid time in this lane. No one's really suffering, not like in the previous game where we saw Entity top 3 cores. This is very even so far, and I mean, more in favor of TSM, honestly.
Yeah, it looks like mid lane is going all right. as well for the Snapfire. A little bit of an advantage, not crazy. I think that's one of the things, though, as a hero spammer, you might see some lanes that are going to do well into you, but you always know how to play the game.
Yeah.
You're always going to like know the way to make it work for yourself, what items you need to get. But dude, I will say this Snapfire matchup, I've picked this a few times for my teams when Aresia and Invoker picked up. Snapfire just feels like an awful matchup. But speaking of an awful matchup, Tomato goes down again. Now Whitemon is able to pick up the revenge kill. That's not quite what you want though. You don't want your Chen getting the return kills for these. You want your Terrorblade to kind of pick those up.
True, but Terrorblade can recover in the jungle. It's not ideal. I'm not saying like, oh, losing your carry is a good thing, but if you're gonna lose a carry in a draft like this, it's not the worst thing. He can farm in the jungle, and the other four will be making space, so it's acceptable.
And on the other side, of course, Gabby quite happy with those. He's almost to the Vanguard. Another hero, I think he. Ooh. Is he actually gonna?
No waveform.
No waveform. Yeah, he's strength morphing up. He gets bashed again. 17%, of course.
Oh, bottom lane,
The
Katomi's
bot
in
side
trouble.
they're running. It's all over. Kadeomi. Oh no, the creeps, are they gonna get the kill? Okay, it looks like he does just barely get away. Tomato again, trying to run down. That's one thing about having this Terrorblade plus no stun, or even no, I guess, glimpse lane. It's very hard to get these kills with the Metamorphosis unless they're literally hiding under the tower as you get it. And yeah, Reflection won't be enough there. You will get the corner TP away. Fishman, I wonder if he's actually going to stay up here and try to do something. Watson is feeling some heat. I'm sure that he would love a little bit of help.
He would. Bryle, bottom in the mid lane, he continues to do pretty well against Stormstorm, who's the only one who's having a good time. He's going to go for Power Trez into the Hand of Midas, or maybe it's a straight up Hand of Midas. He could get the boost, but he's thinking about it.
Yeah. It's, you know, hard decision. Do you want move speed to get to the other camps, or you just want to get all that juicy XP from the Midas?
EXP. Yeah, EXP every time. It would be great if he could get a few of those Sunstrike kills, though, but if he doesn't, that's going to be an issue for them. And so far, the person who's been suffering the most has been Gabby in the bottom lane, but he's been recovering, you know? He's got that Ring of Health, getting close to that Vanguard. Should be okay after that.
What is your feeling on Vanguard? I know, like, on Tide Hunter, it feels like you have this added-in physical resistance, so you don't necessarily go for it. You go for the Meteor Hammer. But, I mean, it kind of feels the same with Uproar, right? Like, you have this base physical resistance. Do you usually go for this Vanguard, or is that maybe just for this game because it's a Terrorblade?
No, you want it if you can get it, because you don't always activate. Firstly, you have to get damage to use the Uproar. So you might get stunned, you lose half your health before you get it off. At that point, you don't really get as much value, so the Vanguard helps up. And speaking of that, losing half your health.
Whoa, yeah, more than half even, maybe all of it goes down for a good kill in the mid lane with the Snapfire. And then on the other side, Tomato goes down. Not really the trade you want again, but they get themselves a lot of damage with, I believe, the Stampede, yeah.
They were able to get that kill because they have this nice ward on the cliff, so they knew that Whitemon wasn't anywhere around to help him out, and they're like, yeah, we can just play aggressive. We know exactly where the Chen is.
Because that ward spot is so contested in the laning stage all the time. It provides so much for both teams. Rotations if you're in the safe lane, or just to see pools and where the support is whenever you're off lane. It's quite nice.
Who's going to be building auras for the team? Both the Visage and the Chen are going for Solar Crests, which I find very odd. Visage has it queued up. Whitemon already has the medallion. And Tomato.
No, not again. They're going to get a Sunstrike down. He actually walks right back into it. He's getting stomped through. Do they have anything to help him out? He pops a big stick. And with Ari coming in, it looks like they will protect him for a second. But can they turn around for kills, actually? Another Earth Spike. He's going to get a raindrop charge taken out, so he won't take any damage. It looks like with the TP down from the Disruptor, both teams will stay at a stalemate, but another time where you pump the Metamorphosis and Tomato, I mean, he gets creeps, sure. He's not getting any kills out of it.
The charge comes out again. Could they get a kill? They might get a kill on Kotomi here.
He needs a very favorable bash, it feels like. Kinetic Field is going to protect him for a while.
Here's Ryle.
And it looks like he gets away. Oh, Glimpse is out of there. He ain't coming back for a while. But it seems the Snapfire, he'll stick around. They get themselves the kill. Pretty nice pickup for him. Everybody's down here, though, and I don't know. Do they actually have good enough tower pressure? It seems with so many levels on Whitemon, maybe they can actually do it here with the Metamorphosis. Oh, okay, never mind. No Metamorphosis.
They have a Siege Creep. They have a couple illusions. Yeah, they're definitely going to go for it if they can. And you can see that Entity, they're bringing Fishman here. Do they want to contest? Feels a bit scary to do that.
He is contesting
Gabby's...
the last hit on the tower. Unfortunately, he does not get the deny. And also, he's getting chased down, it seems. Penitence again. A lot of attack damage on him, but the Cookie got kind of sectioned off by that kinetic field, so he's alive.
Yeah, and Gabby, he might have the Vanguard, but he's only at half health. Decides it's not worth it. He's very close to level 6, so it would have been very risky for them to jump in. The Entity, they secede the control of this bomb lane, giving the first tower of the game. This is perfect for TSM, going exactly the way they want it.
Yeah, no, a really big lane victory, and you can see the Snapfire definitely owned up there in mid. And also, I mean, I'm surprised that Tomato has this much farm. I feel like every time I saw Metamorphosis, they didn't get any kills, and he was only able to hit creeps, but I guess that's all you need. Creeps will win it out for him, so it's top 3 net worth for TSM, which bodes well for them, again, as you said, with this Visage, hopefully going to try to push down some towers.
Yeah, I'm just surprised about the Visage item build, but we'll see if they're making any adjustments here. Yeah, it's just going to be a lot of solo crest. Top lane, Watson.
Yeah, stun 1, drop 1 bird. Second bird doesn't get dropped in time. Watson's able to shift strength and get away. Also using a charge of the raindrop, so it doesn't take that much damage. Gonna be a Sunstrike. Looks like they're gonna try to go on this Visage, and well, with a hand of God, they'll protect him for a second, but the Stomp's through from Primal Beast. It's enough to get the kill. They'll find themselves Kasane, and whoa, the charge through, actually trying to get some revenge. Ari, dude! I feel like we've been getting some very favorable batches early on. But with that charge, of course, no question at all. Another bash, all right, we got one. Turning around with the Pulverize. Looks like they won't get the bash cancel this time, trying to charge through, and he gets the kill on the Spear Breaker.
Nice cookies,
is coming in, they do get the hit on it. Sunstrike is on the stationary Brile, but with the kinetic field, they'll lock onto him. I don't think anybody else can help him here, but he gets the cookie on top, and he gets the Disruptor. I don't think he was really banking on that one. No way he gets out of this one. Oh, wait, what? Okay, they did get the hit with the Adaptive Strike. Still end up getting the kill on the Snapfire. Pretty big gold, honestly, going the way of Stormer. Maybe evening up things just a bit for him, but the rest of his team still feeling a bit rough.
Yeah, they got 3 cores. Sorry, they got 2 cores here for Entity's side, so they're very happy. They walk away pretty happy. And remember, if they go for even trades, this is a win for Entity, because right now TSM have got to get the snowball going, and you can't trade evenly. You have to always win favorably these trade-ups.
Oh, they're going for a pretty hefty trade here. Metamorphosis pop for the tower, and with all the birds, all the illusions and the meta, they will of course get that tower easily. Gonna try to take control of this top half of the map as well. You always want to be farming aggressive if you can into model. Feeling quite strong, and maybe another tower in his midst.
The double Solar Crest does make sense in one way, because it lasts 8 seconds and has 16-second cooldown. Before it used to be 7-7, so you can one was enough. It's like you can get 2 of them to keep one guy permanently buffed up. It's still a little awkward to see, but
everybody should get one. You just one person uses the solar on an enemy hero, then you use your solar on that guy, and then somebody else uses their solar on you. Ryle, oh yeah, in the mid lane.
Nice bash.
I mean, yeah, good bash again. How does he plan it on Ari? Always the favorable one. Thankfully, Gabby will still stomp himself away, and all the big boys from Chen, they'll stay alive too.
Ryle, they're keeping him there. They want to TP out, but charge bottom. They're going for Watson.
Yeah, they lock onto the Morph lane here. They're going to get a glimpse back, though, on the Visage. Looks like they won't be able to make a kill with it. They haven't connected fielded up. They were looking at him, but they just can't commit to the kill. Stormer will TP out, and looks like they're just going to keep farming up for a few.
This is a chaotic game, but Stormer, he's had the hand of mice for a while. He actually gets Arcane Boost, and he's going straight up for the Octarine Core. Wants to get as much, he wants to reduce his downtime as much as possible. He wants to be able to fight with his team. And he is feeling the pressure. We've talked about TSM. They grew up as 5. You are in trouble.
Absolutely. Going Linken's first on the Morph lane. This build has become a little bit more prevalent, mostly because the Ags isn't the end-all be-all that it used to be, so now there's an option for other items. And it is pretty decent, I think, Linken's game, given that the Spear Breaker is in.
Yeah, it's all, oh, look at Fishman. Damn, just
the Whitemon is aggressive. What?
Like a millisecond around his army, and he just starts shredding into Fishman. Doesn't get the kill, but still something. And Fishman doesn't have anything. Katomi is going to rush the Blink Dagger, Boots Blink Dagger. It's very old school way of playing Tiny. Playing Lion, I must say.
Yeah, I think sometimes people will consider the Force Staff, but even that's been a little bit less. Podswars have been shoving these medallions all over.
Fishman?
Yeah,
He's
they
gone.
get another strike. And as you said, with all the summons around, one Penitence charge and you're gone.
It's a tough game for Fishman. He's only level 5 at 13 minutes. And that was really well played by Ari, by the way. He charges in, he sees this, he stops, and Fishman was like kind of gloating. He's like, look, you can't get me. But he just used the ultimate, which is brilliant. It is like a poor man's swap, and he used it. So I love it. Really well played.
Yeah, they also get this, I believe it was some sort of an ancient stack.
Yes.
Picked up now. So a lot more gold going to the TSM side. Always very aggressive for you. Tomato is showing himself right on top of Fishman. They had a ward on top of the Terrorblade. I wonder if they want to make a move for him. Surely they know that he's not alone.
Top lane, they're going for it again. Nice charge, by the way. Hits everyone.
Okay, he hits all three. Way to go. He's gonna get glimpsed on back, but I don't think he minds too much. They're trying to chase down this line, though. Will commit the Mortimer's Kisses for it. You don't love doing that for the pause 5 or pause 4. So maybe you can get some recoup on this, but it's okay. You know, you took down one. You got some pretty good map control, and they still have the army. Hey, how do you clear this out right now? You've got to get a charge through from the Primal Beast.
Yeah,
if you want to commit that.
And they're starting to get those auras going. Oh dear God, look at that!
Oh Lord, there's so much damage. He just goes down immediately. Not a chance for the disruptor. And the army is going to wrap around and take the tower after fortification was used.
Gabby picks up the wisdom room, so he does give level 6 to Fishman, but holy moly, this disruptor has been completely shut down. And we are seeing the aura cards coming out for TSM. They already have the drums on the Visage. He's going to go for pipe. Love it, because you look at Entity, it's mostly magical. Primal Beast is just magic. Same thing with the Lion as well as the Disruptor. Not that they even bring you that much to begin with.
Yeah. Watson has to get crazy big in this game. The more and more that these fights take a hard turn, like the harder and harder his game is, he's going defensive on his first item anyways. It's not like this is going to provide so much damage. This is just so he can live through some of these fights.
Yep.
And then afterwards, he's going to have to go for... Oh boy, I mean... BKB might be needed. I'll tell you what it is needed. They need to help out their Invoker. Cookie through over the wall. They're going to glimpse him out here on Bryle. Do they have the subsequent damage afterwards? I'm not sure. Looks like they will get the Visage. And now with the Pulverize getting on top of the Spirit Breaker. So a pretty favorable fight, honestly, from Entity.
2 big kills for them, getting Kasani. The problem is that they were going for Stormstormer. He was one area, Entity was in the, and Kasani was in the other. Entity was like, we believe Stormstormer is going to make it out alive, and he did. And he is getting very close to the Octarine core, by the way.
Yeah, and such a huge swing to the Observer, so that is a large net worth grab up now for Entity. Definitely makes these fights more playable, knowing that you're a little bit closer. And Morphling almost to the Lincoln Sphere, closer and closer.
Yeah, but Tomato, I'm wondering if he's going to start joining the team once he has the Manta, or if he's going to wait for longer, because your pushing power on TSM is amazing. You still have to put your foot on the gas. Oh, speaking of foot on the gas.
Oh, they're putting their foot down there. Finding the Disruptor. TPing in on the Snapfire. They find themselves the kill. Yeah, they are on him. And now they're going to get a tower here, possibly. Fortification is up. I think at this point, you may worry if you use a Fortification for a tier 2 again, they might go high ground on you.
Yep.
They're feeling powerful right now on TSM.
They are very strong. They are very strong. And Pipe is... Well, actually still got some way. But the drums by itself is giving them a lot. Gabby's being charged. He's a tanky dude, though.
He is big. I don't know if you really get this one. Visage, I think, regretting everything that he had started off here. They're going to charge through on Gabby. Kataomi. It will go down to the Metamorphosis eventually. No more mana to help him out anyways. And just going to quarter TP down here on the Primal Beast. But it does mean that Roshan a little bit open. Again, a 16-minute Roshan possibility. But
Ryle?
Oh, really nice tornado. Now he's in big danger here. Surely they have the damage. He's stomping around. The Hand of God already out. And the Pulverize will finish off a move that I don't think you can really make by your own. Kind of the way that you're going to send this game back in Entity's favor if you keep making moves like that.
Exactly, right? Like, this is the problem. You're splitting up. You can have Tamada free farming. Sorry, like the other side of the map, but you cannot have the other people split around. This TSM, they can make that move a couple more times. They give away complete map control, and you can see it's only 60% in their favor. It's dropping.
Yeah, Tomato used the teleport to get down there to try to help him out. Well, he's dead. Now he's coming back. He used his Metamorphosis timing, walking back and forth between portals, and now he's finally getting the Roshan. I'm happy that they're still able to do it. They had a lot of timing left, but a little bit longer trying to hold that out. They're in danger. They just got the Aegis, could have had a little bit earlier. We'll see if that plays into this fight at all. They drop the Static Storm out, and the Snapfire once again gone. They only trade for the Lion here. They're gonna get a good cookie through, able to lock in with the Morphling, and he gets away from him around. They're onto the high ground, but this is still on TSM side of the map. They're gonna charge through. Finds actually another kill on this Visage. I'm not sure if they can take this one. Waimon wants to get the return kill on Fishman, but they actually give him the Lincoln Sphere from the Morphling, and Entity, without the Aegis in their hands, they take the 3-for-1. Not a great fight at all from TSM, but Entity from behind making it work.
Literally 3 minutes ago, it was like 4,000 gold advantage for TSM, but a couple of blunders, Ari charging top, then losing Brile bottom, then this fight just now that happened without Tomato. TSM is, it seems like an even game, but it's definitely not. You are the snowballing draft. You are the team that needs to be pushing setting the pace of the game, and you're not. And I don't know if you want to wait for the Scotty from Tomato. You kind of need it, but if you wait, the longer it goes on, the better it gets for Entity.
Yeah, it's such. If they didn't have that back and forth with Terrorblade, they're able to get in with the Aegis, and they take that fight for sure. Instead, they waited so long on it. Now they didn't have that opportunity, and you're actually at a network disadvantage. They do get the charge through on Fishman, but I don't think you really want to commit to this one. Up the high ground, you've already been losing these fights. It's a full charge through from Gabby, just kind of shoving them off. But oh boy, yeah, a dive in from Watson, almost wanted to commit there. But again, Aegis on the Terrorblade, you don't want to make it happen.
All right, they do have a nice power spike coming up for TSM. Mech is 500 gold for Whitemon. Kasani is very close to the pipe as well. You get both of these items. I wouldn't say sitting pretty, but you're definitely getting. Everyone gets a lot more durable.
Snapfire uses the kisses again for Lion. I think that's the third time that we've kissed for the Lion. You get kills, you're happy about it for sure, but right now they have Aegis. I hope they don't feel themselves at a disadvantage in one of these fights because they don't have that. Top lane, yeah, Kasane, once again in danger. He hasn't felt as tanky as what he usually is. They're going to TP in on the bird. Snapfire, or Static Storm, right down on the Snapfire. They're going to pulverize as well. Able to stop in just a second with the charge through, but the BKB from Gabby is able to collect on the kill. And now they're turning around to the rest of the team here. Birds drop on Stormer and away from Watson. They want to chase this out, but I thought the Snapfire, it feels so hard to do.
Very unfortunate, and great play by Katomi. Fishman. He just drops the Static Storm on the bird, so Brile shows up, can't really do anything. Even Ari was charging in, he's like, wait, I don't want to charge it there. It's got lightning and stuff. So it's very scary situation to be in if you're TSM. I wonder if they feel like the game is also slipping through their fingers.
I think after the first fight you had to have felt it, and now once that happens, you're like, man, we had such a good start to this game. I have Aegis on my Terrorblade, and we're backing off from this fight because of how it started. Like, that just does not feel good at all. I wonder, I mean, I like them going after this last objective. If you don't think that you can fight into them head on, at least try to get a tower out of this. And it looks like, they want to try to catch up to Gabby. You're starting to see a lack of catch, though. Spirit Breaker can charge in, send back with another strike. That works on one hero, though. You don't know who's behind him.
Oh, it doesn't even touch him.
Oh, doesn't get close. Tomato tries to catch up to Fishman, but he's able to just run away. Not even a 4-step on him, he literally just runs.
They have a minute and a half on this Aegis. I imagine that TSM could probably take this tower, but going high ground without only a minute on your Aegis is a bit risky. If you can get a Tormentor for Chen, that would be really great. You can get some of those ancient creeps.
Yeah. That's pretty nice. And with the alternative is Planar Pocket, which isn't great. Looks like everybody's TPing into the mid lane here. They did end up getting the tier 2, and now they want to go in and fight. But looks like they... Oh no, did somebody's TP get canceled? Why are they still here? Yeah, he's in danger. He's just stuck in the middle of an entire entity lineup. That's not where you want to be. He goes down for sure. And this once what I thought was a tanky Visage has now died 4 times. And they end up getting the Tormentor. I think there was also a Courier that died though.
They got a kill on him. The neutral creeps killed Fishman, which is a little unfortunate for him. If you'd love to get the Tormentor to maybe get Chen a nice army here. He's got the Philosopher's Stone, he's got the mech. So this Chen, he is getting some gold, but so is Katomi. I thought this line wouldn't be having this strong of a performance. But 3-finger kills, he has the Blink Dagger. He's got the Shard as well. Holy moly.
Which is so good versus this Terrorblade. Lion is going to be public enemy #1. Usually when you're an illusion hero that plays against a Lion, Pugna or something, he just becomes the hero that you need to jump in order to enable the rest of your game. It's hard though, right? Like Spirit Breaker has to be the one to charge in, find him. I'm sure that this Lion is going to be playing in trees, so it's going to be quite hard to do that. So this game has another layout on top of it now that's very complicated for TSM to execute in these fights.
Oh, well, they are going to get the charge up, and he does have the Shadow Blade. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, nice tornado. I almost stopped it for a second. They do get the disarm, but the damage still around. Brile ended up getting the kill. He desperately needed revenge after what's been happening to some of these fights.
Are they going to take it?
Oh, Static Storm from the high ground. Fishman comes in for the top row and gets a really nice lockup. There is no Aegis anymore. Tomato's got to hold his ground here, but the Pulverize keeping him locked in. Can he get the Sunder off? He does, and he gets it onto the Invoker. That's exactly what you need, but they don't have the damage to follow up on it. The Mortar Biscuits is coming in, but it does feel too late. Isle has to stop, and well, the Morphling will surely end up getting the kill here as well. Both cores going to fall, and well, even Kasane. Oh man, I just don't think they can take this fight afterwards. He's gonna get sent up by the tornado. Whitemon getting locked up with the jump through from Watson. Another kill. Maybe they can get a team wipe. They get the Spirit Breaker. Only one is left. Kasane really wants to kill on the Morphling. He's chasing him down with all the illusions and the summons, but Watson, does he actually go down? He does. Thank goodness it wasn't a full team wipe here, unless maybe they have the follow-up damage. The birds? No way he gets Stormstormer. Okay. Oh. Almost got the turnaround here. Sunstrike will miss, and Kasane, it looks like he may get out of here finally.
Yeah, should be fine. Not enough mana on Gabby to threaten him, and I love the non-biased casting. You're like, oh my god, thankfully TSM are able to make that. I love it. I think that works fine, but that was an interesting fight. We can see Tomato, he needs the BKB, and he queues up immediately after. The Scotty is nice, but I don't know if it's great against the Morphling, I know, but maybe the BKB is more of a priority. Either way, he's going to go for both of them. Luckily for them, Kasai was able to bring that fight back for them, because that was looking really bad.
That was a huge play from Fishman, man. They're sitting on the top, throwing down the Static Storm. A really nice play from him. Yeah. It is just so nice for him. And again, the net worth lead isn't abysmal either. I mean, this is still anybody's game right now.
I want to point out one thing, by the way. Ari has not taken any points in Bulldoze for the Spirit Breaker. Oh, wow. Two reasons for that. One is that you don't want to give it to Morphling, and two is because it's very easy to get removed by the Tornado. So he's just putting on stats, and honestly, this is how you should play it. If you're in a pub and you're up against Morphling, your Spirit Breaker, don't take Bulldoze. Make him regret picking it. It's always so much fun.
I do. There's some matchups where that, if you're Underlord playing against a Rubik, you don't skill your Q sometimes. I feel that. I like the move. I didn't think about that. Morphling loves transforming into heroes where you're able to press an ability as the other hero, morph back into yourself, and then you're able to play the game really well. So, of course, Metamorphosis probably a little bit better for him, but that Bulldoze is wild. You're able to Bulldoze charge in and disrupt the fight. Sometimes I can just run it there.
Speaking of being charged, Katomi, he's being charged, but kind of scary. He's basically got all his homies around him, and going for it.
On the backside, Whitemon jumping in on the Morphling. You don't see that every day. They are going to turn into the Spirit Breaker. Why doesn't he have his W skill? Who did this? Why? And that wants to try to get away, but he's already rooted up. He gets cooking. They can actually kill the Morphling here. He gets one wave from away. And a nice Lion stun, but unfortunately, I don't think that's going to save him. Watson goes down, and just as you said it, I think he realized I am never turning into a Spirit Breaker again for the rest of this game.
Right, because that's what happens. You get caught once with that, and you're like, okay, no more. It's always going to be the terrible. But the thing is, the charge by itself is so good, so you still want to try to take the Spirit Breaker if you can. But big punish coming out here. Oh, someone is being punished as well. There's a charge. It's gonna be Fishman.
Charge up top. Ruptor is gonna get stunned up once. Does he get to press the button? He doesn't get to press the Clips button. There's too many bashes from Ari, and they end up getting the kill on Ruptor. Man, 2 bashes? Holy dude. Ari's amazing. How did he proc the bashes?
I think at one point he got like 3 in a row. That guy has been, he's been giving it to Gaben with the battle pass. He's like, yes, level 3000, please. And you're like, all right, I shall bless you, my son. And
he's certainly getting blessed.
One person I want to point out is also Whitemon's farm. This guy's a core. He is not a support Chen. He is a core Chen.
Oh my goodness.
He's got the Holy Locket. He's got the shard, although I believe it was a free shard. He's pimped up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And you can see this is very much a Terrorblade net worth distribution. Every time you see a Terrorblade game, it's just like him at the top and then the rest of the team kind of struggling for scraps afterwards, which honestly really good for the Chen then to enable the rest of this team in their low net worth.
And by the way, Roshan's going to be up in about, basically right now. And they are setting up here for TSM if they want to go for it. It's going to be on the dire side.
Why did they leave top? I mean, if Roshan spawns, which it has, it spawns top.
And it was also a long one. It was like 2 minutes, so it would have been like any second now, guys. But they're going for the cute play. Fishman, he won't like this cute play though.
No, I don't think he will. All of a sudden, he's getting bashed up. Oh my goodness. The penitence just works him so hard. with that extra attack speed that everybody focuses in on. And now they're just sweeping through the top of the map. Now, I do kind of like the end results where they're sweeping through, pushing everybody out of the camps, making sure they're all sitting in base and getting a pick. And yeah, Katomi does get the blink away. Ends up, even finding the ward of his. But with the Lincolns up, it looks like it was cast a bit too late, so he still ends up falling here. Both supports are out, but only for 30 seconds. Plus, they still have the TP up top if they want to. So TSM, they're not going for Roche. They're going for the high ground.
Why not? I mean, if you can force the support to buy back, they might not have the gold for.
He got body blocked in the trees by the creep, but now no, the Invoker, he just gets worked. They popped the Metamorphosis. The Static Storm wasn't in time, and they end up getting the kill. No buyback on the Invoker. He's gone for 90 seconds. They may take. They're not just going to take a tower. They're taking racks.
Why would you stop? The biggest team fight on your team is gone. Watson, he's there. He's transformed into the turbo. It's not enough. And Gabby's.
That's a bit deep. We'll see if it works out for them. They suck through a lot of the illusions. Even the BKB gets bashed through. He has to charge through right away, only getting out at the very last second. But the Metamorphosis is still up from Tomato, and even still up from Watch. They're gonna drag back Ari here, but Tomato's stepping up. They're ready to kill everybody in your base. It ain't matter. They're going for it all. They trying even to end it.
I mean, you know that Tomato doesn't have buyback because he didn't use it earlier, and why not? But something buys back. But really, you're 1-12. What are you gonna do, Fishman?
There is no Static Storm. They're going right in on to Gabby. This Primal Beast trying to get away here. He'll finally get the charge out. Watson needs to make something happen, but he doesn't have the items it feels. He's just sitting here with a Lincolns and a Manta. You're not able to win a fight like this. All the illusions hitting the Ancients. They'll charge through for one more, trying to get any kill that they can, but the game, it's over. They call it, and it follows. GG TSM. Come back after a very rough game number one. They go back to the drawing board. They draw a lot in between games, and they come out with a very good draft that beats Entity to draw the series.
A straight line, just straight from their base to the enemy throw. They're like, that's all we need to do. Just group up as 5. It was a great. I really like the draft coming out from TSM in game 2 because we've seen this opening where they go for the Chen, then they're just like, all right, you go Chen, you go heavy push. They've been perfecting this style the entire day, and they are keeping up with Entity. Both teams are now 4-2, and very competitive right now. This race to the top, it's close. TSM, fantastic performance, and as a North American math magician, how does it feel to watch this team? I believe that there's more C players on than anything else, but still.
We take them. No, it's happy. I always loved their first performances early in the day. TSM again has gotten ragged on a lot for their performances in the past, so to see them split the series is obviously really nice for me. I think that there was a definite draft change. I am astounded that they got bodied in game 1 and were like, let's run back that opener. That takes a lot of guts. That definitely takes a lot of belief in your prep that you had for these games. And this time it did end up working out. I like the pairing that they had this time with the Chen. Even though the lane wasn't really that great, they definitely were looking more towards the game. And they also ended up winning the lane, which I didn't expect to happen. They didn't get kills off of Metamorphosis, but they hit more creeps. And sometimes, that be Dodo. You hit more creeps, you win game. And Tomato was able to make it happen.
I liked what Tomato did. Even though he did die a few times in the lane, it didn't matter because you're terrible. Your laning phase is kind of just a leveling phase, if that makes sense. You just want to get as much farm as you can in the forest. And Kasane as well as Ari on the Spirit Breaker. I feel like every time I see him, he goes in, gets the charge, bashes a few times, and you're like, oh, well, I'm just going to win the game right now. Really well played by him. Bryle as well. He went for this fast Boots of Travel just so he can show up in the lane. Yeah. Gabby had a great performance on Entity, but I feel like the supports were just dying constantly, and you can't play 3 versus 5. We talked about how squishy you are with Disruptor Lion. You're very vulnerable, and they got punished for it heavily. So 1-for-1, kudos to TSM.
And yeah, in Entity, they still had a chance, obviously, in this game. There was a time that they were actually favored, for sure. And even whenever there was an Aegis on TSM, so they had an opportunity to win this one. I think probably that high ground defense just got a little bit muddy. I think they had an opportunity to at least extend the game, but Stormstormer saw it. He got the body block in the trees with his familiar, and he was like, I think we can actually take this fight, and then just gets worked by the Metamorphosis. So unfortunately, I think they could have maybe had a better chance at this one had that not happened. But TSM with really clean map play. I hope that they continue to do that through the rest of their series.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be casting their last game. We're going to go to two different teams. I believe it's Virtus.pro versus Execration. But yeah, TSM, they've come in hot on day 1, 4-2. really great performance by them. And the team, same score, by the way. It feels like they play a very different style, but TSM, this death ball meta that they've been showing us, it's worked for them. The one time when they deviate from it, they lose. When they stick to it, they look unstoppable.
Yeah, we'll see if they have any more all-in drafts later. But for us, that's going to be it. Remember, we're going to be casting the VP and the Execration match next up. So stick around. We're going to have more Dota 2 just around the corner.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Sure as the sun. could decide where I should remain, where I would hide, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong.
remaining. Radiant team ban. Virtus.pro's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Virtus.pro's turn to ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Virtus.pro's turn to
Clockwork!
Virtus.pro's Radiant turn to pick. Radiant team ban.
Naga Siren.
Ten seconds remaining. Virtus.pro's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Virtus.pro's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Virtus.pro's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Virtus.pro's turn to pick. Radiant team pick.
Legion Commander.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
The undying waits.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Virtus.pro's turn to pick. Puck! Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Imba spirit.
Virtus.pro's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Virtus.pro's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Virtus.pro's turn to pick.
Razor.
Meatball! You may now select your heroes. 30 seconds to battle. The battle begins. With me?
You have been denied.
are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
You didn't want that, did you?
Sky a copper to the Riverman, Razor. Though your kind might pass for free.
Denied. A prize.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This will do nicely.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Flames clear the way.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like gears in the rain.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Do it with flair. Feather Zephyrs.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Strike, 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 strike. Well, that was toasty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
You have been denied. come to teach.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
to stand still if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain,
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in with our last game of this series. It is going to be, of course, Execration and VP. And game one, that was a fantastic one. I hope we get a little bit more of the same. A lot of back and forth. A lot of everybody could have won there. And a lot of butterflies at the end for our Medusa. But hey, after our first game, we saw a pretty interesting draft overall from Execration. They ended up making it work out. Do you think that VP is going to try to tackle this differently? Or do you think they kind of want to run it back and see if they can play it differently?
I feel like the biggest problem was the fact that there was Naga Siren. Like, yeah, there's a lot of issues going on, but Naga Siren made it very difficult for FNG to get those black holes, and you're kind of relying on him, and they just didn't have an answer for it. So if you can run it back, but the Naga cannot stay there. It's gotta be something else because you can't deal with this Naga. Everyone else, like I'm looking, I'm like, yeah, there were some issues here and there, but Naga was the main problem. You always are thinking, is the song going to come out? Is it going to interrupt this combo? Is it going to interrupt the duel? And it did. Interrupted duels, interrupted black holes. It's got to be the Naga that goes somehow.
Yeah, or at least if you deal with it on the early picks. For game number one, we did see it was a Timbersaw and a Chenban from Execration, and then a Brood and a Rubik from VP, which does mean that Primal Beast was in pull if they wanted to open with that instead. Clockwork was the 5 pick for Execration, which also played really, really well.
Yes.
I don't know if they necessarily open up with a ban on that one. I think that might be a bit soft. But maybe something that helps deal with it. I mean, what the Clockwork likes to jump in with, like, this very all-in initiation. Do you try to get something with a bit more peel in these fights to kind of, like, reset so that you're not able to just fight right into the hookshot?
I mean, like a couple of the situations, we saw someone stand between the Clockwork and his target. I remember there's the top lane fight, the FNG bought back and used a good black hole, and I believe it was Sayush who just stood in front of him. Clockwork came out with a hook shot and he just hit the Sayush instead. So it's like there are ways to play against her. You remember, you can only hook shot when there's nothing between you. So no, I don't think you want to ban him out. I agree with you there. It's a soft ban, as you called it.
Yeah, soft. They also, the Chen getting banned out. I wonder if they would also keep doing that to protect the clock. But we do, for the first time today, we connected on our first try. And that is powerful.
That means we're going to have a long pause to make up for it. God only gives.
True.
God doesn't give with both hands. With one hand he gives, and with the other hand he takes away. And he's like, yeah, so we're going to do some... What was that long pause, that 1 hour and a half? We're going to do one of those. But, all right, Virtus.pro.
Again, he gives us the Tinker on 23.
Look at that. They get rid of the Naga Siren, feeling like that was a problem for them. They also get rid of the Enchantress, so maybe they're thinking of something like a Tearblade or Medusa, something with a strong illusion. We'll see if that's on their mind or not.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess I am kind of okay with the Naga. I don't think the issue was necessarily the illusions and having to deal with like a lot of like strong illusions. It was more that they just weren't playing around Song correctly. And I think if I were VP, I would also consider that ban, just feeling like I don't want to. He played it really well. I don't want to deal with that. Other illusion heroes can stay in, but this one we gotta make sure that there's no Song. So I'm okay with this. It does mean that the Clockwork is still in, and they got the ban that they wanted. The Chen's out, so could be in.
No, I like it. I like that they got rid of the Naga from the start. It does mean that Execration has some time to formulate a new plan. You know what I mean? It's like, from the beginning it's bad. Okay, well, I have an idea. VP, they go for the Undying. I believe that was something Execration also used. Not exactly like it was an amazing Undying, but he did Undying things. Decent laning phase, solid save with Tombstone. What else are you really gonna get out of this guy? Wow.
Okay. Why don't? Okay. Any other draft? I'm slamming Rubik here, but like it's 8 pick. You can't pick S support on 8 pick. You're not protect banning anything. That's your last strong pick of this draft, and there's no way you can use it on a Rubik.
Right. Yeah, it's like, could you move the Undying to a Coral? We've seen it happen. I don't think it's ideal. What did they go with? They go with the Tearblade. Remember, we talked about, we said they took out the Enchanters, they want to take the Tearblade. Here with Strong Illusions, so they have that. Damn, though, you're up against 2 BKB piercing ultimates, though. Ooh.
Yes. That makes it really hard. But Terrorblade, throughout the entirety of this number patch, has been a very strong hero. Even on first day, some people have been picking it 6-7. Obviously, 8 has been one of the strongest points for it. It farms crazy fast. It'll do a lot of damage with your Metamorphosis. And I will say, we've seen this Terrorblade on Dying Lane before, today even. And it seems like it's strong. You're able to get your CS, but you don't get kills out of it. So maybe a hero that still can evacuate through the lane, get your CS maybe somewhere else in jungle or something. I think you're still able to come out very strong in the mid game as Execration, depending on how you draft this.
Snapfire might be something you want to consider removing, right? You are already against the Enigma with the Black Hole. You put the Clockwork, so you have two like abilities that keep people stuck in. Snapfire on top of that, great against the Tombstone. We'll see. And do get rid of the Rubik. So they're like, you know what? Maybe they're not gonna pick it on 8, but they might pick it in the next time.
Yeah, and there's a lot of lane duos you can do with it as well, right? Rubik plus like Tide or something. All of a sudden, no carry wants to lane into it, and you're kind of rethinking what happens. So I'm okay with that ban, yeah.
Silencer is an option if Virtus.pro wants to take it, because that is the easiest way to cancel Black Hole. There's literally nothing Enigma can do it well. You can't BKB before, after. Maybe if you get a refresher, then it's like you can throw out one Black Hole and use the other one to be the effective one. But you already have Undying, so it's not ideal.
Yeah, and when you open up no stuns on your 6-7, it does, or I guess your 5-8 in this case, does make the rest of your draft hard because it's in the back of your head. You're like, hey, this hero is really good for my game, but like, do I have a stun on the cooldown that's less than 10 seconds? If no, then like, do I have to shove that in instead of this hero that's really good for my game? It can be kind of hard to deliberate that sometimes.
Virtus.pro, they get rid of the Storm Spirit, Execration. I don't think it's worth banning out the Silencer. I just don't think that Virtus.pro is really going to go for it. Even though you really would like to have it, just that Undying opening. No, I didn't screw them, just put them in an awkward spot. So now I have to think about what else can you take? Rubik is gone. Silencer is unviable. Disruptor, but that's also kind of a position 5, but he would be really good against the Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the pause 4 that you can run versus it, I still kind of like the Wyvern. I think the idea is solid with the strong pause 5, but I think once you start to think of, or with the strong pause 3, but once you start to think of that, like, how many offlaners are there that really wants to lane with a Wyvern?
Yeah.
At that point, like, do I just Beastmaster? Like, okay, never mind. You do not Beastmaster because I took the Beastmaster out. That's unfortunate.
But they go with the Snapfire. I'm a little surprised that Virtus.pro didn't ban this. I just thought it's like, it seems so good on paper. Am I crazy? It's like there's Cog's a Black Hole, so you have combo, and you're up against Undying, so you counter one of their heroes. And Terrorblade as well is a low health hero, which we've said Snapfire, Scalablast, Cookie just shreds him. So
5 seconds.
Actually, yeah, I agree. This hero needed to go up because another thing that they could have done on the pause 4 roll, it's not quite a stun, but whenever the Black Hole goes down, Phoenix is a hero that can kind of just dissuade everything because it dives in and eggs almost on top of the Black Hole and kind of makes the rest of the team not really want to commit on it. Maybe even the Enigma dies if he was already on low health. And the Snapfire in that scenario now is really good because he's going to be playing around the Enigma and he is going to be able to just press E and take out the egg. So I agree. It should have been taken out. I can't say that I necessarily disagree with Storm, Morphling, and Blood because those are heroes that are somewhat elusive and you don't have stuns on your opener.
Yeah.
So I get this one. It's kind of hard for VP right now.
I don't know. I think
Dawnbreaker was spicy, but maybe not the right thing to do.
Too spicy. Yeah, but I mean, they could. What if you go for Dawnbreaker? Dawnbreaker would be nice though. And by the Silencer is really, really good now because you got. It's like if you're
but like you're running pause 4, right? You're running 4 Silencer.
It's like if you're Virtus.pro, you are getting so baited into the Silencer. I mean, not baited, but it is so tantalizingly good in a game like this. We'll see if they want to go for it. And I do like the Dawnbreaker. I just don't think I've ever seen it in a year.
This was happening, right?
I
just all arguing over whether or not they pick it or not. Using all the reserve time for it.
I mean, I love Dawnbreaker. I think the hero is amazing fun to play, but I don't know if that means that she's actually viable. All right. Dawn Silencer. Are we thinking about that? Anything like that?
I think that's double downing. One or the other, maybe, but not both for sure. I think Doom could also be good if you want an offlaner that's solid. They end up going Coddle. Coddle Axe? No, Coddle Ember. Okay. They want to throw out the mid matchup right now. Snapfire. I mean, you're gonna see I think somewhat of an advantage of picking this is that the Ember should always have a good game because of the Ember, or because of the Coddle being behind it. And now if they do end up picking a mid laner that's against the Ember, you also have this snap flex, but instead they go for the Faceless Void. They're just, it's team fight. The circles are overwhelming.
If you're Virtus.pro also, you're not exactly the most elusive. Like, Ember Spirit can, dodge the circles. What Terribly isn't known for. He's not going to get Blink Dagger. Keeper of Light is fast, but Undying, it's like, this is really tough for Virtus.pro.
Mm-hmm. Hey, boy.
At
this point, I don't know. What else do you need on Execration? Tower damage, I guess?
I don't think you care. I mean, you have Snapfire and you have Eidolons. That's enough tower damage. I don't think you care too much. One thing you can look at Execution is that they have long cooldowns between their ultimates, but it's not like fight begins, everyone just presses R. It's like, oh, we might chrono 2 people, get a kill, we save the black hole for the next fight. So
Black hole is the perfect setup for my Faceless Void ulti.
It's like, he got them all. Don't worry, guys. I'll extend it. No. Let's see. Virtus.pro, you need an offlaner. Execration. Yeah, they just need a mid here. They come to Snapfire mid if they wanted to. And Virtus.pro, they're not exactly sure what Execration is going to go for. They ban out the Darkseer and the Shadow Fiend.
Which, I mean, it's weird. I guess it's mostly because they don't know, I suppose. What they're looking for is this is going to be the mid Snapfire or the
off
I guess
Enigma.
+4 Snapfire. Yeah, I don't know.
If it's off Enigma, then it's like Snapfire becomes that position for you. Yeah, it's like they're not sure where Snapfire goes. And then they want to worry about that. Virtus.pro, they need an offlaner. Tidehunter is an off. They go for the Broodmother. Okay, interesting approach. Elusive, I kind of like it. Could go for something like an Orchid if you wanted to, or maybe just split. Stay bottom lane, top lane, keep Execration split up and try to push it that way. It's an interesting solution. I like it.
All right, bold call. 5 on the Ruptor here. Your Faceless Void 1, Snapfire in the mid lane, Clockwork on 4, Enigma on 3.
Disruptor would be good, or a Spirit Breaker as well, just so you can charge. Like, you put the Clockwork 5, you take it. Although, Clockwork is one of those heroes that you really need to be good in. It's not like a position, a support that anyone can just pick up and play. It's like, if Shank says, I want it, it may not be like the other guy's like, yeah, I can play it too. It's like, no. Clockwork requires a lot of practice. So, but Spirit Breaker or Disruptor would be solid, but you already have a Snapfire. No. I think you want Snapfire support. You take...
okay, so you go for the mid lane.
Something that can work with a Faceless Void.
Invoker?
Invoker is nice. Sniper is nice, although Sniper is not as pickable. And I don't know if Bob is as good with Invoker as like Stormstormer would be.
That's true. I guess I'm only having flashbacks to the Stormstormer. So there's this like Zeus thing, but I think the Ember, especially with the Coddle behind it, is too fragile for a Zeus to play. Also, still kind of all in on these like big ticket ultis.
Primal Beast is in the pool. Storm. Leshrac or Queen of Pain. Leshrac or Queen of Pain could also be options. I'm thinking that could be something that Bob could look for. You go for the Quap or you go for the Leshrac.
Yeah.
That gives particularly the Leshrac, I think.
Wait a second. I've seen this hero before.
What is going on?
Wait, what?
It's offlane Meepo, and it's going to be mid Snapfire, so it's going to be a support Enigma and support. Oh God, what is going on? And they're switching it up. It's going to be Shanks on the Enigma. What?
Oh my goodness! So remember, I said there is as long as we don't go at anything weird in this last pick, that's just everything apart. That's kind of what's happening. I mean, I've had a few pubs with this. One of the guys that I played the most pub with, actually, Chase 00 Agent. He does this offlane Meepo, and it's unbearable to play with all the time because it's so lane dependent. And then whenever you get into the lane, if there's any AOE damage, all of a sudden it feels really sad to play. What is this, Meepo? Do you think that he's able to play the game correctly? Do you think they have enough nuke for him? I don't think they have anything that's like crazy single target outside of the Terror Blade, right? Metamorphosis focus on one Meepo.
No, I think Tino should be fine. And he has been playing this quite a lot in the pubs and rather successfully as well. We mentioned it in game 1. I didn't think it was going to come out in this particular game. And I like Execration's draft. I think that they should be able to pull it off. You have massive team fight ultimates. You only need one of them to land to win. And Virtus.pro, your support late game, not very impressive. Even Squad X on Ember Spirit will fall off. Notice on the Broodmother. It's all on Kiritich, and you have so many ways to lock him down. I'm all in on Execration.
The secret is to just keep picking these really big circles, and only one of them has to connect. All right, surely you can't miss a black hole and a chronosphere in the same fight. That's impossible. I don't know.
Oh yes, but yeah, but that's actually another thing though, is that you do have long cooldowns, and if you are playing on a Virtus.pro, you don't have to take a team fight. You just be like, I want to pick off here, I want to rotate here, I don't want to move. Like you don't have to just, it's not Dota Underlords where you just run at them mindlessly. So I do think that's going to be the name of the game for Virtus.pro. Until you're 20k behind, you don't even care.
Yeah, I will say the Meepo is going to be a big question for me. Not just the fact that it's the Meepo offlane, but the fact that you shifted around so much of your draft to make it happen. Yeah, I thought that this Clockwork play was awesome in game number 1. And, I mean, it's not like he played bad on his Undying. He played a great game too, but, like, what about Shanks on his Clockwork? Why are you trying to switch that up? I don't know if I would really want to give that away. Maybe there's some sort of comfortability with Tino, but Tino is playing Meepo, and if you can play Meepo, you can also play Enigma. I refuse to believe that he just can't play Enigma, so they had to switch it somewhere else.
I'm also not the biggest fan of Snapfire. I'm mid in this particular game. Like when you have Snapfire against a Phoenix or a Undying, and your job is to take away the eggs or the tombstone, I'd rather have a support do that rather than the core, right? Because it's like, I just, I don't want you to be Snapfire waddling to a tombstone that's up a cliff and pressing. That's like, no, I'd rather have a support waste his time do that.
True. Yeah, thankfully, I will say, like, the Snapfire into Undying is a lot better than, say, like, your Phoenixes, because you don't have, like, this weird timer that's like, I need to hit this, like, now.
Yeah.
Tombstone, you actually, it sucks, but you can wait a little bit, give it a few seconds, okay, fine, I'll finish my Mortimer Skisses, and then I'll clear out the Tombstone. Still going down in an instant, which is more of the issue. Undying doesn't have a chance to heal it if he's already used his heal so close.
That's a very good point. But still, overall, I do believe in Execration, although the advantage, according to Gaben, is 53% in favor of Virtus.pro.
Wow. I mean, Terrorblade, Ember, Brood are all very, very good cores in this patch. Sometimes those heroes will actually get taken out in the first or second phase. Undying, I don't think he's the best pause 5 of the patch anymore after the grab ally got changed, but he's definitely upper echelon. Caudle has a fantastic combo with the Ember Spirit. A lot of what VP does, works together with itself and is meta.
Yeah.
But the circles from Execration, maybe they're too much.
And by the way, the Execration was able to get 3 bounty ruins for themselves, so they are also starting off fairly strong here. Halos versus Notice. Faceless Void versus the Broodmother. Should be a wash for both of them to farm, but I think I'd actually favor Notice a little bit more than Palos in this lane.
It's weird. I think the one thing that the Brood always does well is that Silken Boa miss chance is insane. Oh, Tino? Okay. Oh, yeah. That's your 24 pick. That's fine. That's fine.
That's definitely an awkward start. But hey, listen. We just started, all right? He doesn't have circles yet. Give him a moment.
Circles. I mean, admittedly, the Meepo is a hero that does spike in the laning stage come level 2 and 3. Because it feels so weird.
Tino?
No, Tino, no. You don't have any way to clear this. Okay, they finally get the tombstone. That's good. Honestly, really good by Shanks to make that happen. He gets locked in there, then his lane endgame may be over. But yeah, this Meepo, you want to have your rain stack, you want to have your Earthbind in the laning stage, you want to have all of it. So your level 2 and 3 timing is really big.
I mean, Tino's not the only one suffering. We only got 3 CS coming out in Palos in the top lane, so this is off to a pretty good start here for Virtus.pro. An even mid and winning bottom. It's as good as it's going to get for them.
Yeah, this is definitely everything that you want. And I will say, I guess, the Broodmother should eventually do really well versus Paulo. So Paulo needs to get a quick start as much as he can, just because that mischance on Silken Boa makes it impossible for you to like step up to the Brood. Usually you want to trade with your HP. All of a sudden you try to hit, nothing happens. You're taking all the damage and you have to time walk away. So it just kind of switches up how you want to play the lane.
Exactly, and also you can reduce like with Sayush taking. You've got the blinding light, by the way. That's another mischance. So you have two of them coming out here.
Yeah.
So if one of them times out, you're like, oh, we're just gonna get another one here.
Oh, mid lane. It's a pretty nice change there, but not a whole lot to follow it up just yet. Good training from both sides there.
This double miss on Virtus.pro might be something that Execration is gonna have to really be annoyed with. Like you gotta get MKBs. Yes, BKBs are fine, but you might also need an MKB on top of it. What is it? 70%? Sorry, 40% mischance for blinding light. Silken Bola is close to a 70. Yeah, it's 55. Sorry, so it's still a lot.
I'm surprised. I've never really thought about this before. I always think about like Rubik Tide as your double damage mitigation, but the double miss, I've never thought of. It's an interesting concept.
And the thing is, it lasts a long time, right? Blind Light's 4 seconds. Yeah. Silken Bola is 6. That's 10 seconds. And say if Sayush takes the talent, he gets up to 70. Like, yeah, it's a lot. And it's super effective against the Meepo when you think about it. He's not gonna get MKB no matter what.
No, not at all. Yeah, so that's gonna be really hard for him to play out. It looks like a little bit of a trade. Yeah, mid lane. Everybody is walking away so low from these engagements. Meepo low, Snapfire a little bit low. But runes are coming out here in the mid lane, so I think both of them are about to heal up a little bit.
I'm interested to see what's going to happen. And so far, though, Tino and Palos are the big victims of the laning phase, but it's not too much. Notice has got 13 denies on this Broodmother. Oh! Okay. And look at, by the way, it's guys' items. 2 Wraith Bands, 3 Iron Branches, so a huge amount of stats starting off here.
Broodmother is a universal hero, so it's stats on stats on stats. The only thing is you still want to go for that soul ring. It's just impossible to play the Broodmother without soul ring. Even Falcon Blade isn't enough.
You have this thing called Keeper of the Light. He's a free soul,
you know, that's does he actually skip this game?
Yeah, I think he might.
Like how often are you playing around this coddle after the laning stage?
I mean, you don't have to go up there. You just have to go up there once in a while and just give him, chakra magic. You're in the mid, he's at the top. You meet in the middle, you kiss, he's recharged, you're quite ready.
I suppose so, yeah. Maybe you do get away with that one. It'd be huge for Notice's game, of course, because that means that he gets to move right into like an Echo Saber maybe, or if he wants to go full in for these auras. Do you see maybe a pipe in his future? I see a walk home in the future for Shanks. He goes down. Tino very low as well, but I mean, there's a metamorphosis up. You can't step up.
A little bit unfortunate. Yeah, there's this bottom lane completely like slipping away from Execration. I mean, we talked about them being strong circles and all of that, but you would like to have something resembling a laning stage right now. Shanks, he shows up. Okay, FNG. Very aggressive. Oh yeah, you're mentioning pipe. Did you mean that for Noticed?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if there's enough magic damage, but you figure there's a Snapfire. Throwing the kisses out right now, trying to get Squad X, and with the Blood Grenade, do they have enough? Big Fairy Fire, Blood Grenade is running out here. Abain gonna get body blocked a little bit, trying to share all of the assaults, and he does. Abain not able to get the kill. Very nice play from Sayush.
I like it. Goes takes a couple of barrier assaults for his friend, and Squad X, despite being level 5, and he's a little bit behind. Like, he's behind Bob. Bob isn't able to actually capitalize on too much. Can't get the regen ruin. He does get the bounce ruin, which is nice, but massive rotation on Sayush to keep Virtus.pro where they are. Because if he had died there, the game changed. And he even gets a D ward? This guy's a god.
Okay. That's some big gold. And the only thing left now in 30 seconds is going to be the Wisdom Rune. So if they can manage to get a few of those too, they could have a definitive win on the laning stage. And Tino in danger. FNG is actually body blocking Tino as much as he can. He already popped the wand, and yeah, that decay gonna be enough to get the kill. FNG picking it up here, and that does put him quite close to that place where the Wisdom Runes spawn, and maybe nobody to fight him.
Bing's is going to steal theirs. He's thinking about it. Shanks is going to go for his. We'll see if no, Achilles not gonna be helping him out, so should be able to get it one for Shanks. You time it right.
Oh, the deny! If I can't get XP, nobody can get XP. So it does mean that FNG is the only one to get a Wisdom Rune right now, and a lot of camp blocking going on. Aubane did take out the camp there and the triangle, and then our Undying put a sentry there by the Wisdom Rune camp for Execration. So Bob, the mid lane, a bit of danger here with the Coddle help. Looks like they do have a lot of the ability refresh. Squad X gets the kill and then gets the root up on Aubane, so he's not able to get close enough to the Ember. And on the bot side, oh, another move, this time onto the Meepo. A nice net, able to lock in all of the illusions here, but now FNG, he only really got to catch one of the Meepos, but he gets the poof away. They didn't have any lockdown to keep him there, so nice play from Tino, getting himself out of that one.
Despite the 1,000 gold advantage for Virtus.pro, it's still a 50-50 game according to the graph, because their Execration, they do have all the circles that we talked about, but they need to come online, because it feels like they're losing quite a bit of control of the game. Here they go.
Here they go. No, going back down in. Sunder used already, but the Terrorblade, he's already out. Now Tino trying to turn on to FNG. He's got another decay, and it'll take down the Meepo, but still quite a favorable trade here for Execration, because you need to slow down that Terrorblade any chance you get.
Oh, they're gonna get FNG as well. Looks like it.
Wow.
Yep, he's slow. He's losing his life.
Yeah, double blood grenade. He'll stay alive for a while. He may make some room for them to get on the Ember Spirit. Aubane will fall, and now Squad X actually chasing down Bob. A nice cookie will stop just for a second, but the Remnant in could be rough, but I mean, that Chronosphere, where's the damage? Squad X, he is hit by the time dilation, so he's going to be rough on his abilities for a little bit, but they've already come in on this Terrorblade. He's back in the fight again. They even have, oh no, the slides, and they get the kill. It's so sad. They tried to get the kill on him, and now Shake's trying to finish it up, but they're going to kill on him too. So many people trying to run in for this Ember Spirit, and you just lose 2 off the back of it.
I mean, you gotta give credit to Aubane for that one. He goes next to the tower. They're like, let's get him. It's an easy kill. And they go all the way in. And I mean, they do kill him. They do get him in the end, but he caused them to dive in on the way back. Chronosphere was not exactly great. You aren't able to, your Shank's only level 5 because the Wisdom Runes, they didn't get any of them. Very tough. And now they lose Tino. Was it the 4th time? Yeah, that's the 4th time.
Oh boy, yeah, this is harder and harder for Tino to play, and with every death, it just doesn't feel like you have a chance in the mid game if it keeps going like this. And it's just Metamorphosis, right? Metamorphosis and Tombstone. This is the lane that I didn't think it would be. I thought that they would have a hard time getting kills, but the Meepo just does not deal well with being slowed and getting hit.
Oh, and they're going for Bob. He is taking a lot of damage. That's awkward.
This is not where he wanted to be, and well, with the Q from
Flaming
Sayush, easy man, so much damage there and an AoE, and unfortunately just not getting to the left of the cogs like they want. Yeah, no ulti just yet. I mean, Faceless Void able to trade and trade and trade. You have a Sunder just now. He's gonna Sunder soon, and then oh no, he didn't Sunder. He thought that the HP was way too low, so he didn't do it. Wow, impressive.
FNG shows up with the haste. Sorry, Shanks shows up with the haste. I was like, oh, FNG from the previous game. It's like, no. Someone else is playing Enigma this time. Yeah, Shanks shows up, but it's a bit late. He's not able to get the stun off. Would have been really good for Palos if we could have gotten the kill, but it's not happening. In the meantime, notice he's taking the top tier 1 by himself. He's fine. And he does go for the Soul Ring.
He does. I like not going in for the laning stage, though. I think that is definitely correct.
Dude, Aubang's level 3. He's level 3, 11 minutes in the game.
Lord, yeah. And, he's gonna feel it here. All he's got to his name is Boots, a Windlace, and a Blood Grenade. So he does end up falling there. They're gonna smoke up right afterwards, see if they can get any kills down on this bot side of the map again. There is nobody around. But in the triangle, there's Palos. Do they have the lockdown for it?
Squad X is here, Palos.
Oh,
He's got the chrono, but should be fine. 6,000 gold advantage for Virtus.pro, by the way. That's not, we didn't mention this, but
where did this come from? What?
Towers, 9 kill advantage. They've been getting this massive farmer. It's not like they have anyone with Midas or anything. They're just getting farm. And being level 4, sweet. By the way, when you're a support in this situation, you know you're not getting level 6 for a long time because you're not gonna like contribute to a fight. So you're like, okay, what do I do now? Nothing. There's nothing you can do.
I think part of it is that, like, yeah, you want to sit in a lane with your team and get XP, but the fact that you're down this much is probably because your team can't sit in the lane.
Right?
So you're not getting one later either, so I don't know.
Oh no!
My God.
Why? Like, just let the man hit level 6 Shanks. He's not level 6 either, but at least he's very close. Are they gonna go for him? Squad X. He's like, yeah, I would like another kill. The zombie. Another slide should be enough.
Oh my God. He just does like they all take like 300 damage each one of those slide volleys.
And we've talked about Execration having a lot of circles, but it's meaningless if you can't actually get online. And despite his many deaths, which might be increasing by 1, Tino.
Oh, Tino, please no, my Meepo.
They
looks like he's okay, but
they have Chrono. I'm thinking is Bob's gonna go for it. Bob's taking a little bit there. Look at that swords right there. Abeng, yeah, spots it out.
Yeah, it looks like they do get it. But I mean, this Brood is starting to really encroach. And they're not really able to sidestep her. I mean, she's just going to continue to take all these creeps now, taking really aggressive farm. So is the Ember. I mean, I don't think either of them have hit a creep counters on their side of the map for a while.
Abeng, I think he might be losing his Lepidus. That's the slight steering change into Chakra to do it again. And Abeng kind of messed up with that warding. He had the rocket. He could have just put the rocket in the high ground.
Right.
Instead, he puts an observer, and he puts it before he dewards, so they know it's there.
And no, Bob. Oh, was that? I feel like that's not what he wanted to do.
He's a merciful man. He was like, all right, let him go. Abeng is all right. When do you think he's gonna hit level 6? Before or after 60 minutes?
Are they even gonna get a Wisdom Rune here?
Oh,
I think he's gonna get. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, they gave it to him.
They got
at this point now, it's not going to be too bad, but Shank literally gives his life for this one. And he's going to get the one bottom. Oh, he's actually going to hit 6 now. Oh, good for him. That is a really, honestly, it doesn't feel like that much. They're still down to 10,000, but like, them getting both Wisdom Runes is insane for their team, actually.
It is. Because reminder that the first set, one of them went to VP and the other one was it called denied? So, yeah. It's still a lot to... What are we looking at in terms of items? Faceless Void has got the Mask of Madness, now he's going for Maelstrom, so he does want to be able to join his team for fights and actually do something. Snapfire has the ATOS. Meepo is going to go for the Mega Meepo. He's already got... There's about only 800 gold away from it, which should make it a lot harder for them to kill Tino.
I think the sad thing in this game is that at this point you have to farm it out, right? Like, you're not timing them anymore.
No.
And it's really hard. Oh, they used the Sunder already. Kiss is going down, and with the Carno, they actually get the kill. Karen just goes down. Paulos, though, way too close to the Ember Spirit, ends up recouping the kill, and then with one single slight, ends up getting another kill. Now they backs out of this one. This Broodmother trying to go in on the Meepo here to get a black hole. They even have a Tombstone on the high ground to help out, maybe. So FNG, maybe stopping them from all inning on this Broodmother. They have to TP out on the Meepo. And on the other side of this, they are also losing a Snapfire.
Oh,
and Shanks probably. Oh my goodness.
That was a black hole was used, by the way. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to do enough damage for them to kill the Broodmother, despite bringing him really low. So this deficit, 12,000 gold. How much is the experience deficit? 31%. That is pretty massive. Execration, they're in a really tough spot, and the big ultimates are also all used. Chrono as well as the black hole.
Yeah, I mean, the physical damage from this Ember is just way too much right now. You kind of need Avises.
Tino!
Oh no. Tino, so much damage already, trying to run away from it, but Reflection is keeping him around, and they get the kill. Pretty easy for them, and now on the high ground, this is a tier 3! A tier 3! And they just murk everybody on this high ground. VP, no prisoners.
This is not like game 1 at all, as we can see that Virtus.pro is just they've dismantled Execration. There's no other way. This is a stomp in every sense of the word. 21-4 is the score right now.
Yeah, it's just Manta and a Falcon Blade from Kieran. He's not crazy farmed, but his levels that he has, already 3 points in Metamorphosis, plus all of his points in his Illusion. I mean, you can't stand up to him right now. I'm sure that Execration are regretting this Meepo pick a lot, and yeah, with the help out from the Coddle here, Bob disintegrates from the Ember.
Yeah, this Meepo pick I mean, when we saw it, we are like, oh, okay, it's, it's going to be like offlane Enigma or something, or offlane Snap and mid, Meepo, some maybe mid coming out. We'll see if that works out. But offlane Meepo, him suffering also leads to Shank suffering, and Shank suffering means that Abeng is going to suffer as well, and it's been a circle of suffering. Not like my household growing up.
And well, in your experience, how do you turn this one back for Execration?
Well, I was gonna say divorce, but then I forgot. Oh wait, and this one, I mean, you do have the big combinations. The problem is that you're so far behind. I feel like even if you get it, it's not enough. Oh well, getting killed up on.
Okay,
that's something.
Kill a guy. Just kill a guy, alright? See if you can do it. Mortimer's Kiss is down in the midst of the cogs, so they end up getting one. Now the chrono goes down. This is somebody you can actually probably kill without the Mortimer's Kisses coming in afterwards, but Sayush, I think they have it. They do have the damage. Now they're going back in. They have one net onto the Ember Spear, but you've got to chain stun him here, or else he may turn around and just kill your Meepo. Sunder out. Helping out the team actually is Kurdish, but does that mean that he dies here? He's got a shield rune. It feels like he's pretty tanky on this one, and even though the Mega Meepo is out, the Mega Meepo is not doing damage. He's just kind of living.
Oh, not really living any longer.
No. Palos, are you sure you want in on this? Palos, are you sure you want it? Palos! Palos! Well, that's an ultra kill.
It is, and what I love what Nose did that fight. Straight up went for Bob, kills him, and what Enigma doesn't have. Oh, he's going for the Blink Dagger after, which I like. But he went off Aetherland's first item, which.
Oh, interesting.
I don't think it even matters, whether he meant for anything else. Like he was on cooldown this previous fight. Abeng lost his immediately. 0-8 on this clockwork, just an absolute. I don't want to say disaster. What are we gonna say? It was a disaster.
That's a disaster. I think you're able to look at the kill score, or the net worth, or the towers, and say it's probably a disaster.
Well, Abeng, he's prepping up that hook shot. Okay, all right. Tina. Oh. Okay. All right. That's it.
Okay.
I'll
be honest. I'm looking at this one from Execration, like, yeah, there's nothing that we can do in this pause to somehow make this fight better for us. Sometimes when a pause happens like this in the middle of a fight, you can be like, okay, guys, I think this is how we play it. Let's talk about it and see what happens. This time, I'm like, okay, can we please run away on everyone into the base, and hopefully we survive.
Well, wait. You don't have Sunder, Tombstone is... Oh, it's actually dropped. Okay, but you don't have Flesh Cool. I was like, Tombstone's on cooldown. I was like, wait, it's right next to him. You have Black Hole, but you don't have Chrono. Nah, you're right. It's like, even if you get a good Black Hole, you have no follow-up. This is... Execution's got to give this one.
So much of this game hinges around the Snap Fight right now because it's all lockdown and Faceless Void and the Enigma, and without any damage following up afterwards. I kind of thought the Meepo would be a little bit more farmed, but instead you can see that the Meepo is instead farmed for the Broodmother.
Yep. I mean, even though he's got 4 kills, he's also got 7 deaths, and they have sacrificed a lot from it. Palos, you need to be careful, dude. You gotta, holy moly, that.
My God.
I was gonna like, oh, they're poking him, but they're poking him like with a knife through the eye, basically.
It really hurt. Thankfully, he was able to time walk off that knife through the eye. And a lot of this is level based, right? You've got a lot of level 2 ultis right now in VP, still struggling for maybe. I'm still struggling for a lot of level 2 ultis on your team. Let alone the stats to withstand their ultis.
Alright, here's what's gonna happen. Virtus.pro, if they go high ground and they win the fight, Execution's just gonna call it. There's like no way they can do this. There's nothing left for them in this game. We'll see.
Take the Tormentor out. Who gets Shard? Is it going to be the Carl?
Oh, that's not bad. It's okay. I think I'd rather give it to the Undying, actually, now that I look at it.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, because it's not like you're going to be separated very often to use the recall.
I feel like that's probably your one chance into the game, honestly, if you're Execration, that somehow they split up. You're able to get a big pick, because any one of these heroes, you only have 6 kills on the map.
This is...
so there's still a Squad X and a Broodmother that have not died.
This is very risky. Does the Execration really want to fight without Palos? He's all the way to top lane. I mean, I like
He's not by the corner TP.
Yeah, there's no way for him to get there in like within the next 3-4 seconds.
He can TP down if he does have a TP available, but they do have the clockwork vision to work around.
And there's no tower for them to TP too.
if you take any fight, you take this one if you're Execration for sure. I mean, you don't beat them now. You're not beating them with
All right,
the
he's coming. He's coming. Oh wait, Miles still. He's gonna be coming very soon.
I'm sure. They get another. Are they trying to jump in on it? He's making space on the meatball, trying to run into this one. They get the black hole, locking everybody in. Roshan, who's gonna pick it up? Aegis is on the ground. Down. Pick up the Aegis yet. It finally goes to Tino. The meatball's picked up the Aegis, and now Palos haven't even used the ulti yet. He's gonna be able to use it on the BKB and the Broodmother being shoved off. He's got a little bit of mischance on him, but the damage was enough. They take down Squad X. Notice this Broodmother better pop off here because that's the only remnant left of your team. Mega Meepo is down, and well, this Broodmother getting taken out for sure. Who is here to help though? Who can help Tino? He's still got Aegis. Maybe if they can win this fight here, they have a way back in the game. Mega Meepo is up again, and Notice trying to take it out, but the damage is well too much from the Meepo right now. They're turning back onto Sayush, and well, with the disarm, it's kind of helping him out right now. Yeah, but the poof smokes, it wasn't enough damage. Oh, and now they're buying back. Oh, Tino could go here once again. I mean, it was still a good play from him. He only needs to get one Meepo out and poof to it, and they get out. Aegis stolen. Ember down. Buy back on the Undying. Much better than the alternative.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, reminder they started that fight by taking out Kirtage as well, so they did get all the two high value targets and Aegis and a buyback. It's still only a dent to the net worth though, because not like Execration didn't lose a whole lot for their trouble. Went from a 90,000 gold advantage to an 18,000 gold advantage, but I mean the alternative was losing the game, so it's really good.
Literally game lost, and now Palos. Speaking of game lost, get out of there, buddy. It is a rough fight for you to take right there. Even without the Aegis, I mean, this VP lineup is still quite strong.
But there's a problem now. No Chrono, no Black Hole, not even Kisses for 20 seconds. So what do you do here if you're Execration to tell them, shoo, go away?
Yeah, I mean, this is Megas. You can't just simply let this one go. This game has been so rough so far. You get on the backside trying to find Sayush, but now Ame may have just given his life because that Sayush is still alive, and you are out of a hook shot now. They're going to take down Clockwork here, turning back onto the Meepo. They've got Scotty, so they heal in the regen. Yeah, it's so hard. They Mega Meepo it up. Or no, that was Dig. That wasn't Mega Meepo. That was just digging it up. And now, oh, Mega Meepo finally out, but they've already lost their Megas. They're trying to take down anybody here, but Paulo's time locked into this one. He's just down. And with no buyback for 40 seconds and Megas creeping up the mid lane, I think that you're going to have to call it here soon on Execration. They'll buy back on Snap, give it one more go here, see if they can get any kills in the base. But a nice reflection not only stalls the game for a bit, but also gets a few kills. They're trying to run into the base. They get the kill in the Snapfire. Your team is getting fed in the fountain. I think you just call it.
Nah, I mean, I'm at Execration, Tino dies. There you go. The call, is it coming? There it is. And honestly, a good, solid performance by Virtus.pro here, being able to dismantle Execration, making them all from grouping up as 5 and doing well in the late stage. But I look at Execration, I also think that you guys may not have practiced this draft enough to play it in a match like this.
Yeah, I mean, they tried it. It was wonky, and for the life of me, I still don't know why they had to try it. I don't know why they felt that this needed to be the unconventional offlane pick towards the end. I don't think that your matchup into the Brood is all that great. I don't think that your matchup into the TB is all that great. And Ember, it's kind of fine. I kind of understand in the lockdown portion, but it's not like you're forced trying to switch this around to make your draft work because of something you saw. This is a 24-pick Meepo. I don't think they had to be that fancy with it, unfortunately. They probably do feel a little bit that they are locked into this lower round of their group, and they're not getting out of it no matter what, so might as well try something. May have been what's going through their head, but I would have liked to see them take the 2-0 clean if they could have gotten a better draft together. But for VP, probably a little bit feeling better now because they stomped this game number 2. And there was some contestation in game number 1, so maybe you come out of this saying, hey, I think we are the better team in this one. We figured it out. If we were to play them again, we'd be winning on this one. So kind of setting themselves apart from like bottom 1 now of this group, and maybe giving yourself more confidence as you get out of this first play-in group stage.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that throughout the day, VP has looked better and better and better. And Execration in this game, it was like game 1, it was a close fight, but game 2 just showed that, VP is still better. You know, I mean, even if you go 1-1, it's not the same 1-1. You know what I mean? It's a very different 1-1. One shot FNG. I feel like his Undying was really good in this game. And Sayush as well with Squad X. How many times did we see the Sleight of Fist? Chakra, Sleight of Fist, he gets another kill. I don't know who you give more credit to, Squad X or Sayush, but they both played really well. Noah's was unkilled in this game. Just went top lane, no one could touch him on the Brood Mother. So I like how they draft. I like how they played. Execration. Oh man, you ever look at it and you're like, why? Why would you do that?
Yeah, I have today twice now. Whenever I'm watching the draft, why did you do this to yourself? Nobody forced you to do this. And speaking of, dude, there's such a good play from Squad X in this one. 44,000 hero damage in just 24 minutes, rocking almost 2,000 damage per minute in this one. And a lot of that is just seeing so many low armored heroes as soon as this Orb of Corrosion came online. It's astounding. Ever since this item got into the game, Embers love to play it. And as soon as you get just, again, like 3-4 points in Slight, plus the Orb of Corrosion, it just feels like a whole new hero doing damage. Just so enabling for it. And Squad X really worked it to perfection.
And of course, there are two factors that add to that. One of them is that you have Coddle, so you're getting a lot more Sleight of Fist going. Secondly, you have Meepo, so every time you Sleight of Fist, you're hitting 6 heroes basically.
Yeah.
So that's why half his damage was all physical. Well played by him. And just overall, dominant performance from Virtus.pro. The Sizzler has been struggling to get out of the shadows of the other Eastern European teams. Team Spirit, Nine Pandas, Bet Boom, and they still got a long way to go. I mean, let's not say they're amazing. They're 1-7. They have a long way to go, but this victory hopefully will give them a much needed boost.
Yeah, and well, hey, thank you everybody for joining up here for our series. I believe unless something changes, this might have been Math and Otto for the last time in Riyadh. So hey, if you really liked our cast, let us know in the chat. If you didn't like our cast, I'm Lyrical. He's Trent. Let us know on Twitter.
I'm Nomad.
Oh, you're Nomad. Good, yeah.
Okay.
And just add us about it. But hey, thank you all for watching. There's going to be some more Dota eventually, so stick around and check out the schedule for the rest of the day. Thank you all for watching.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, we're making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
so proud, just look at the crowd.